guys, welcome. It's time for a new episode of Face Morph here with the America's Gang. Right now, we've got the guests, Cowboy, we've got Roth, we've got Shrimzy, and we've got yours truly, Toffees, here to see if we can figure out what two players put together look like. How do we make true Adonises? I said we find out right now. Number one, the first Face Morph. Here it is. Shrimzy, we're starting with you. Who are your two players?
I got H-Win and Posa.
H-Win and Posa. All right. What do you got, Roth?
I got H-Win and Capitan.
All right, Cowboy.
I got H-Win and Capitan as well.
And it is going to be H-Win and Capitan. Number two, show me the Face Morph. We're going to start with Cowboy at the bottom. Cowboy, who are your two players?
All right. I got Mime. That was pretty obvious. And then I got Posa.
Okay. Mime and Posa. What do you got, Roth?
I also put Mime and Posa. So.
Dude, why are you
okay, you guys are living each other's brains over here. I like to see that. What do you got,
I spend
Shrimzy?
every day with this.
I also put Mime and Posa.
Let's go, baby!
Wow. Wow.
Come on now.
All of you are clearly very familiar with Mr. Mime. But you were incorrect about Posa. It is the Kraken.
What?
Yeah. I wish it was Posa, so everybody could have been double right. But all of you get 1 point for Mime. Let's get this combo. Our third challenge. I'm going to start with Roth. What do you got?
I put Posa and BL.
I just put Posa. I didn't see the other one.
I did Sparking and Posa.
It is Sparking and Posa. Correct.
Let's go.
Where's the Sparking in that?
It's the stance. He's the body frame. It's like a much more intimidating stance. Let's move on to the fourth one. Our next Face Morph. I'm starting with Cowboy because he seems the least sure.
Oh, gosh.
What do you got?
I did Kickstart, and then I did a Hail Mary. I did Shrimzy.
Kickstart and a Shrimzy. That's interesting.
That's me. I'm
I
going to be
see
upset.
maybe some hair vibe and like a little bit of the beard.
I just said Kickstart, and I don't have any idea who the second person is.
It is Rello and Kickstart.
So it is Rello and Kickstart. Last question in episode 1. Let's see it. Roth, what do you got?
I actually didn't have time to write because I couldn't think of a name. So I'm out of this one. I've bowed out.
Roth has bowed out. Cowboy?
I said BL and Peepa, but I have no clue.
No clue. Solid guesses, though. I like that you still chose to guess. That's the SAT strategy, unlike Roth, who just threw in the towel. Shrimzy, what do you got?
This is a little cheating because I know from earlier, but it's Vinny and Voxic.
All right, so you get 1 point. We'll give you 1 point because you saw these in a combo earlier. At the end of episode 1, Shrimzy and Cowboy are tied at the top with 6 points apiece. Roth on the chase with 5. When we come back, we've got one more episode of Face Morph, and I can tell you, it's going to be a good one.
After Takeo, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming. I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear. Every step I claim, face strong. I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. Welcome back, my friends. It is time for the Masters West Americas Day 2. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by the Cameron Davis and Godspeed to bring you the action. Top 8 teams advance. Yesterday, we saw a bit of a runaway start at the top of that board, Cameron, and it seems like it's probably going to continue today.
Yeah, there's a lot of really good teams that are performing well, a lot of expected results from the day yesterday. I believe Furia is currently the winning team as far as chicken dinners are concerned with 2 of them. But yeah, it just seems compared to PAS and the damage that was done, at least to me mentally, things seem to be a lot more back on track. Not 100% sort of prediction accuracy here, but a lot more standard expectations.
Yeah, he was broken yesterday, Godspeed, when we showed up and asked for predictions and stuff. The old Cameron is gone. Sad Cameron is here. I miss
not sad, just Cameron. Confused.
Confused Cameron. Contrary Cameron has died. Confused Cameron has replaced him.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, because I don't want you guys at home to be confused, let's go over the format real fast. Remind everybody what we're doing here at this event. This is a 12-game qualifier to get your shot to go to next weekend's Player Masters West, where our top 8 Americas teams take on the top 8 EMEA teams for bragging rights and a decent amount of cash. Now, in order to go, you got to get points on the board. It's our traditional system with a little bit of a change. 1 kill equals 1 point, 10 points for first. But there's a big old drop-off to second, Godspeed, where it goes down to 5. And that seems like it's actually had an impact.
It has. It hasn't, though, because when we look at a team like Furia, right, who has won multiple games, I don't even think they're in first place. If I'm not mistaken, it's actually Falcons who have maintained first. So even with the drop-off, that just goes to show you how many kills some of these teams are getting, which is crazy because Furia, also being that team that won 2 games, did it in impressive fashion with double-digit kills both times. So that goes to show you something, as we're now looking at the prize pool, of course. $50,000, Steve, is nothing to scoff at. As they will get it for getting top 8, but they will compete for this next week. So,
well, that's true too, right? Not only does not 8 not get you paid, it just gets you to the chance to get paid. But the pay is good.
The pay is good.
Also, it is your last chance to play for some of these teams for a very long time. So I think this is going to be really nice for some of our comp teams, especially that might be sitting on the sideline waiting for PGC around the corner. What else? Okay. Yesterday, this is the teams that walked away with the win. Furia, the only team that managed to get a double.
Yep.
Everybody else, though, and for me, this is it, cameras. When I look at this list, no unexpected victories.
Yeah. Exactly. Like, this is like the standard expectations of who's going to be at the top of our region. And when we go over to the overall leaderboard, what it looks like now halfway through this qualifier, we'll see that it looks mostly the same. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there was like one outlier there. And I suppose you could say it's Toyo or 55, but 55 being an outlier is the standard expectation. That the one thing I would say that is a bit unique is Mira in 8th place. As we know, the big narrative for this team is that they are the masters of showing up early. They qualify to all these Super Cups and Masters events in first place, and then they show up really well on day one and then drop off when it actually matters on the final day. Maybe this is the inverse of that. Maybe they're keeping themselves in the mix but saving their energy for the final day. We're gonna have to see.
Help me remember, Godspeed and Cameron, as I'm kind of blanking right now, Mira's qualification status for PGS and PGC. Do you know what they qualified for off the top of your head, or should I pull the numbers? If you guys don't know, we can't be expected to know
pull
everything.
the numbers.
Okay, I'll pull the numbers. I just figured I'd double check.
I'm not confident enough to say.
Because to me, there is this anomaly. You bring it up, Cameron. Mira and 55 are teams that traditionally, if you look at their rosters even, we have no worry about them being at least competitively up in the top. And both of those rosters aren't doing what I expected when I showed up here this week. So I'm just trying to figure out why, I guess.
I couldn't tell you. I just know that the teams that are at the top, the Falcons, the Rock, Alcatia, Liquid, all, you know, the big names, all the big, the haves versus the have-nots. The haves, they're actually showing up today. That was not something that we could necessarily expect with the previous events, the previous Super Cups and the previous Masters in this Players Tour. Maybe because they were trying to save their energy for the global events, for the PAS, but now that, you know, the qualifications for global is already done, they can commit to this, and they're coming in with full expectation. Also, maybe it's possible, this is not based off of anything I've heard, but it's possible that the chance to go up against EMEA in our big region rivalry match in Masters West is giving some of these teams a bit more of motivation to perform well.
That, you know, I think a good motivation coming out of that is always nice. I will say the thing that I'm struggling with as we get ready for today, you know, Godspeed, my wife asked, you excited? And I said, yeah, I'm excited because it's like just watching PUBG and hanging out. But I'm a little less excited because the top 7 teams have just been running away with this. And it's starting to feel a lot like we're going to spend the day sort of cheering for that one team that's just outside of that 8th position. And it feels like it's going to be, I mean, am I wrong in that feeling? It feels like it's just going to be sort of battle for 8th or maybe 7th and 8th going into this.
No, I mean, that's kind of what it looks like when we look at the leaderboard again, especially when we look at the drop-off between 7th and 8th place, right? That's already going to be in the neighborhood of 11 points, and then below that, you have dots down to Toyo. Toyo's down by, what is that, 24 points? So it's starting to be a gap that in 6 games, again, with the pressure on, people know that they have to qualify. All of a sudden, that top 8 placement is much more challenging than you thought. Like, because again, everyone comes into these events, oh, top 8, easy, I can get top 8, like no problem. But then when you actually are slipping, you're having those bad games, and then it starts becoming a much more slippery slope. That's when we start to see teams struggle. And of those teams, I'm looking at Toyo, I'm looking at Potentially Dangerous, and I'm also looking at Dots, even though they're much closer to that threshold. Because Dots, even though they're doing this very meme-ish drop, right, they're actually doing better than other teams, so I'm kind of rooting for them. But yeah, that might just be an 8th place thing. I don't know, we could be overblowing it. Maybe you know, teams 5, 6, and 7 in Liquid, Mission Ready, and Bestia, although saying those names doesn't really seem likely that they're going to slip up today. It's possible. So that's my long rant. There you go.
I get it, because it depends so much on everyone else dropping the ball. Now, I want to talk to you guys real quick before we go back into this about things that depend on others dropping the ball, and that's your chance to win G-Coin. If you don't drop the ball and you come and you try to enter this contest and everybody else drops it, there's plenty of G-Coin available. So make the talent laugh. Scan the QR code, send in a video, a meme, a drawing, a typed out joke, whatever you think is hilarious. And if you make these knuckleheads laugh next weekend, you get the G coin. So send that in. Second way to win is our social media team is putting together a little thing called the history books. And I'm pretty hyped about this when it's done. If you want to contribute, you can be a part of PUBG history by helping us collect some of your favorite moments. Scan the QR code, send us your favorite clips from the previous Masters tournaments. Could be weekly cups, could be championship series, your choice. Send it in, and if we pick you, we will give you even more G-Coin. The third way to win is the post-show podcast. Stick around after the show today. The three of us will be chatting. We'll pick 3 questions sent in to us by you on social media using the hashtag MastersMikeAM. If you are selected, we will send you a code for, you guessed it, even more G-Coin. But what a good excuse to spend the evening, afternoon, whatever it is, hanging out with the 3 of us. All right, so that's the way to win G-Coin. Let's take a quick look at the schedule for today. It is not changing as opposed to yesterday. We start in the Dusty Dudes. We end in the Grassy Pastures. We make this as simple as we could, Cameron.
Yeah, starting with Miramar, Tego, Rondo, Erangel. It's the usual standard rotation that we expect to see. Don't know when it's going to get changed. Hasn't been changed in a while since the introduction of Rondo. So this should be a comfortable rotation for everyone. Not really going to catch anyone out about this. I can't think. Like the conversation around the map rotation in competitive play, I'm sure there's some merit to it. But at the end of the day, it's just, you just got to play through them. I don't know if there are any teams that are like, oh, I really hope we end on Miramar today, because something.
something. People are in trouble.
I don't know why.
It is. It's interesting. People are in trouble. But this is going to come down to starting out fast. I think that's what our moral of our story is going to be, guys, because we kind of look at those numbers. We can pull that leaderboard back up again for everyone at home to take a look at it. I think you were talking about dots and their 2 split and how somehow they're still managing to be in the contest. But I guess, what do you do? I appreciate coming into a tournament like this. It's an open qualifier and having a good time.
It is.
Where is the point where you look at it and you go, hey, guys, our good time could actually result in $17,000 if we maybe, like, play harder today. But do you do that, or do you stick to what's working?
I think they'll stick to what's working. I'm more surprised that other teams haven't, like, tried to punish them. Like, realize, hey, there's... Because even if you're in the plane, you're waiting to drop right, you know where you're going. Especially if your drop point is like at the early stage or at the end of the plane, you can see there's only 2 people dropping out going in the same direction, right? Or like maybe even splitting. So I'm surprised another team, especially watching the VODs from yesterday, I would be very surprised if they went unpunished today, because as long as they carry out the same strategy, like it's pretty obvious what they're doing, right? I don't know. If I was a team dropping near them, I'd be like, let's just go punish that split. So,
especially looking at them on the cutoff, considering now I can see the free points after I watch the VOD back. You're right. So I would hope that they deviate from that. Are there any other teams? So, like when we talk about Cameron, that cusp, let's talk about that 7 through 11, etc. What else are we looking at? We're looking at 55, Toyo. These are 2 teams that have also sort of been dropping the ball for me, but I can't figure out what's going on with them. Who's got your attention as we look at today?
At this point, I'm only looking at Miro, Dots, and 55 for that 8th place cutoff, but I do want to, sort of reapproach the point system that we have right now, because one good game, one good round, it can elevate any team up to a contesting position, even all the way down. Maybe not quite down to as Team Fate, but 2 rounds for Team Fate if one of them's a chicken dinner, right? They have to build off of it, and it would need to start early for them, but it's quite possible. And I think that as much as we haven't seen that much of a direct impact, we've lost 7 placement points each round, which over the course of 12 rounds overall, that's 84 points overall. That's a whole qualifier slot gone from the leaderboard. And so that does mean that if you're in the top 4 routinely, but never getting a chicken dinner, you are going to be, over the course of these 12 rounds, slightly worse off, and that could be quite impactful. So teams need to just a little bit more try to prioritize getting that chicken dinner, as well as, of course, picking up all the kills that you can along the way.
That's interesting, and I wonder if that speaks a little bit to why we're seeing some of our teams like Miro or Rock maybe not hitting as hard as we're used to, because you don't get our placement teams. You're right; they're losing a little bit every time, just a little bit.
Really starting to irk me how little respect you 2 are putting on the boys of Tung Tung Sahur. Okay, we're talking about Dots, we're talking about Toyo, we're talking about 55. Put some
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
respect on
I'll
Tung Tung
bite.
Sahur. That's all.
All right, Godspeed. Tell me more about Tung Tung Sahur and what it is about their playstyle and players that appeals to you.
Well, let's talk about Necro, okay? To start off, right?
Okay.
Experience.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
got the looks. He's got the talent. He's got the brains. He's got the experience. I said that already, but that's okay. And then you go over to Loki FPS. Former Korean superstar. It's not the same one.
wait, misinfo.
And
PGC
Kamish.
champion.
How can you forget about Kamish and then FXRRAZ? Okay, these are star players that you guys are sleeping on, and I won't have this slander stand anymore. Okay, pay attention to Tung Tung. They're about to have a blast off day.
Listen, if Tung Tung comes out and wins game 1, you're going to get so much FaceTime. I'm going to give you a full 3-minute segment to just hype why Tung Tung is so good.
Just one big brag segment.
And he's going to be stuck. 2 minutes in, he's going to be like, do I have to keep going? And we're going to be like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. Okay, planes up. Nice and terrible. Right across
Guys,
that.
alert. Red alert. Red alert. Dots are dropping in the same quadrant.
Campo Militar, I might point out. We had a nice conversation about how important that drop spot is yesterday.
No, we had a conversation on how bad that drop spot is outside of this specific circumstance of it being literally at the start of the plane path.
It's perfect for this circumstance.
For this one specific plane
This
path.
circumstance, it's solid. Get out, loot early, start that rotation, or just stay there because that's where.
We just stay there.
You know, that's cool too. Whatever works. We got a nice split going here. This is actually, I mean, very heads up.
Oh my
play
God,
from
the
Dots.
tongue.
I feel like Valiant knew it was coming here. Oh, what is this?
Is
Hold
that
on
Tung Tung?
a second now.
No, I just want to say that Tung-Tung's a her call by
It's not.
Godspeed
It's-
on this
it's
first
just
round, who are
another-
dead center of phase 1. I don't know what he got, what he saw,
How did
what
you
he
know,
predicted.
dude?
Nailed it.
You know, again, when you watch this game so many times over the years, you really start to pick up on these little nuances, right? Like these
A little trick of the tongue.
little trick of the tongue. I was gonna say trick of the trade. Oh, he hit one. Sparky actually hit that shot.
Did he?
I think he hit him in the shoulder, or maybe he ran into a pole. I just saw damage after Sparking shot.
Right into a pole.
It's one or the other. Listen, it's going to be rails off with me today, okay?
I didn't realize you meant in a car. I thought you were implying that he just ran really hard into a pole. That's a new thing we're doing. All right.
Well,
so,
yeah, no, with the car.
know.
Okay, I'm at it. You guys can have this. I'm at it.
I think that everyone here should prepare for a relaxed day of watching PUBG. The fact that the 7 top teams are doing so well kind of sets us up for a bit of a open talk season as we go through this. It should be pretty interesting. Now, I do think there's a world, Cameron, where those top teams, one or two of them could throw really hard here.
Right.
Bestia is only at 45. Mission Ready is only at 46. Those are both teams that could have 1 or 2 bad games and sort of slide themselves back into the fight for 8th. But they have to have a bad game to even start that process.
And we need the teams below them to also have good games. We want to have the points get focused in on those middle sections, the Miras, the Dots, the Toyos, the 55s, in order for that narrative to really turn into something. At the moment, as much as there isn't a single point sponge, it's like a collection of sponges throughout the top 7. And so if maybe the bottom teams start to perform but like not consistent enough to put them in the mix, but then the top teams are also performing in the middle. Like this is a very strange position for these teams and leaderboard to find this whole lobby in at this moment. Granted, we're only halfway in. Things can still happen. There's a lot that can be decided. But the field that has been set does provide, like, it's quite more limited than what we're used to.
It is. I think so. Let's take a quick look at where our competitor teams are when we come into game number 1. Dots, 9th place, huge game for them. Dropping together on the north, easy rotations. As you look at that map, you can see huge game for them. 55, Mira. Those are the other 2 teams that are sort of in the push right now. 55, decent spot as they move on the left side. I like how quickly they're doing it. Where is Mira right now? Have you been able to spot them? Do you think this is a good game for them to set up some points?
Oh boy. No, actually, so they're coming in from Puerto Paradiso. They're going to be coming up the eastern stretch, but Fate could be in their way. Rock could be in their way. We know how slow Rock like to move, and they're currently in a 2-2 split. That could be looking to block them. But Mira are no strangers to edge play, so this could be an early game setup that they're actually going to be quite comfortable with. Whereas so many other teams are fighting for the center, including potentially Dangerous making their way through. Tony losing a tire, quite dangerous. No, okay, finally one shot, and this is suddenly a very, very tricky spot.
It's a tricky spot, but it's one of those, hopefully his team's still mounted, because if with that smoke cloud, he's clearly far enough that if he can call in a pickup, he can get out of there. But that was a nice tire shot. Unfortunate for Tony.
Yeah, still loses a vehicle, which is unfortunate.
That is a big, that probably is the worst part of this, because it's such a long rotation out to the north side for all these teams trying to get in there. And like you said, the fight for middle is very aggressive. Potentially Dangerous was on their rotation to go for their middle compound when that happened. So they've had to give it up. It looks like it's going to be going to TQ, and Bestie are going to get their hands on those compounds. And PD now has to just play cleanup, which sucks.
Look how stacked this southeastern entrance to the zone is going to be, though. Fate are already here. They've stalled out, maybe because they ran into Rock Esports, who are currently moving up, so it's possible that they bumped into each other and don't actually want to take this engagement. Fate might actually start to move shortly, but Liquid are grouping on up. And now we're going back to the center, back to the north. Valiant goes down.
D just did them like that. And that was the spread out there in such a good spot. They took a little too long to collapse, though. That's the problem. When you get a good drop spot and the circle favors you, sometimes you just transition a little too late. And when they lost Valiant in the process, Cowboy out, QAD is up here going to go ahead and finish the job. So D goes ahead and do a little drive-by. Shane and Batty, though, look like they might come in and try to fight this, Cameron.
D is taking a bit too long to take. Okay. Finding the angle, using the deflate to the advantage. D, made sure to clean that one up well enough. And Cowboys just kept Zako pinned for...
I got really worried there. Watching him drive around, I started to think to myself that D's nuts, but I don't think that he was out of line. I think it was a good chance to circle around, find a chance to shoot under the car, and get a safe wipe. So that is a good safe flush. Great points for QAD. And honestly, fourth place, like, they can do whatever they want right now.
Right. Just like so many other teams. Like, again, just peep that leaderboard once again, guys. 11-point gap between 7th and 8th. Like, that's really that big. What feels like a huge moat is what's kind of keeping this at the moment, even though we're only halfway through the conversation about qualification being quite limited to 8th through 10th, maybe 11th, if, depending on how the first couple of games go. But that is going to get smaller and smaller, potentially dangerous, though. They're getting closer and closer to Team Casino. They're going to approach on, and Casino are out of there. They don't want anything to do with this. Oh, but Rock do. A couple of tags.
That shrink is tough. Almost everybody into the circle right now as we kind of pan over it. We saw Mira backfilling earlier. Fate is out in front of them. So Fate got piled up in a sandstorm. Rock used the sandstorm to rotate away. Fate was backfilling, and Mira has no idea they're there, but Fate knew it was coming. So this is Mira walking into the Fate trap. I do think he saw the peak there, because you can see them deviating over to the right side. So maybe they get away. Nope, they don't know.
They don't know. That's just a common rotation to go to avoid potential traps here. This is such an easy place to set up a trap. Tater's going to get Haven knocked down instantaneously, so the exchange has to come. Mira need to start taking the fight now because of their position on the leaderboard. They want to secure their spot in the top 8. Shots coming out. The confirmation on the knocked player hasn't happened yet, so it's still possible for Mira to come out of this with all 4 up, but... Just as I say that, Haven does get confirmed, and I think Fate are looking to back away. They don't want to give Mira a chance to respond now that the element of surprise is no longer in their favor.
Yeah, Mira just got a little taste of Fate here. I don't think... they're going to keep fighting. I really thought they would just fade this and back away. I think the fact that Mira stopped on the other side of them maybe makes them feel we've got high ground advantage. Let's just go for this fight. Like, what do we have to lose anyway? And that's fair. 10 points on the board. At this point, you got a team limping. Why not get involved? LFP going to take some shots from a distance, but he's forced back into the building. Nice cover fire from the rest of Fate. And I will say this, as we talk about open teams, Fate is already playing this fight significantly better than some of the fights we saw at the beginning of day 1 or some of the Cup series. Like, this is a very clean. They're holding the high ground. They're watching each other's backs. They're making sure that the cover position from the anchor can't hurt them. This is good.
It's definitely a good setup. They had quite a long time to make sure that they were in a key position for this. It's about the response afterwards and how they're going to play the rest of the game out, as they're not the only team in a fight. We see some action between Liquid and potentially Dangerous. There's a lot of fighting in on that southern section, but Mira, though, they're still waiting to see what Fate want to do with this. It's not going to be the easiest for them to leave, so it really is all Fate deciding on how the rest of this fight is going to go, and it looks like they are going to transition out of this when the blue is coming in, and they're still not in the zone just yet. Even though phase 1 blues doesn't hurt all that much, you still don't want to take damage if it's not necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good back off. I think it sucks for Mira. Fate hurt them, but at the end of the day, like, that's it. They will adapt and they'll keep moving. That's a relevant fight because that is the 8th place cutoff line for Mira, right? We did see a little potentially dangerous Liquid go back and forth, but those guys are so much stronger in terms of point position. We wanted to see what happens with Mira. So Mira getting Fate to give up and leave, I think, is a really big pickup for them. They have a good, strong rotation on the right side, and they also have a respawn beacon at Tierra Bronco if they want to grab that chip and head up there.
Sorry, I just saw this shift. Quite hard shift to the north. A lot of open space around QAD and like dots towards the north there. It's not exactly open fields, but it doesn't feel not open fields at times, especially during the mid game. Crucify is still going to be in, and I think a lot of teams are going towards that urban section because it's just so much more cover there compared to everywhere else. Bestia even joining the party here with Tung Tung Sahur, who I believe dropped directly in this area.
Yeah, absolutely. Godspeed's favorite team right now going to have to hold this area. Dots is back up to 4 for the record. They were able to get that recovery after the fight we saw earlier with D, so they are back up to 4 strong on the north side. Mime getting peppered from a distance.
And losing the vehicle, that's not good. I don't know how that happened, but the vehicle just tried to run away, but here comes 55. DraftKings going to grab that one. Easy as you like. 1 point on the board. Man. But now Mime goes down to Camish. And then Liquid are here?
Well, the problem is everyone's here in Cruz Divide. It's not... When the circle shrunk, it was shocking to me that so many teams were already inside and they were all just sort of congested in this area. They must know something we don't and expect that circle to move down towards town because everyone is in here.
I mean, listen, it's in the name Cruz. Everyone wants a piece of everyone else. Here comes Alo swinging in, trying to get the revive on the 2 knocked members of Liquid, but the crossfire of 55 is looking very, very oppressive. They're going to have to really shoot their way out of this one, but there's shots from every single angle.
There's nowhere to go.
This is so early in the round. This feels almost like a huge Hail Mary, and I don't know if that was absolutely necessary.
Yeah. Honestly, it feels like a knock happened, and then a bunch of teams went, ooh, I can third-party this, but they all third-partied at the same time.
Right. Yeah, a comedy of errors type situation.
Yeah, because I think Tung got that open on Mime, and then it was like 55 was involved, and Liquid saw the knock and said, we got to go, and you just kept seeing people go down. And again, teams looking to get these bike block. I don't care if your door opens in now. You still can't get in if the bike's in the way.
And I'm looking at the leaderboard. Everyone's gotten like 1 kill except for Bestia, who now got their second. But this isn't even like one team holding onto a position like dominantly by themselves. It's kind of just a spread of kills across the board. Here comes Mira, though. We did see Haven drop into Cruzavaya, so was revived, and the rest of the team is coming with the E pickup to join in. But if this circle, when it closes, if it goes anywhere that Cruzavaya is not in or not even close to the center, I don't know what to think of how the exit's going to look like. Team Casino actually taking the north of Cruzavaya is looking to be a really good follow-up to the chaos that we saw of the teams coming into the southern section.
Oh, good for Mira. They found an E pickup. So they were able to get themselves sent up to the north side after that trap that Fate set up for them. Fate has had to drive in. They're being chased by Musi, who's going to go around the right side. This is a good rotation. This is a safe rotation. Stick to the wall and then make your way in up on the top. Shouldn't be too troublesome for them. Well, I take that. Maybe I spoke too soon.
We'll see what flanker can hit. Not tagging the body, but could be tagging the vehicle. You never know about those tires.
That made me feel better. Ooh.
Okay, so circle. Medium shift to the northwest. Cruzavaya is still going to be a big part of it, but look at all the other teams that are now trying to race for the center of the northern section. Falcons trying to group up. Dots crashing in. Mission Ready. They're actually turning around and backing away from this, but Shane Doe with a knock on to H-Twin.
Nice play for the Dots. Need these points real bad. Falcons coming in hot. Gets the spray. Shane ducks behind the building. He's got that UMP to try to make a comeback here. Kickstart in the fans. The friends pushing hard. His kick now makes that charge on Shane Doe. He couldn't do anything. They're just too spread out right now. Shrimsy and Taggleton coming down like a ton of bricks. Dots was in such a good spot. And then Falcons puts an ellipses on this hold.
Ooh. A couple of shots. I believe that might be from the east. No, we're looking at a bunch of action still happening around Crucify. All the teams that now that they've all been established there, Toyo are just running into a meat grinder. I mean, it's a totally different story. It's two teams facing off that we see in the North, Falcons and Dots, and then it's like 7, 8 teams all fighting amongst each other down in the South.
Yeah, this mess in the South is just absolutely crazy. So Shrimsy going to go ahead and make this push around the outside. Dots just on their side of the wall. He's got the cavalry coming in for a little bit of rescue.
Dots, where are you going?
They're running away. They're running away to their death. That's
running away from Falcons into Alcacia. And that Panther, oh, and the car flip, not looking good. Very low HP. Breaks the line of sight, but we know Mission Ready are just to the north. Cowboy takes a little bit of damage. Doesn't want to overcommit to that peak.
Guys, we got to go. The #1 team in Americas is pushing us. Okay. Oh, shoot, we're crashing. Who's there? The #2 team.
#2 team.
Ooh, ouch. Tough day.
Oh, Liquid get eliminated in the meantime. First team out of round 1. They're still going to be in a safe spot, and again, it's quite excusable the way that they went out just of the nonsense around Crucified, but Toyo they go out almost immediately after.
That was crazy. I don't even understand what happened down at Cruz because there was still so much real estate on the map. Like, there's still, if you look at the map feed right now, guys, you can check that out. It is crazy how congested Cruz is, considering it's still it's only 25% of the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You can count them when they're that close?
Yeah, it's just colors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No, it's just about identifying how many people are there. Well, Wild Toffees tries to practice his numbers and colors, counting on the team in Crucify. We do see Rocky Sports rotating close and potentially dangerous. A couple of knocks against Tony we saw earlier on in this game, but still, they're up as 4. And we know how strong potentially dangerous can be. They're down in 14th place right now, but we cannot count a miracle day out of the story.
6 gray. 6. I just had to keep it going. All right, so now we got a nice little E-Pay set. Falcons, H-win. Nice. I'm back, boys. Falcons not only gets back the one man they lost on that crash, but they get him back into compound where they crashed on the loot boxes. So he's going to be fully kitted in about 2 minutes. Falcons are going to win this.
You think so? Making that call now?
Yep.
Wait, the round or the event?
The round. It's certainly not tongue-tongue.
You don't know that. They could get their own revive. Ooh, okay, so Vorpal needs to get revived. Rocky Sports, they've slowly been inching their way in from the edge. They have 1 kill for themselves so far. For a team that is known as being the silent killers approaching the late game, Rocky Sports, they're not going to have that exact luxury. They're going to need to take a fight before the late game happens. Just because, again, how much open space so many teams are now have no other option but playing on the edge.
No option but the edge. Good lord.
Oh, mine goes down again.
Sucks. All right. PD has got just too many threats, man.
I mean, look at the map. Again, look at the map. This is so weird. Like, everyone's down in Crucify. No one's in the center of the zone. There are a couple of hills scattered to the north, but it feels like this is going to be a field finish. It's not literally a field, but it might as well be in the way that the terrain all interacts with each other. This is going to be an incredibly chaotic game. Like, look at this. Look at where even Mission Ready are. This isn't even the most flat, and yet it feels like it's so open for them. They're using vehicles as cover. This is like some 2018 PUBG strategies.
Should be out there digging a hole right now. Get underground. All right, Haven's got a good angle here. It's just like, so the problem with potentially dangerous is like they're trying to get down into Cruz. There's just no way to come off that hill, man. Every single building at every extreme corner of this city is filled. Ooh. Oh, come on. Nice shot from the Falcons. That's a big grenade right there. Never mind. I take it back. It was mediocre. But it looked really cool. Come on, kid.
Practice that throwing arm, that throwing shoulder just a touch more. Just a few more feet.
Ever since they kicked Mime off the team, their shoulders just don't look as big. Just saying.
You want to tell that to H-Win?
H-Win doesn't stop. H-Win, I will say, Jim Daly. That kid's a monster. But that's fair.
Listen, we got some of the most jacked esports players in North America. But hey, one of them, Tickleton, being knocked. Got to get revived there. Falcons, they are extending out. They're trying to get some kill points. their position might have some hard cover, but it's on the edge, and we all know how precarious that can be. Especially, it's only phase 4. Phase 5 is likely not going to include them, and they need to start clearing some space now, or at the very least, getting some kills while they can.
Look at you see him looking at that clump of players right there. He was just wishing he had a mortar or a Panzerfaust. Like, oh, it's tasty. Rello wants it. Everybody wants the feast that is Musi right there in the middle. Falcons just spent the last 2 minutes trying to get grenades on him. Let's see if this time if it works any better from AQ.
I mean, at the very least, they're destroying the vehicles.
True.
Sonny goes down, so Roth is able to find 1 knock.
Noise.
We'll see how much smoke there's left to cover the revive. But yeah, it really looks like at this point that Musi's just going to be out of it. Now, we do see phase 5. It is going to be a hardship to the Northwest. So this is good for these teams, but it's not looking good for QAD because suddenly Zako arrives with the Panzerfaust. That came out of nowhere. Dots get some revenge on the QAD, bringing it to a 2-on-2. And now Cowboy and D need to figure out what direction they want to focus on. Vehicle comes on in, nice pre-placed frag grenade. And then the spray comes through, 2 knocks down, and it's going to be a full clear by Cowboy.
Oh, he said howdy, partner, and then sent him back to lobby. That's how you frag out. Beautiful, Cowboy. Beautiful. And now Dots is dead.
Got a couple of kills there.
Yeah, but it was I can't get around. Like, that pre-nade was so hot. He knew exactly where they were driving. I mean, we all
no, I
did,
meant
but
Dots.
Still sexy. Oh, I know.
I meant Dots. Yeah, Zako got a couple of kills in the salvage run. But yeah, Furia shows up, shuts it down, and now they can use this hillside to try and put some further pressure on QAD. They got to get into the zone, though.
Yep.
This hillside is not inside the safe zone just yet. Pippa goes down, 55 are eliminated in 12th. Still quite a few steps away from placement points, but with how many teams that are fighting for the last few positions here in Crucivalle, that might come sooner than you think.
Yeah, that was a big moment for Mira. Dots and 55 going down puts them north of the 8. They are in a terrible spot, sandwiched between 4 different teams, but they're now doing it with no pressure, Cameron. Like, whatever they get from this point on is positive points for them in the race to stay above the line.
Right. Ooh, Cowboy, another Panzer in play. That one's going to miss, just a bit too shy. I think Furia veered away just enough, and now D goes down. Can Cowboy get another 1v4?
That would be a very impressive 1v4. I like that he's making evasive moves, finding himself a better spot to get charged. Uses the smokes to slow him down, but they've got a Panzerfaust in the offing. Cowboy going 1v4 against Furia with explosive powerhouses. Will Cowboy try to run for the hills?
Where can he go? I mean, there's so much cover here. The best play for Cowboy would just be try and grab a quick one and done onto Furia. Because, like, if you leave, you're going to be running out into the wilderness, out into the open. We're going to be spotted by so many other teams. But, hey, look at all these death boxes. Potentially a lot of grenades, and that could turn the tide. Oh, it sprays like that! But unfortunately, the Panzerfaust is going to be there. It is the great equalizer. And QAD go down.
That was incredible because you saw the spray start. You could see the exact moment that he saw the guy next to him with the Panzerfaust. And, like, the spray stopped halfway through and the try to escape. Excellent, beautiful, good try, D, but there was only so much a man can do. Bestia out in 10th place, and still only one team truly in the circle.
Yeah, another hard shift. That one fully to the west. Furia is still inside. Mission ready, holding the eastern ridge, eastern entrance to the zone. And still, we're looking at Team Casito holding the exit point of Cruz de Valle. 3 kills for them, but Robert's gone down. We've got Mira to the east, Tung Tung to the west.
Like, they've been the gatekeepers.
Right, but in the way that urban fights happen, usually it's just like a domino effect of, like, the 9th team in line takes out the 10th team, and the 8th team takes out the 9th, and it sort of stacks that way.
Killing the last guy of a team that just lived. Makes sense.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, on the top right, you can kind of see the fight from both angles here, as it looks like Fate going head-to-head with Mira, and Fate is eliminated. To continue the fight from earlier, Mira found them in the middle of, what is this, phase 6, and got them eliminated. Wow, good Panzer.
Was that a double Panzerfaust onto Rock by Potentially Dangerous? They were actually able to get themselves away from Cruz de Valle, back up the eastern side, taking Rock out, but still a long run for them, and just like there's a long run for Mira. Is that a C4 that I hear?
Sounds like it. No?
I heard a beep. I am hearing a beep. There's a C4 in play. Where is it at? Who's it targeting?
It's got to be in the city right here. There's the explosion.
Okay, it forced Team Casito down. Yeah, it forced Team Casito out. Mira cleans them up. Now we are into placement points.
Smart. Uses that to get the beep clears buildings better than the explosion ever will. Very, very true. So nicely goes down. The circle is starting to fill up with more players as everyone says, well, there's just not a lot of options inside, so I have to control the edge as it closes. Mira with PD between them and Maria as PD. These guys have been in survival mode since they got shut out of the rotation in Circle 2. To see them still lasting is impressive, but it's about to fall apart. You're going to get just crushed between these two teams.
Oh, Fana with a great 3x spray. Takes Tony down. H-Twin there to knock Fana. Again, remember how open this late game is. Everyone's going to have sightlines on each other. Now Fana's still going to be on that rock because getting peppered by Furia to the west. Blue's coming in. I mean, honestly, I don't blame them. It really does feel like denial is the only thing they could do at this point. They got a good number of kill points. They have 5 plus 2 more in placements.
I like this. You heal, you try to steal a kill because you got a bolty, and then you let yourself die out here in the blue.
One more.
Yep.
Wild spray. Wild spray.
Hope for the best. Hope for the best. You got him low. Oh, I got the res. Oh, that's irritating. You're like, I wanted to take my kill with me.
Oh, and it wasn't even denied. Bizzler lands a bullet at the 11th hour.
I feel like he was waiting. Watch the animation of the heal and then count it in his head.
And just look at the points on the board now. Mission Ready, one of the teams that were in the danger zone of being in the danger zone. They have a good game. It's now a 12-point gap above Mira, but now a 10-point gap below them. So unless potentially dangerous come out and do something huge, it's a good game for them. They're up to 11th. And if they get a chicken dinner here, then that'll be an extra narrative into the storyline.
Yeah.
But right now, it is just going to be a continuation of the collective point sponging at the top.
Man, is there a point? Is there a place where we get to game 3 and we just say like fair play rule?
We just call it, yeah.
Well, it's like they do it in softball. Like when your leaders get so far ahead, it doesn't make a difference anymore. Because it started. I mean, like Liquid and the guys are like they're the teams that are struggling at 7th and 6th are still so much stronger point wise than 9 and 10 that it's shocking. All right, MRIA in a good spot here. They had to fight tooth and nail to hold this off of PD.
Ooh, here comes Singleton. Here comes Falcons.
Oh.
Falcons, this is their only game plan. Look at the zone right now. Furia have full control over it. There's no way for anyone to really get an entrance there. And so they're just going to fight amongst themselves to see who's going to be going up against the final boss. But Furia is still picking up all the kills themselves. But Mission Ready, they're falling apart. 2 knocks go the way of Falcons. They're cleaning up all the kill points that they can, but you speak a bit too soon. Michael gets a knock onto Kickstart. It's not going to be quite as easy for Falcons to close this one down.
Yeah, very tough. Shunny's going to put as much work as he can. I see a car coming straight in. Is that going to be a C4 attached to it? Nope. Just Rage as H-Twin goes zooming on by, gets shot out of the car. Mission Ready is eliminated. And I think Falcons ultimately win this barely.
The fight or the game? Because
the fight.
Furia
they can't, as the 3-way fight went, Falcons won, but it won't cost, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, Mission Ready made them pay for it,
yeah.
And now Furia should have a relatively straightforward finish to this. Grenades coming on in. Tiggleton has no option but to go for the fight. A swing from Kraken. If Tiggleton got that, then maybe we could see something start to happen. But Kraken holds the ridge line. Furia get their 3rd chicken dinner of the weekend.
That's good. Good job, Furia. How many kills did Furia get for my record keeping?
11.
11, thank you. All right, so a big win by Furia. 3rd win that they come away with, Godspeed. If you happen to be muted, I'm just throwing this out there. Make sure you unmute yourself before you respond to me. That was an awesome game. And I thought Falcons, how cool is it that Falcons were that screwed over, but you still go, they might pull this off. You know what I mean? Like, it's just exciting.
I mean, that's just how the Falcons play. But again, the fact that Furia now have won 3 freaking games should put them towards, or not towards, I mean, it should put them on top of the leaderboard. But again, the consistency from Furia. My only question is, where was this in PAS?
Right? Yeah, I'm furious.
It's really the only question I have to ask.
Maybe they're just TPP specialists, Godspeed. Maybe this is where they've been putting their time and their training, and it's really starting to show. 21 points is pretty good. Is that enough to get them? Are they qualified? Let me try to remember my numbers here. Let's look at our numbers. Yeah, they should be good to go. They're living the dream at 55. So they just keep getting richer. But I guess that's good news for those of us who are watching the 8th place race. Is anytime a lot of points go to an already qualified team, that means it stays tighter at the bottom. So let's go to the overall leaderboard. Let's see how far Mira has been able to build themselves a padding, because that was, I think, the story of this one, Godspeed. Mira putting a little extra pad on that push, and they're now 10 points ahead of Dots.
Yep. There it is. They are 10 points ahead of Dots, but again, Liquid did not get many points. Bestia as well didn't get many, right? So the cutoff still kind of around that area. I'd say Liquid Mira at 44 and 38 is still reachable by teams like Dots, like 55, even potentially dangerous, right? Is it likely to happen? I'm not sure. Those teams, especially coming out in the first game, didn't come out as hot as we would have liked. You know, Dots not having the greatest game is the same with 55. Tongue, guys, come on. No, I can't give you the alley-oop like that. And they gotta have a good game, man. I'm telling you, it's in there. It's in there somewhere.
They took some fights. They made some rotations. They got like a kill, I think. That was cool. I mean, it was fun.
I realized my math was way off. I said that there was a 12-point gap between 7th and 8th. Nope, that's not how math works. It's 6. It's half that.
I didn't want.
That's all right though. Yeah, 6 points. And honestly though, I think your point is valid, especially when it comes to Toyo. It comes potentially dangerous. They could turn on, they could turn up, they could put up a 20-point game, and then the race is on. I think for me, one of the things that I'm more shocked about is the fact that Liquid is continuing to sort of just let it slide. I feel like they started a lot stronger. They looked really great. They coming off of PAS, absolutely balling out. And it's been kind of quiet the last couple of games. Like the fact that they're in a place where Mira could pass them and make them the fight for 8th is a little bit surprising to me.
I think.
Okay.
This is pure conjecture. It's quite possible that they're one of the teams that struggled the most to transition between first person and third person. We know that teams like QAD, they basically got like their whole like strategy, their practice, their reps in by balancing both. So it's fine for them. But I agree with you. There have been a couple of moments that Liquid are going for plays that like we expect them to be able to come out on top. And you can't win all of them, even if you are one of the best or not, or the best team for North America, best team in Americas. But it is a bit unconventional that they're losing as many of them as we've seen this whole weekend.
Yes, but to your point, I agree. I think that it's the perspective change that's kind of got them, again, just not performing as well as probably a lot of those fights they should win, right? I think it's just TPP for them. I know they don't really play that much TPP. I know they're not, I think it's just a perspective. They'll be fine. They'll get used to it.
I think so too. I also think like, if there has been understandably, what's the word I'm looking for? When you're like hard on someone, if there has been any things leveled at them, you know what I'm talking about. You'll know in a minute. The idea, not even tough love, say criticisms. The biggest criticism I've heard leveled at them in the last couple of months is that they're not putting as much time into training. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know. But if you are struggling, and that is true, to find the time to be scrimming sort of around real life, I can tell you the third-person scrims are not going to be your number one focus in terms of the hours that you're finding to train, right? So I do think it's also that side. When I see my big FPP dominant teams struggling in Masters, I think to myself, Liquid's looking at PGS. Like, they have to perform there to make sure that they're going to make a statement they deserve to be at the PGC, that they get the respect they want. They're mad they didn't get GPT last year. There's a lot more to it where they're saying, this is not my focus right now. It might be in the future, but at the moment, everything is about PGC going forward, and I can't begrudge them that. So maybe there is an aspect to that where some of our top teams aren't hitting the numbers that they want to because they haven't focused on it. And I think that's acceptable considering, what PGC means to everybody.
Yeah, and I would put an asterisk on that, right? Like on that team, as far as like if we're gonna kind of hound them, it's like they probably are focused on other things, right? Which is totally fine, totally fair, and I'm not gonna get much more into that. That being said, potentially dangerous should not have 20 points after 7 games.
Also,
shouldn't be a thing. I don't know what they're struggling with specifically, especially because we've seen them do really well in the cups before, right? Like Cam, you and I have casted some games in the cups as well where they've just kind of popped off. They've had really high kill games, so I'm not going to give them a slide on TPP as much as I'm willing to give like a team like Liquid a slide. So yeah, they need to step up, man. 20 points is nowhere near enough, even though they're only 18 points behind Mira. Mira at least have got their footing under them, right? They're getting more points. They're finding some success even in that last Miramar game, but PD, not so much. So let's go, boys. They got to step it up.
Yep. And, I think they got to step up. Mira did find points, but if I remember correctly, Cameron, we go back to the previous Masters and even some of the PAS stuff, Mira seemed to find a lot of their points on Miramar. I only remember that because I feel like there were a lot of jokes about Mira in Miramar. That said, though, this is where they need to find their points. This is the game where traditionally they need to go out there and put those big numbers up.
Yeah, I know I said when we looked at the map schedule that, you know, there's only so much story that we can really take away from that rotation. The one would have been Mira, more than any other team, seemed to have a clear favorite in their performance, and that's Miramar. And the fact that they didn't have gangbuster performances yesterday, the most recent round was okay by them, but when they're a team that are, you know, even if they're not looking to win this qualifier right now based on their leaderboard position, at the very least they're trying to make sure that they can stay in the top 8. They have one more Miramar chance, and if they sort of not flub this next round, but if they are still unable to really reach those highest highs, it really makes me worried on how well they're going to do into the other maps, especially Aragil, that they have historically performed quite poor by their standards on. It is the weakest map for them.
Now, I will say this, to their credit, Godspeed, they got super ambushed, right? Like that camp out by Fate on Miro was brutal. It took forever to execute. I don't think that's something that you're prepared for necessarily. And so Mira surviving and going as deep as they did, I think is a good salvage. It's just, it's only 12 games, right? So like, it sucks.
Yeah, but then like we can talk about that game and give them some sort of a pass, but then what about the other 6 games, right? Like that's the other issue is what about the other 6 games? The fact that they haven't always run into a trap set by Fate, for instance, right? Some of their rotations have just been cut off because they were bad rotations, or they made them late, or they just happened to lose people early, or they're just losing gunfights. Again, things that at least at the start of a series, they tend to not miss on, right? Like they come in hot, as Cameron said, in every series almost. It's been very rare actually that Mira haven't popped off, and so this one's that's why we're kind of scratching our heads. That being said, they're still in 8th place. They obviously had a pretty decent game last one, regardless of the circumstances of being ambushed. I think they'll be able to, at least to Cameron's point, I hope that they'll be able to close out Miramar strong, especially because they do have their best performances on this map.
So I will say this, only to continue the conversation we had earlier, I did look up the stuff while we were casting. Mira did not qualify for PGC through, obviously, PGS performance. They are currently in 9th in the Americas at 90 combined points for the trip to PGC. Falcons obviously gets through, but they're behind Bestia and 55 Esports on the waiting list, which we're talking outside 6% chance they get the call up. So that I do think that is something worth noting, that like Mira, when they went to PAS, was a team that was on a bid run to go to PGC. Mira is now a team that is not playing anything after this until next year. So I do think that can affect the mental or the style a little bit, right? That is rough.
Yeah, but okay, the reason why I don't think it's going to be that as impactful as you're saying is because they didn't even play in the original PAS. They only got points from, I say original, the spring PAS. They only got points from 6. And they didn't have, I don't think they got any from 5 unless they got completely.
55. They got 55 points from 5.
Okay, so they did play in 5. I don't know why I thought they were, okay, so I'm mistaken. But they're still a starting team. I think trying to go for PGC would have been a bit outside of the expectations anyway. Their real Cinderella run didn't happen until the Players Tour started.
Yeah, and then we did see their sort of emergence within the Players Tour. So maybe that is to speak value. Maybe it is a team where it's like, Mira, you guys seem to peak or flourish in TPP, which is crazy to me, but they flourished here. But and a byproduct of that was performance well in PAS and other things. And so maybe maybe they're going to be a Masters team going forward, though their performance here this weekend is not what we've been seeing from them in TPP. And I think that's why I'm so mad, Godspeed, is like, I was told I believed in Mira as my TPP Miramar monster, and they just have not given me any of that this weekend.
I blame Cameron. He's the one that hyped them up this whole time. So if anything, it's Cameron's fault.
Whoa, I blame.
I like that. I like that.
Listen. The narrative game of Telephone did not start with me. It started with Gibson and Chunks. So
okay. So blame the Euros. Got it.
Yes. No, I'm blaming Cameron for Mira, and I'm blaming Gibson for 55. These are easy blames.
Ooh, I like that. Spread it out a bit.
I'll take that deal.
Whoa, Kevin, you're not getting out of this.
Listen, I take that. You can blame me for Liquid at 5. Like when you call a team great and they tank, you got to live with that. You got to live with it. Not that you called them.
Yeah,
great,
of course. I mean, I will call them great. I think they are great. Are they currently in 7th place? Yes, but
But that could change. 7th is such a win.
That could
in this
change
lobby.
very quickly.
Talking about the circle, Gosby, before I let you leave, it's very similar to
Sure,
last
love to.
time. Do you think anyone's
is.
going to change it up? Like, talk to me about sort of the mental approach to this circle.
Well, I mean, even just looking at the start of this, right? We do have dots in the same position. Now they are splitting, though. They are back, and the plane was backwards, right? So this time, plane is going from south to north. Some of those teams opted, like for instance, Tung Tung is in center, so it is different as far as the teams currently occupying the circle. Plus, it is a bit more southern, I believe, than it was last game. So, very similar, just a touch. But I could see a lot of teams that are currently in, like Bestia and Furia, just kind of making the inroads to where they ended, similar to where they were last game, and then other teams just trying to maybe, depending on the success they found, either do the same rotation and try to make it in towards center, or just even opt to play edge this time around because last game was such a farce, so to speak, for some of the teams that went out early.
That is a farce. Do you think that has an impact, Cameron? Like, if your last game was a farce, do you change the strategy? Like, because it didn't go well, or is this something where you should stick to the same one back to back? Like, should Mira still follow the same rotation after the camp last time around?
Well, I mean, no, because they're not in Puerto Rico.
It was a theoretical situation.
Right. No, that wasn't me calling you out. That was just me giving an example of how, even if it does look very similar to the previous game, already in the first minute we see so many different context elements being flipped in that it's not going to be a mirror repeat at all. It's like in other games that you play maybe similar characters a couple of rounds in a row, or similar maps a couple of rounds in a row. That doesn't make it the same game. That's only just like the initial piece of the context.
To kind of bounce off Cameron here, I think the real adjustment that's made, especially in similar circles like this, regardless of how well you did in the last game, is timings, right? Because you have a better understanding of the timings of the specific circle you're playing. Like, okay, hey, we played the circle last time, and we ran into, Fate here, for instance, because we rotated it this time. Maybe we rotate a little earlier, or maybe we waited out, rotate a little later. That's what playing a similar circle like this can do, especially if you are one of the teams that didn't get it in the pop, like we saw again, for instance, Tung Tung in the last game being dead center. So that would be the biggest difference in the adjustments made.
I just saw something interesting. Capitan drove past Tung Tung, and neither of them shot at each other. Is there?
Right.
I feel like we see it so often. It felt like they both were like, all right, if you shoot, I'm shooting. If you don't, we're just going to keep dealing with this rotation.
That happens. That's why you hear the honk sometimes. Like, you just hear the honk, like when they drive by, like, it's not worth it. You know?
I got shit to do. Could we agree not to mess with each other?
I got places to be, rotations to hit. I don't have the time to sit here and mess with your BS. Yeah, that's basically what happens.
Yeah. It's like a cowboy standoff, you know? Like, I won't draw if you don't draw. Like, let's both get out of here safe. But Liquid, they had a similar situation. They drove by Fate, but unlike Mira, this time Fate, they weren't prepared for a camp, and so we saw them also avoid taking shots, even if they were behind cover. They just didn't want to start a fight because they had their goals of getting into the zone. But now that Liquid are in the zone, they see Team Casito. They're going to take that kill the second they have an opportunity to.
And Team Casito has no interest in being involved in this in any way, shape, or form. They are just going to melt out of this as fast as possible. So off they go. Liquid going to be very happy as they now... pushing Casito off of there, they hold a pretty decent spot with a high percentage of the next 3 circles. So I think that ridge is going to be really good for Liquid. That was a good take. I think Casito got there a little too early and without enough people. Well, let's back up on the north split. Looking good again. If we're talking about teams that are on the hunt, Cameron, we're looking at Mira. We're looking at Dots. Dots in a good spot. How's Mira looking for this round?
Mira, they're rotating in from the west. They're coming in on the edge. They're going to be coming in around water treatment. I think this is going to be a much better approach. Not only are they not going to get caught out by a bridge camp, there are more elements of terrain on the west. They can really see them in their element, which is playing aggressive from the edge. Now, one thing that we should say when it comes to looking at Mira's performance is that, go back, I could be mistaken on this one, but I do think that this lobby does have more top teams than other Masters and Super Cups before. So this might be one of the hardest lobbies that Mira are in, and they're not necessarily going to have the same opportunities to feast on what we, sometimes call weaker opposition.
I see where you're coming from. I do. It's a tough lobby, and I think the other problem is the weaker opposition has been playing, not passive is the word I'm looking for, but they're not like going in and feeding fights. They're just trying to make these smart outside rotations. I feel like you're not feeding on them so much as occasionally getting lucky to run into them. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I think it's harder to track them as well in terms of finding ways to get points off the teams that you think you can take in a fight.
Yeah. Now, I will say, I don't think teams like Mira or Furia, for that matter, who play a similar playstyle, I don't think they consider who's in front of them. They just look at the opportunity and say, hey, I can land this shot. I'm just better. And that's really how you need to approach a game if you think that you're going to be the best, because you can't like pick and choose on like, oh, who's bigger than you, who's smaller than you.
That makes sense. You just got to kind of wing it, and I guess if you see the kill feed, you go respond. All right, let's give me an update on Bestia right now. They are also a team that has not been putting up as much points as they'd like. Are they in a pretty good spot for this map?
Yeah, they're in the center, and they have a nice little split. Now, we've seen splits get abused before, right? But this time around, in Phase 1, as long as they know to consolidate early, I think it's going to be very effective. And these positions that you see some of these members in, like DraftKings especially as an example, are not ones that teams will contest for early. Those are usually Plan B, Plan C positions when we're looking at Phase 4, Phase 5, Phase 6. So I think as far as the starting position, this could be a good spot for them, and it gives them options. It really just comes down to, as it always is in PUBG, at the end of the day, this is a very straightforward game. You just have to win your fights.
Just got
just click heads.
Just click heads. That's what they used to say.
Just
all
click
the time.
heads.
What's your plan? One of the reasons I don't talk to players as much as I used to, I'd be like, "What's your plan for this event?" They'd be like, "Just click heads." Oh, thanks, guys.
Dude, I got over asking teams what their win condition was, and I admit,
yeah,
it's possible that they didn't quite understand. As we see a couple of a nice couple out for an evening bike ride.
It's nice.
Nice weather.
They should have tandem bikes.
Yeah, they should not.
Dude,
can the player in the back shoot,
bro.
like use an AR?
Yes, you can. Can you imagine? Port would refuse to drive, so it'd be him on the back of your bike and Nomi on the back of mine. We'd have so much fun. Oh, Mula got I thought they were getting pushed by Falcons. Never mind.
Okay,
I'll tell you what. Okay, go ahead. You go yours.
I was going to say, we saw Phase 2. There was only one kill that happened in Phase 1. These teams are taking this seriously. This is the second half of the qualifier, right? Match 8 is starting now. Phase 2, medium shift towards the east. The El Azahar Trench is in play. Liquid's position I believe that's a position they stole from Team Casito, but they're in a good spot regardless of how they got there. Casito also looked good. There are a couple of teams coming in from the west that they're going to have to contend for this, but a couple of nice little more high ground positions, unlike the previous game, which was very quickly became all Cruz de Valle or all kind of hilly field.
Shout out to the Obs. Not only was it a beautiful shot that gave us a little bit of a sense of the area, but most importantly, just proved that they are on bikes on purpose.
Well, I do think that if there is any vehicle that you would stay on a pedal bike for over, it would be the buggy.
I disagree. I mean, it sucks, but still, find a better car.
Ooh.
To get you there faster.
Wait a second. Who's crashing who? I don't know who was here first. But Tony's down. Gabiu's down very low. Table tried to take the angle, but Shrimzy... Oh, no, they can't even get the confirm onto Tony. Shrimzy goes down to 55. I believe this is Falcons crashing into potentially dangerous.
It is.
And they're just getting torn apart from other teams coming up from the high ground. Molly Birds, Gabriel. Falcons still have the opportunity for a couple of revives, but they have to drop the smokes to stay alive.
That bike was so clutch. They tried to stack up and enter the smoke. Oh, kick goes in. He's blind spraying. He gets the knock. That's huge. Goes up to the high ground. Angleton is flush. Shrimzy's down. Good spray by H-Win. Finishes the job. PD sent back to lobby, and the recovery phase picks up in earnest. That bike, though, cost them at least one life, for sure.
Shane, eyes off the map. Come on, eyes on the road, off the map.
Shane.
Like, that's like the biggest piece of like terrain block. Okay, now they are on the pedal bikes for a reason.
I told
you do not skip over that vehicle.
Dude, they're stealth hunting, bro. This is the fun one.
Bikes aren't even that quiet is the thing.
They are quiet. You take that back.
No,
right
they're
now.
more quiet, but they're not that quiet.
They're pretty quiet. If you can roll up on people who aren't paying attention. Not that that's what they're going for. I think they're just having a good time. I think that they accidentally have performed better than they hoped to. They're like, guys, I have to work next weekend. Get the bikes.
So, Rocky Sports now.
Smoke. Yeah.
Seems that they ran into some trouble coming close to Furia, which honestly, I'd tuck my tail in and leave. Mm-hmm. Like, you know how I said that most top teams don't worry about who's in front of them. It's all about the setup and the opportunity. I'm not most teams. I would run away from Furia even if I did have the advantageous position.
I mean, it's Furia, especially as a team that, like, they've got 3 wins, but their micro has been phenomenal. They haven't made in my opinion, some of the best big time decisions in terms of rotation and early mid game, but they are still just some of the best team fight late gamers in the industry. So yeah, I think you're right. I think that's one where I'm like, oh, did I just see a Gazelle? No, I'm good. I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, with those 3 chicken dinners, Falcons are still in first, and a large part becomes outside of those wins, Furia don't get that many placement points or kills. It's very hot and cold, very gambly in their play style. Not to say that the strategy is gambly, but just the points that they get is either all or nothing.
Yep. Well, they are. It's like when that fight breaks out, all 4 of them are going to go ham, and it's either win or lose. So I respect it. It's just it reminds me of the old gas can system. It's enjoyable. All right, Snakers making it here. MRIA is pretty comfortably in 4th, 52 points. It would be almost impossible for them to throw this. So again, when you guys are watching at home, you see those top 4 teams kind of buzzing around looking for trouble. That's because they don't have anything to lose at this point. Top 8 teams qualify.
Yeah. We've lost 1 team so far. Outside of that, we've lost 2 people. And this circle, it's only getting smaller. Duh. John Madden type statement there. But, like, the fact that there's still 58 players alive and the trench is still in play, if you look at the map, things are gonna get very, very tight. And so I'm looking at teams like Liquid, like now Falcons, who are holding center spots to be able to start really wiping out teams like Toyo that are still driving around, still trying to find places to hang out in. They're running directly into Musi. Couple of good shots landed by Emmy there, but don't get the knock yet.
That's the thing about PUBG. The circles are always going to get smaller.
Listen, what you have to understand.
If you hit your shots, you get your knocks.
Keep it simple, stupid.
The man was a master.
Loki. Oh, Loki. Got it. Got it in the end. That's all that matters.
Tongue versus fate. That's what I'm waiting for. Go, boys, go. This is a fight. Come on. Fight him.
They might be looking to leave.
Yeah,
this is such a very precarious position for Fate, though. So I don't know why Tung Sahur would look to be backing away unless they're just really, really threatened by a team coming in from the south, which Mission Ready are rotating into a threatening position. Looks like they're just going to take the hard cover on the low ground here. This is a risk, though. That's also a risk.
You bit your own tongue. That's hurtful. Down inside, down in the warehouse. I like to go for the hard cover. They're not going to mess with it. They're just going to go to the middle and hope that that's a terrible choice. They're gonna
but it's on that's the thing. That's the thing. It's on the edge. It's likely to not even be in phase 4. And then where do you send afterwards? Unless you want to go and crash Falcons, you got to then build up speed to crash one of the 2 high grounds. Fox, eyes on the road.
Nah, man. That's how he turns. That's how you turn it buggy fast. Just clip the wheel. Clip the wheel. Yeah, that's a tough spot, man. That's like... Matt likes to call it the Death Star Trench, right? But that's like being one of those turrets right before the Proton Torpedo Bay, where it's like, you're not going to do much. You're there. You might shoot at some people. You're going to get roasted at some point. They're gonna be the wedge of this group.
Watch them get the hard shift.
Sorry,
now that we're talking about how bad that position is. Okay, good.
Go.
I jinxed it. I anti-jinxed it there. Bestia now with a really good spot in the center, but I'm also looking at Liquid again to be able to perform on their edge compound. Still a lot of kills available to be picked on up. And now there are a lot of teams outside of the zone. They were able to sort of leapfrog in slowly but surely. They played nice with each other so far. That cannot continue going into phase 4.
Yep, 100%. This is where the bodies will start to hit the floor. So Johnning Pool, get ready because it is about to go off. MRIA going to be the first ones to come through. They pass through the valley. Capitan is waiting. Decides he is probably going to open up here in just a second. No? He's going to let him on go?
Just a second. Any second,
man. I can't believe they got through this without being tagged. Well done. MRIA makes the transition. Uncontested. And looks like they're going to be walking away with the center spot.
Okay. They find a shack. I thought that they might be going all the way to Bestia, but they might have considered it. But they find the shack, but it doesn't matter. The mortars were lined up and prepared for this. Cover comes down.
They preset that mortar. Was it Liquid that's shooting them?
It was Bestia that got that mortar.
There it is.
And now another one follows up.
They knew. This is genius. So they knew their compound was prio. Anyone who tried to push it would pivot back to the shack, and so they preset mortars on the shack. Genius. Meanwhile, Rock Esports runs up against Musi and is going to go ahead and just delete them. It is what it is. That's a tough push to defend against as Rock pushes in here.
Really good hold. BZ finishes them all up. It's a full annihilation. Fantastico getting 3 of them. And now Rybo sends a couple of shots towards the approaching Tongue.
So for what it's worth, they did that push with 2. They left BL and Solds off to cover other people, and they made a 2v4 push to take that spot. It's pretty cool.
Oh no. Okay, a couple of shots. Who's that coming from? Who's trying to tag Toyo up? Well, Capitan finds Firefighter. That's the first knocked in, but here comes Team Casino. They're going to be driving through the smoke looking for a run over kill. Looking for a few. No, Brand just gets shut down instantly. He was able to pick up one of those knocked players for a kill, but the rest of Fate are still falling apart. Capitan even rushes forward to not give Casino an option, a chance for any of those kill points.
You know, I love that Toyo was pushing to make those plays. They heard Casino drive in, and they stopped their push for a second, let Casino crash, and then filed in to get the cleanup. Very, very clean. Meanwhile, Mira also smells blood in the water, and the feeding frenzy has begun.
Here they come. More members of Casino are still out in the blue. We're still looking at Robert to see what they can salvage. But Mira in the north is likely going to be looking at this as an opportunity to pick up a bunch of kills here. They're already rotating down, but look at Liquid also rotating around to them. Shift favors the east, hard shift southeast, so this gives a little bit of extra freedom in terms of timing, in terms of movement, for teams like Toyo to be able to make it into the zone. As we see in the kill feed, QAD do get a kill onto Dots, but that's on the opposite side of the map. Casino get eliminated. Robert's not able to escape the blue with the arrival of Mira, cutting off that northern access point.
Rebo. Oh, no, that's the worst. You put all that work in, and they die to the blue. Cold. Shane!
Shane? One grenade onto Tongue.
Shane goes boom, and Godspeed's heroes get nuked by the trolls.
Oh no, still goes down to draft game, but we're going to focus on Toyo now, defending the push from Mira, and Mira are falling apart. Liquid are continuing to put the pressure on them from the north, but they're getting peppered themselves. QAD are expanding out from the northern side ever since they got that kill or two onto Dots. They have so much more freedom to play with, and they need to make their way this direction anyway, so might as well get a couple of kills on Liquid while they're at it.
Save each other, boys. Oh, that's a car. Mira looked like they were thinking about doing the drive-thru, took a couple tags and just went off on their way. Already smoking and crashing at the same time as D. D says no thank you and goes back.
Yeah, Sparky's able to pick those two up.
Good job,
Unfortunate timing for Mira. Good idea. Trying to swing through Liquid when they were distracted trying to go for the revives was the correct play. Because Liquid still aren't even in the zone. They have to get away from the blue. It's closing in phase 5 hurts.
Yep, they are. Pretty, I think, is going to be able to get them a decent little spot here on the ridgeline. Meanwhile, Capitan has been playing high ground like crazy. Tung, who went into the trench earlier, is now feeling the true pain of what happens in the trench. Easy flush. Toyo still from the high ground. The rest of Tung has to come down the hill. They're in the blue currently.
Don't know where that deployable cover came from, but I think that might have ruined one of those vehicles. And now Tung's pushed from the south, making their way back towards the north has started, but that vehicle's about to blow. They can't get out. It's still too fast, and they get, torn to shreds. They go out in 11th place.
No tires, no brakes, no hope. Out.
Furia. They're struggling to get in. They're coming in very late. They still have Posa out in the blue.
Nice.
But Rocky Sports just giving them one big fat no on entering phase 5.
The problem is they played chicken. Both Rock and Furia was waiting for the other one to give up and leave Circle 5 first because the blue hurts so much here. And so Rock just waited longer. Furia sent out their first 2, got knocked, and then Rock smartly just leaves. They go, we don't have to, we're going to take this chance to leapfrog you guys. Nice knock.
He's up right now.
Fantastic.
No.
Going to make
BL?
some good plays. Yeah, well.
Okay, BL should be able to get revived.
Is he? Yeah, they're inside the circle. They'll be fine.
And inside Shack. But the next phase still favors Bestia. I don't know how many kills they were able to get. I don't think it was that high. They have a few.
You know,
really using their rooftops to their advantage.
Well, we had talked about Bestia right before this one and said that they needed to put up some good numbers to make a big play. To secure that position. They don't want to slide. This is a big chance for them to make sure they are not in the cusp at the 8 cutoff.
Falcons arriving, but Rock's going to pick a few more up. Good shots on a kick, down to 1 HP. One more is all that it'll take, but Kick gets out in time, and RBN is going to take the opportunity to ruin those tires. Another vehicle goes up, though. And yeah, Bestia, they're getting a couple of kills under 55. So they are picking up points. They are trying to be as efficient as possible with their position.
It's like a bad breakup. Sure, Kickstart, you can move into that house, but I'm slashing your tires. Done and dusted. Toyo still going. Good for them. They're going to go ahead and make a nice move. Alo goes down after taking Emmy, so a nice little trade there. Ribo trying to push up. MRIA here as well, as it's a three-way fight to try to manage this shack.
I mean, listen, Toyo have 11 kills right now. This is a team that we weren't really talking about having a chance to break into the top 8. But after this performance, get a couple more placement points, and God forbid if they get the chicken dinner, now they will be cooking. Suddenly it will be another horse entering that top 8 race. We'll see how much more they can do, however. The story is not set yet. Mission Ready are still there. QAD are still there, blocking their way.
I want more horses. Come on, Toyo. All right, Kickstar's still in a hold position. You can see a little bit of creeping around here in the smoke, hoping to last. Rock watching from a distance, though. Toyo still trying to find points, spraying everybody, but they're outside the circle now. It's going to be a really tough transition for them. All right, Kick can't last much longer. Okay.
No, can't. Yeah, going to go down. Now we've entered placement points. And Toyo, they just can't break through QAD. And Bestia's putting a lot of pressure on Alcatsia, though. It's not like Alcatsia are running away with this one yet. Bestia even decided to flex out of their compound, of their position, to pick up more and more kills. This does give an opportunity for Posa to sneak in from behind them. We'll see if that becomes a factor later on. We also have a couple of other solos, specifically from Mission Ready. I believe that's Michael still up. Once again, usually the last player left standing from Mission Ready is usually good for 1 or 2 as a solo. We'll see what they can do this time.
Whew. It's going to be a little bit... Well, Toyo's got to take this fight with QAD, right? If they clear QAD, they're in a decent spot to play out the second half. Or do you just give it to them and play south? I don't know.
Ooh, good spray, but instantly traded, not by QAD, but Flood with the angle onto that position. Toyo can get the revive, but they're running out of time. The blue is going to start closing soon, and in fact, they're even still focused on trying to clear QAD out. That grenade could be good. It goes around the rock, but Capitan's spray should be enough to eliminate Roth from the server.
All right, so Bestia is collapsing on QAD from the north. Rock has rotated to the south and is now stealing kills as well, as they have taken the south ridge. So Rock's in a really good spot. You're going to see him on the kill feed as they start to show up here with good vision of a lot of the map. QAD firing back at them, trying to hold their heads low. Toyo has still not managed to take the circle, and in fact been so slow. Rock is pushed up on Benha. Benha defends, though. Gets the flush on Solds. But he's outside the blue, Cameron. You just got to hope there's no way to push here with Rock staring at you.
Yeah. I mean, no one can enter. Oh no, wait, the whole vehicle said! They missed the run over, and now RBN gets the knock on Arrivo. Vinny's getting shot up by QAD. We'll still wait to see who even gets the top 4, and while Toyo is looking to run away with things, Rock Esports are also getting a killing spree, taking out members of Toyo to do it.
Rock came over here, and now they're going to just play this game against Toyo for the south side of the ridge. It's huge. They're actually protected. As long as Toyo doesn't come up over the top, they can fight 2v2. Anchor in RBN is going to be a really nice position for Rock to try to play this, but they cannot get knocked here. They're pushing a 2-1 Anchor situation, so they have to make sure they take Emmy without an exchange. Bestia has locked up the entire north side. QAD is just going to wait to see how this fight goes.
15 kills for Toyo.
Huge.
Absolute fantastic game. Doesn't look like Emmy's going to have much of a chance to get into the top 4. Unless Posa's spotted, Emmy will be the next player on the chopping block with the BZs. And Rock Esports on the push with the stuns behind them. Yeah, Toyo gets eliminated. Still, what a great run. Now suddenly they've overtaken Dots. They're currently in 9th place.
Huge push for them at 35, very, very close to Mira. Liquid still not out of the woods just yet, up at the top of the hill. Bestia wants to try to, if they can walk away with this win, they're secured. So this is a big opportunity for them to make sure that there's nothing that they can do to throw the rest of the day. The same goes for QAD. Both these teams sitting at that 58 mark, so a win for them would make them feel very, very comfortable. Also, Rock and Furia in it. All 4 of our teams that are alive are in the top 5, right? So it's a rich get richer, which is good news for everyone at the 8th place cutoff. Is it's still close to 8th.
Flood Should know the post is there. Yeah, trying to spot him out.
With the VSS.
The Sun to jump out, taking the VSS, going for Nope. Wait, calling backup. Don't want to throw this one.
Flash
Making sure to play this smart. Mime's going to anchor, make sure they don't get pushed by QAD while the rest of the team is currently not distracted, but focused on taking Posta down. Good teamwork, multiple stuns used. Now they can pick up a couple more resources from that death box. Rock Esports are looking to try and see if there are any opportunities given by those shots they heard, but nope, status quo maintains.
That was a really nice push by Bestia to hold that, stop Flood from making the play. He held the off angle in case he ran. The double push for the peak, like that was very cleanly executed and showed patience, which Bestia has not always shown me in the past. So I really enjoyed seeing that. QAD up on the back of this hill. Bestia looks like they might finally try to take the fight to them. Rock is going to just wait this one out. They've got that southern ridge line. They're going to just be there to peek if anybody makes a mistake.
Mollies go out. Yep, these two have to burn. QAD on the cross, but Cowboy, nice covering fire. Supporting the transition in by the rest of QAD.
Come on, you gotta
goes
push.
out. Frag grenades go out. D goes down. And now Bestia, they're looking to push off of that knock. They have the man advantage, and they need to go fast before Rock can backfill them. But Rock are stealing the kills regardless. They're not letting Bestia clean up these kill points themselves. Yep. QAD are down to one member. Now things have slowed down once again on the side of Bestia.
So QAD knew they were in a tough spot. They had to try to push Bestia because they were going to get backshot by Rock, which is what happened. There was no cover as Bestia pushes here. So Bestia will be able to get QAD out. It was kind of an inevitability that was most likely going to happen with the way they were sandwiched. And now it comes down to a good 3v4 across the middle with almost no cover. Now, this circle's going to shut down. Dot goes to a dead center spot. BL is in a decent position and gets to be last to move, but I do believe that Rock is going to get pushed out of this ridge cover before Bestia is forced. Wait.
Oh!
I thought they had the Dorito already. That's huge.
Great spray!
Huge.
And then BL follows up with a second! Are they going for a deny? This late? I mean, the Blues coming in, the timing's off with two down suddenly. The tables have been turned against them, and they are just going to deny these points.
Yep.
They're not going to let Rock get any of these, but it doesn't matter. These teams are basically all confirmed in the top 8. It's more just a big middle finger to them as Rock Esports gets the next chicken dinner. Yeah, with 16 kills while they're at it.
These guys really rock. 16 kills for the Big Birds. They walk away with a huge victory. Welcome back, Godspeed. That was awesome.
Hey, thanks. It's good to be back. Rock did get 16 kills. They did get the win, but it's not about Rock because Toyo had 15 kills in that last game. Now they didn't win. In fact, they didn't even get up to 8th place. But what they did do is put themselves within striking distance of that top 8 spot, Steve.
How many players drop into the lobby? 64? 31 of those kills went to the 2 teams at the top. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, when you put it that way.
They killed half these 2 teams killed half the lobby in their quest to guarantee that they go on to fight EMEA next week. Now, we are going to be moving on to Tego in our next game, and then we'll take a short break and come back for the final 3. But so far, it has been a pretty fascinating race. Rock and Toyo both walk away with massive kill totals, but it does show you just how important getting that victory comes along with it. Bestia also pulling a 10.
Yeah.
Those three teams
basically just killed Holly.
I'm like trying to find the rest of the kills. There's nothing else out there. That is absolutely wild. What a game.
You get a credit, I guess, 5 kills to Falcons and a handful here or there for Liquid, and I can see it. But yeah, it was Rock, Toyo, and Bestia just farming the lobby, it seemed like. But again, that's really good news for Toyo when we look at the overall leaderboards. Again, for Rock, it's just more of a win-more situation. I'm not going to say who cares, but they're just so solidified. They're so safe that, you know, it's great. The good thing for Rock as well is it's good practice, right? Going into next week, it's still a very important thing for them to get these performances, get the big kill wins, and feel the confidence going into what is going to be a very tough Masters finals.
Absolutely. And I do think that to me has been one of the cool things that I saw. So Bestia with that deny Cameron at the end and the way that they were playing that, they are essentially qualified, but the fact that they denied that tells me that they are taking this event as a training ground for what they're up against next, right? The fact that they're making these denies and they're still playing very careful, that to me is awesome, because that's what I want to see. Is I want you prepping for where you're headed with your head in the game, and that was pretty exciting to see some of these top teams making good choices, Cam.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that some viewers might be a little bored at the conversation around TPP versus FPP, the differences, and the fact that these teams kind of transition back and forth. But for teams like Rock, they just came off of PAS. They want to perform well here because I believe they qualified for PGC, but they're not going to the PGSs. For them, they need to use this as a transition. And because while we don't want to overemphasize the difference between TPP and FPP, it is still PUBG at the end of the day. There are enough differences that, to your point, Steve, about using this as practice, it is definitely a good idea. We touched on it briefly when we talked about Liquid and us hypothesizing on why they might be underperforming to the expectations there. We do see the overall leaderboard here. Rock in first place now. That's great. But I want to put my attention back again on that 8th place cutoff. Liquid aren't in the danger zone yet. They've got enough points. It really is still going to be certainly a 2-horse race, Mira and Toyo. And I want to include Dots in 55 and even potentially Dangerous, though that's a bit of a stretch.
You can because but one big game. One big game.
You can, and that's very true, but I like we were just talking about them. We go into that game and immediately I think it was Falcons crashing them, right? It was Falcons crashing PD. And it was a good fight. It's not like PD got rolled over, but yeah, at the end of the day they got wiped. So they got, I think, 1 point. Which they need many more. We're talking about qualifying because again, I don't think Mira's gonna have too many hang-up games where they get 0 points like that. So
I mean,
that's just
true.
That's just unlucky, maybe.
True.
That Falcons is your first crash, but yeah.
But also, Miramar's over. Mira just lost their 2 best maps without very much to show for it, right?
True.
And so when I look at that and I see, yes, potentially Dangerous is a bit of a stretch. That said, I think they're moving towards their better maps here in the mid game. And more importantly, Mira has just lagged a little bit. So the fact that Toyo, Dots, 55, and then maybe potentially is still chasing them is an insane amount of teams for you to have to beat off with a stick for the next 4 games, because that's essentially what Mira's doing, right? It's like they're playing defense against an overwhelming amount of force who's all trying to steal as much as they can. And I don't envy that, Cameron, having to deal with the headspace of knowing that like you're in this pocket of 4 teams who are all one middle tier game from taking that spot is stressful, because it's like, even if you're doing well and avoiding fights, if they go up in the kill feed, you're like, oh god, now what does that even mean for us?
Yeah, exactly. And as you know, we've said before, we all know that the final rounds, no matter what map they're on, but especially if they're on Erangel, the final rounds are some of the most chaotic, the hardest to not control, because it's a battle royale, right? You can't control a single round within that until it gets to the late game. But it's just like, it's almost virtually unreadable at certain times, unpredictable on where you can even expect to have the highest chance of finding points. So for Mira, even if we're now moved past their best maps, all these teams, all 5 of them that we're really focusing on for this 8th place position, really are gonna want to put themselves very comfortable post Rondo. We don't want to have to rely on Erangel.
Now, I'll give you guys a few updates. While this is Masters West, so it does not feed into PGC or PGS or any of the other ecosystem in terms of the pro games, I do think the fact this is the last chance to train before PGC is relevant. So I will also just give you this update on Bestia. So Bestia, in case you guys are curious, is not qualified for PGS. However, they are 1 position out of PGC through PAS points. So that means that if one of the teams going to PGS performs well and gets a bid through that, Bestia will go to PGC. So Bestia is sort of in the off position waiting, right? They're that 1 team waiting. You don't think so, Cameron?
Yeah.
No, there's a chance. They just need
There's a chance, but the fact is, Falcons are already basically qualified to PGC through PGS points, which is good because they're not qualified through PAS points. But because every other team didn't make it to both. Like, there's not a single... Like, it's like we're sending entirely new rosters both times outside of Falcons GCG. I think it's going to be even more difficult than in previous years for us to get more teams into the top 8 of the global qualification
because Liquid missed the first PGS, so that's going to set them behind in terms of earn. Mission Ready International Alliance wasn't the... Sorry, Bestia.
Like
I'm glad you're training, though.
Okay.
No, but like it's possible. Listen, we know how good Liquid are. If they win both or get like second in both, then maybe I actually don't even know how the numbers really work out in that context. So it's possible, but like it's not looking probable.
Well, okay, you're right. It is not probable. The best bet is Furia going and winning. So,
Yeah.
good luck, Bestia. Best of luck. Bestia, to luck to you. I mean, if Furia plays like they did in the last game, maybe. I just don't. Is there a world where Furia finds a coach and like fixes their macro before PGS? Because it feels like that's what I'm seeing.
Furia's not going to PGS either. Am I having a stroke here?
Oh my gosh, you're right.
No, that's okay. All of our brains are broken by PAS. I'm telling you guys, this is why I was messed up. It's because it's all three.
You're right.
It got totally flipped.
That's fair. Yeah, I was looking at qualifications.
Helped. I'm just sitting here.
No, I don't blame you for being confused, Steve, because like how good Furia were at the beginning of the year. Surely they qualified, right? Just as we were shocked that Liquid didn't make it in the first set.
Jeez.
This region is insane. That's why these events are always so exciting.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with the math here. And you're right, I forgot that. It's just been swapping around so much. I think it's fascinating. So Bestia is in a world where the chances of qualifying are essentially, will Al Qudsiya go out or MRIA and win a PGS? I think that's their... So when we talk about win scenario, that's it, Cameron. They've got to go out there. They need one of these two teams to win and get like a 5th place for the other one, which is theoretically doable.
Yeah, no, Liquid absolutely could win. Qudsiya have a bit of an outside chance. I think Mission Ready are probably the least likely of the new 3 contenders to win a global.
That's true. What were you saying, Godspeed?
I actually don't remember what my
you were saying you were reminding us that Liquid is in this tournament though, and if there is a team that could pull out a win, it's Liquid.
No, I remember. I was gonna say like, but you, regardless of whatever the chances are, whether it's 5%, 20%, right? Like you never want to be in this position, and that is because again, Bestia failed to qualify for certain events throughout the year. Same thing with Furia, right? Again, not going to the next PGS. This is what happens. This is why these regionals, these online events are so damn important, because they lead to the big tournaments, they lead to the PGCs, they lead to the PGSs, the EWCs, right? And so that's why we put so much emphasis on making sure like these teams take these events seriously, even that they are online, because quite frankly, we've been playing online at this point for what, like 5 years, like realistically. We had the first couple of years, we had a lot more LANs, we had the MPLs, right? But like since COVID, it's been nothing but online with the advent of, until last couple of years, more lands, right, with the PGS system. So they should be playing better in these. I don't know. It's just seeing those teams have to wait and hope for happenstance that this team does this and this does this. I know that because I've been in that situation. It sucks. It's never where you want to be. It's just never where you want to be.
I'm just going to do this because I feel like I may have confused everyone, and I want to very much clarify. The 3 teams going to PGS from Americas plus the Falcons is Liquid, MRIA, and Al Qudsiya. Teams that are qualified for PGC through the PAS system are Liquid, Furia, MRIA, Al Qudsiya, and Rock Esports. Falcons will auto-qualify through PGS, which means Bestia and 55 are the outside prospects of getting through should a team like Team Liquid win. That is your update. That is correct. I Googled it to make sure, and hopefully I didn't confuse you too much earlier. All right.
It's hard to track. And listen, I will say this.
It's nuts.
The EMEA never shut up about how the fact that they had so much variability in their regional events, that meant that they were the better region. Now we can say the same thing. Because, listen, we're sending different teams each time. That means we're all so good, right?
And they argue they deserve the extra
that
spots.
precedent.
But look at us. We're like, look at these teams. These are good teams. I think every region is strengthening. I think the convergence of the regions, the combining of certain areas has made the entire system stronger. And I'm excited to see what PGC looks like this year. Gentlemen, I'm going to turn it over to you. I smell action in the offing. So take it away. Game 3. Let's do it.
Steve, we're trying to start fights with EMEA. What are you trying to kumbaya? Everyone's doing good.
Crazy that he just dips out right when he throws some heat. Like, oh, you know what? EMEA, by the way, I'm going to step on out of here, guys. So excuse me.
Listen, he's playing both sides. So no matter who wins, he wins.
He's a double agent. Speaking of funny business, the Circle. A little funny here. Again, we saw one of these yesterday. In fact, we saw one that was much more to the east yesterday. This one being a bit more fair. But again, we don't get to see too much of the east wall in this map. So I'm okay with it. I'm for it.
Yeah, it does still cut off access points. These circles, there hasn't been a lot of water, but there have been limited rotation angles regardless. And so that's got to be something that teams need to consider. E-pickup being called in, not instantaneously, but still quite early by QAD. They still have some time to grab some last pieces of loot because, wow, that thing is moving so slow. Has it always moved that slow?
Pickup?
The E-pickup helicopter,
Actually,
it does look so slow.
It does look, well, because it's off the start, right? You have to wait 30 seconds, but it does look exceptionally slow. It'll get there at some point. Just hold your horses. It's
do
coming.
a whole rotation path while we wait for this.
You actually could. Well, speaking of rotations, I mean, let's look at the center of the map. We have Liquid with a nice 2-2 split. We have Furia as well as Mira, and my boys, the Tongs. They're struggling today. I won't mince meat about it. They are struggling, the Tongue boys. But I still believe in Necro. I still believe.
I was in on the rotate. These teams are really going for the center, which obviously is the best play to do it. And I think Tego especially really incentivizes this even further because of how the terrain works and just... It's hard to explain. The ratio of like hills versus hard cover versus tree cover, it leads to some of the best fighting that we see. Can argue 1A, 1B, whether you like Miramar or Tego fights more or the other. But Liquid, they find themselves in a good position. Team Casito, they stop a little bit short of center, but still a good spot nonetheless. Now potentially dangerous. Where are they going? It looks like they're bombing straight into Liquid. And Liquid are still in the process of moving themselves. This could become an early fight if teams want to commit here.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's a fight that Team Quesito want to necessarily take right now. Is potentially dangerous. They're just gonna scoot on by. They want absolutely nothing to deal with anyone right now, especially with how that last game went in the early game. They did fall to Falcons very early. In fact, they were the first team to get eliminated. So again, it happens. It's a rough team to run into initially, Cam. We'll see if they can maybe find something else here. The thing that worries me though as we look at this rotation is I don't think they scouted this, right? They're pretty much just setting it right now. And that is that's scary. I don't like that. Oh, and they're stopping right here. Glock is going to be, looks like, all alone. He does have some teammates coming in behind. And he's opted to stay
Surely,
here.
KPN would love to have a second chance at that. The grenade doesn't hit either. This is falling apart. Oh, this cannot feel good. This is suddenly an open opportunity for potentially dangerous. There's no way they should have gotten in so clean. But Moosey dropped the ball.
KPN also, that, I mean, that should have been a knock. You can argue he's going to fall. And so now, again, for Systematic, I mean, this is a team that is coming into this from opens, so I understand why they are struggling with certain situations. But yeah, this is a big opportunity for potentially dangerous to really take over here, and it looks like they will, at least for this position. Sonic now and Zig, the last ones up for Systematica.
And they're getting chased down. Potentially dangerous are putting fate into their own hands. They know that the situation that they're in, they need to be aggressive with kills. They can't wait and hope that the points arrive. They don't want to leave it up to Erangel. And so they're trying to push onto Sony. Sony's going to be backing away. Able to win this fight. Now we are going to pop over towards the north. I was wondering if you were going to see what was going to happen here because two teams fighting for the bridges. Three if you want to include Dot. Snaker spins on out, swerves around, serpentines away, and Capitan suddenly opportunity lost. Benya has a second angle. Actually, multiple members of Toyo have some angles to play with, but Snaker's is still up and kicking. You can never count mission ready out. And they're actually turning around to continue this fight.
Toyo trying to stop this from happening, from them crossing, but they really, I feel if anything, have really just kind of irritated Mission Ready. And the bad news for them is, looking at the map, that they're eventually going to have to cross into that direction unless they want to take one of the western bridges or just peel off this. Toyo didn't really get anything off it.
Yeah. Looking to have a great follow-up from their previous round, which got a couple of placements, but 16 kills. Or 15, I think they weren't able to clock into the full 16 yet. But still, a huge number of kills. Bit of a failed execute on, not exactly a camp, I don't know. I think they kind of ran into each other at the same time. But Snaker is really lucky to get out of there.
Now my eyes happen to go towards, again, 55, rotating here right into the sight lines of Bestia. Flood will actually be the one to get the knock. So Bestia with quite a wide split here on the west, and this is to catch some rotation. So 55 will be the first ones to go into this trap. You can actually see Rock wisely deciding to go as far south on the coast as they can to avoid any nonsense, even though, again, they are more than qualified. But this is
right.
This is good. They're practicing how they want to play, right? They're not just like, hey, we're in first, let's just throw it. And you can see now with Sold still scouting above. I like this. I like the set play. I like the commitment to making sure that they play right. So this is great from Rock.
Mission ready. They stalled for a bit just to make sure that everyone was okay, patched everyone up, and now they're gonna take a bit wider of a rotation into the zone to continue to avoid Toyo. Quick check-in with Dots for a brief moment, at least the southern 2 section, because once again they are splitting 2 and 2. And now Bestia, that camp that they were able to get a kill off of 55. They're waiting to see how 55 want to play around this. They know that there's always going to be the threat of 55 trying to double down and take the fight. And I think Mime is rotating around to avoid rotation. Draft King also extending out. So they really want to set up a strong line of scrimmage on that western entrance.
As we now look at the remnants of Systematica, at least they're in the circle. Well within the circle, I should say. Their only caveat here. Going to be sharing that space with one of the halves, I should say, of the Dots. You're not going to see them because the other half is all the way up north, so they will eventually at some point, Cam, I assume, come down here. But they will avoid their other split like the plague as they have in previous games. That's going to be a circle that shifts right towards the center in between Buksun Sa and Onyang. So we can see Furia in a great position. More importantly, Mira, the team on the cusp.
Yeah.
Also chasing, or being chased, I should say, by Toyo, is going to be in a great position in the circle.
Yeah. Now, it looks like a medium shift northwest, but when you consider what was actually playable from phase 1, Godspeed, you're right, it was basically dead center, but with so many teams on the south around this hospital area, there's so much space, especially towards the west of phase 2, that teams could make their way into. But looking at Moolah and Dots, they're already getting stuck into a fight with each other. Could be some delayed rotations by a couple of these teams. Liquid, though, they're trying to catch some rotations out there, taking some shots at Bestia, who are trying to move on in. DraftKing gets confirmed by Sparking. A fight between QAD and Mirror. What is happening there?
I am not sure. Looks like QAD is actually just crashing. QAD just crashed Mira, like right on top of him. Fana's gonna come into support. He's gonna try to help his team. It's just Fana now. His team is dead.
Oh no. This is not good for a team that's trying to hold on to the 8th place position. Fana missed the angle. Now here comes Mission Ready.
What is this?
Everyone
Mission
wants
Ready
this
joins the
compound.
party. Holy Cammy.
Now Fana just needs to stay alive. We'll pick up an opportunity if it's there, but there is nothing to force, and suddenly Alcancia get eliminated? Mission Ready comes swinging on in, and of course Vox is the one with the Panzerfaust. Oh, Captain, my Captain. In-game leader of Mission Ready is ready for the mission of taking down Fana. Yeah, blind spray, blind fire. Expected the last remaining member of Mira to be in that room. Do they expect that it's clear now that the Panzer didn't make a connection?
This is going to be the challenge, though. Even though he is in a room, they know where he's at. He's got that shield's going to save him from the nade at least. But now his cover is gone. And so Vox has to wonder, is he still in the room? Did he try to vault out? Looks like he did, but Fana's going to get naded regardless. And it's going to come from the Bizzler. And so what was a two-way crash turned into a three-way very quickly as Mission Ready came in and only Lost Michael have taken over this compound. That is very... Oh, Zig is...
Zig?
Buddy, your eyes. That can't be good for your eyes. Just right in front of the projector. But Sony, hold on. He gets Zico.
Finds one. I mean, it's two duos stuck into the hospital together. And neither of them are really playing as a set pair. This definitely is a situation that neither side was set up for. They just kind of trip into each other and have to try and make it work. And so far, well, we see are surviving. couple of other rotations happening around. Bestia, Mime is going back down towards the south. Is this with the blue chip to go and get DraftKings back? There is a blue chip beacon down that way. That must be the reason why. No other reason to go outside of the zone like Mime is.
So what is the play here? I mean, it is early. It's early blue, right? So they can just kind of sit and I guess wait that one out. Again, I don't think the other side of that is going to come help as far as the dots are concerned, as we now go to another shift and still Furia hold good position. More importantly, Toyo, Cammy. Toyo has found a spot to play. It is tentative. Those fields can be a bit dangerous early, but Toyo get there. Shots coming out at Mime. It doesn't look any of them are landing, so he should get the res.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Smartly, not only smoked off the revive, even being out in the blue, used the revive center from the opposite side to at least have a little bit of the device itself to block the bullets. And DraftKings is instantly back up. The timing was perfect. Gonna have to get looted before teams start to contest that position, though, because I think with this circle, that hilltop that Bestia are playing around, it's kind of gonna be a nice little honeypot to tempt some other teams to try and take over, because there are still a couple of teams outside of the zone. Even if phase 3 did stay mostly center, Mime just goes charging back to the rest of the squad. Shortest path is the best in this situation.
So far, yeah, seems to be working. As Casito again is on the southwestern part of the edge. Gonna have the problem is they're gonna have to follow in. Brand, their teammate, is ahead and he's taking shots as well. He's got to be careful though. He could get knocked very easily here. And this is the issue. Without getting any knocks and taking shots at Bestia, that's gonna give them a red alert that there's a team right behind them that could potentially hold out.
Brand needs to lock this position down. DraftKings is getting looted. Hey, Panzerfaust, not a bad get. Very low on utility, only one med kit, but running ahead of the blue. I think DraftKings is going to be looking to pick the rest of that gear up off of Team Casito coming from that angle, but there's more teams fighting for this oh so popular compound. Mission Ready now playing the defense as Fate come knocking at their door. That looks to be a good grenade. Doesn't land, and the pre-fire doesn't catch ahead either. Ignore the bonk that we saw on the right side of our screen, and now Camish with an angle on Tater.
Fate they've gotten situations like this where they've been able to kind of corner a player or two, but yeah, they just go down. They can't seem to close these fights out, which again is fine. They'll learn, it's experience, but that's definitely something they need to look back at, is just closing out these fights. Their setups sometimes have been pretty cool, Cam. We've seen some interesting setups, but they just can't. The execution needs work. Speaking of execution, it looks like Rock are driving straight towards Team Casito. Souls is gonna find one. He's gonna find two. And I hate to be the one to predict it, but just there's no resistance there. It is just Souls 1v4ing. Oh my goodness, in a car.
Oh yeah, that
like
they were sitting
butter.
Right, or a knife through cheese. A soft cheese.
Cheese? Yeah, a soft. I was gonna say it can't be like a. It's gotta be like a soft,
like a brie.
Like a like a good brie, or even like a blue cheese.
Yeah. And that situation was a bit stinky for Casito, so we'll go blue this time.
Okay, there it is. That was good. Well played, Kim.
So Zayko somehow gets revived. Not sure how that really worked out in hospital. I think, I think that fourth player must still be down there as we see Pippa on the mortar. Who are they aiming for? We still have 12 teams standing. A lot of teams spread out across the hilltops. Mime goes down to a nice Lynx knock from Psycho. And Toyo, they are trying to survive in the center of these fields. This is not a bad position in the zone. The problem is the lack of cover, and that's getting exploited by the mortars coming in from 55.
Oh, close. Not quite.
A bit short.
I mean, they're sending all of them at once. You gotta... Oh, Lynx, Psycho. I was gonna say, if anyone's gonna hit these shots, Psycho would be one player that I would put my money on.
Oh, now Tingleton's here. Oh, that bounce.
Good.
Yeah, still not able to make that work. I don't know what blocked that. But the rest of Falcon's going to be grouping on up. It's collective bullying of Toyo here. Now Furia, they're the ones to get the knock. Tiggleton with a knock on a Capitan with that grenade. And this is going to be the point of access for Falcons as they get themselves into this zone.
Oh, Falcons, though, do find themselves a foothold. This is the problem. This is what I was talking about when it came to Toyo. This is a good spot, sure, in the circle, but it's too early. It's too open. They don't have much as far as cover, and now an opportunity that they had after the fall of Mira early, I don't think they're going to get any points off this. It looks like Falcons is just shutting them down.
Even going to use a C4 to lock this one up, and there was nowhere for Toyo to go. A grenade by Atrin and an even bigger explosion to follow. Benya not out of the range. Gonna go down to Shrimzy's C4, and that's Toyo eliminated. But can Falcons now hold on to the position that, as we've seen, can be quite vulnerable? We'll see if the blue closes, if it stays that way. Rocky Sports now putting some pressure on Bestia. They've had to retreat after Mime got knocked earlier, and they're gonna try and stay alive, but Vinny gets kill confirmed by RBN.
Karak in trouble quite a bit, actually, as he is surrounded here. Technically, he is holding the southern anchor point, but he has to be careful. If Karak goes down, that's going to be a lot of information lost for 55. As you can see, Bestia currently on the west edge, trying to move their way in. Meanwhile, we saw a brief check in here with Tung Tung Sahur. They're going to be right underneath potentially dangerous here, as well as the last member from Systematic is still alive somehow. Just cruising in behind, just behind Necron. He's going to see him. Yeah, that's going to be an easy kill for him. So now Kamish will go down. Just 2 members left for Tung Tung as they take this fight on with potentially dangerous. And PD desperately need a big game here, Camp.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to keep this momentum rolling from the previous round. Up to 12th. Or was it round 1? One of the Miramars. But Tung Tung, they were going to try and make their way through. A couple of shots come out, don't get the knock, but they got a couple of members a bit low. Quick check-in with Falcons on the north side. So the openness of this field is still a struggle, no matter who is playing in it. Only a little bit of field left in the zone.
Oops. Gonna say skirting in. They're gonna take this hill right underneath 55 when they do have cover for them, and actually gives them a foothold to push up. But speaking of footholds, Kraken is gonna go down as he steps up to try to get rid of a member of potentially dangerous. Tony will go down. Tavon will find one, but Poso with a disgusting spray.
Through the smoke, it's another knock. 2 members crawling on the floor for potentially dangerous. The other set is so focused on Tung Tung. The response is going to be a bit slow to happen. It's a bit slow to arrive, but Liquid are not going to be slow to this one. They come streaming up that hillside, sparking up close. Tip of the spear for this squad. Grenade goes out, doesn't find anything, but Avon and Gabriel, they're going to arrive. They're going to try and get the revives. They know how important it is to keep all 4 up, but do they know about Liquid and Furia on both sides? They might have just put themselves in a very unfortunate sandwich. What, Shade? Where did that VSS come from?
I don't even know, but he's going to find a knock on a Luke. Meanwhile, Alo will get one back onto potentially dangerous. This fight has been a 3-way... an uncomfortable 3-way, I will say, between these teams. And now Alo's gonna find another one. Tony will fall. Draft King will flush out Santatsuko and some of Rock off in the distance. PD will go down. What is going on? This edge is a mess.
It's the most important position in the zone. It's such a high hilltop. There's a reason why everyone's going to be fighting for it. But the losers are going to wish they might have played it differently or taken a bit more time to arrive. Furia is picking up a good number of kill points. So are Liquid. And so are Rock. 6 kills for them so far. But it's all down to BL. Annihilation on the Bestia. But 55 are still there, salivating, looking to take Rock out of the picture.
Okay, Psycho now loaded up with that Panzer. 55 with 0 kills, 26 points. They desperately need to make something out of this. So we're just talking about Toyo right now as far as the team willing to catch up to 8th place in Mira, and 55 have not really been able to do much. So again, an opportunity here. Phase 6, 4 members alive, relatively healthy. Not a lot of util though, at least on the side of Psycho. Does have that Panzer. Underneath him is going to be Rock. Falcons currently just waiting just on the edge inside circle for this fight to break out, for an opportunity for them to come third party. As you can see, Furia and Mission Ready now about to get into it on the eastern edge. Oh, and that's going to be a nice knock from Purdy, though, with the bolt. Sheesh.
Yeah, Pippa goes down. 55. I mean, I believe that's what, Shane Doe? No. Shane Doe's out. It's Valiant left up standing from Dots. And it's outside of Dots. It's just going to be 55 with 4 up, mind you, but 0 kills on the board. They're the only team that's in this rounds remaining that has a chance to try and break into the top 8. And it's a bit of a run, but if they can come out with a miracle endgame here, suddenly they're also going to enter the picture in terms of that contest. But BL, oh, can't dodge a Panzer. And at 55 to get the first kill. How many more can they get after?
Falcon's still holding strong on this edge. As you can see, Mission Ready have taken a nice split up on the north towards the on the other side of the circle. That way, maybe there's a chance. I mean, Valiant coming in late. Oh my goodness. There's a chance that maybe 55 can get in if Mission Ready backstab the Falcons. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Karak actually going to find Tig. That's a huge knock to start things off for them.
Couple shots by Shrimzy. Don't land on Vox. He's got the moves. It's like the mask, the way that the bullets are just going through him. That hip sway. Yeah, but typical 10, I don't think that's going to be a revive on the cards for Falcons. Hosa goes down to Snakers. And look at Liquid. They see the opportunity here with 55 in such a consolidated position. The grenades go out, as do the sprays. Killing spree on the board. So many points. And that Luke comes swinging in with Alo in the vehicle to take 55 out. So that run's going to get stalled quite short for 55 as 10 kills get picked up by Liquid.
Well, Liquid will be the ones, I guess, then to take out 55. Falcons will lose Tig. That's going to be a flush. And looking at this position, Mission Ready just have so much control of this circle now. You still see Valiant off in the north somehow, some way, making this trek into the top 4. But it is a 4-on-4 on 3 otherwise. Falcons without Tig. Still in the circle, though, in a awkward 2-1, right? They had this position earlier. It was working. They lost Tig, though, and now they're just trying to deal with what they've been given here. As Liquid have also done well to have a nice game for themselves on the East, Cam.
Yeah, this is, I hear the Jaws theme music happen with Falcons. There it is, sparking, opens on up, mollies, grenades, everything. Shrimzy goes down. It's all under kickstart to keep Falcons' hopes and dreams alive. And that's a ghillie suit in the bush. We've seen it grab a couple of points in late game positions. It's all about if Liquid and Mission Ready get so distracted that kickstart finds an opportunity.
Now, Mira with the circle shifted actually in favor of Liquid. Big opportunity for them here. Close this one out. They just have to watch the southern wrap. That's really going to be, I think, their biggest threat. And then Kick, don't forget about him. Still alive, Cam, as you noted, just prone with a ghillie in a bush. Very hard to spot. That's probably one of the most dangerous snakes you'll ever step on.
They're doing the math, they're running the numbers. Everyone's checking every single bush because they know that it just does not add up.
It doesn't. He's like, wait a second. There's 9 players. We're 4. Pretty sure Mission Ready's 4. Something just.
I'm 80%, 81% sure Mission Ready only have 4. Do they have 5? Surely they don't have 5. Guys, check the bushes.
Did someone make it in? Yeah, I love that they're actually just going through and checking the bushes. I mean, they need to, because there is a snake in one of them, and it is a falcon in Kickstart.
Yeah, and Liquid would know that, and I'm assuming Mission Ready would as well, just the way that the kill feed tracked the knock into the kill.
I'm sure,
there was no instantaneous
I'm sure
there.
They did. So they know it, but where you can still see Kurt. Just blind firing into bushes. Oh my god, I love it.
Okay.
Oh, Snakers will find Kick, and there it is. Okay, so now both teams are ready to finally take on this 4v4, but I still would give the positional advantage here a bit to Team Liquid. Not by much. It's not some drastic advantage, but you can see the slope here that Liquid is going to be watching over is fairly open. So the run up to that, you can see Kurt there just keeping his eyeballs in that general direction. In fact, he can see Bizzler without even peeking. That's the thing. That's what makes this push so difficult if they want to get over towards him.
But flip side, mission ready. They got all of those crates that just dropped onto them. They're gonna have so much level 3 and advanced weaponry. As we talked about yesterday, level 3s could win fights. Very often do win fights, especially if they're fresh, like they are going to be on mission ready. So it's gonna have to be a moment of surprise for Liquid to get the drop onto mission ready. Find that opening knock. Spray comes out from Alo, not able to find it yet. But look at Sparking on the flank.
Sparking with a big opportunity here. If he can get a knock or two, especially, that would all but guarantee the victory here for Team Liquid. Curious to see how Mission Ready Internacional Alliance is going to play this one out. As you stated, they had access to a lot of crates, but as did Liquid. So we can see some healthy utility here. Mostly flashes, at least on the side of Kurt. I'm sure he feels pretty naked without any smokes, but should still be fine, as well as the emergency cover dropping down to provide just a bit more of a flavor to the field, if you will. Some more options. Especially in TPP, those are so important to cut off line of sight, even as you're running up, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be pretty big.
Ooh.
Sparking, though, this is a devastating angle.
With an MK.
Oh,
Lining
man.
it up.
They have no idea.
They have no
don't go back. Don't you dare, Sparking. Don't you dare break my heart like this.
Needs to play behind cover, though. That's the thing that Sparking doesn't want to give up, even with the Mark 14.
Cover is for noobs.
Cover is for bad players that don't hit all their headshots.
Yeah, if it was me, I would have immediately taken those shots. Probably got seen, whiffed a few, maybe landed one headshot, didn't get the knock, then I'd get knocked and flush. So I'm really happy Sparking actually is playing the way he is, but I would like to see something. I mean, he's not leaving this. He's definitely going to at least go for one knock.
Yeah.
He has an amazing angle. He's going to pull out the Dragnov. Oh, no, sorry, not the Dragnov. That is the Mark 14. But taking his time, and now he has a teammate with him as well.
With all the cover that Mission Ready have, and the crossfire that Liquid have set up, they're waiting to make sure that they can close the fight once they start it. Sprays come out, but they don't get the knock. Trade of damage. Still 4 versus 4, but now the high ground, the flank position has to be given up. Alo finds the first knock of the fight. Snakers goes down, and the utility comes streaming on in.
Lots of flashes coming in. That should stall out Mission Ready a little bit. They are in smoke after all, so they don't have to move too much. Bizzler is going to find Alo. The Sparking putting the shield right in front of the smoke. I like this play from him. It's going to give him some time to also scout ahead using TPP. Maybe get some nades in there, some lethal util. You can see circled center dot is pretty much even.
I really don't know who's going to win this fight. Spray seemingly blind through the smoke to put Vox almost down to 0 as the revive comes through to keep Liquid as the man advantage. And Mission Ready, you can tell that they're on the back feet. They're just waiting to see if Liquid can throw a mistake at them to take advantage of. More stuns come out. Sparking waiting, and Ayla goes down again. So things stay equalized.
Yeah, so far.
Kurt's going to be there for the revive still.
So far, so good. Is Mission Ready are doing a good job to fight back here, even though they will, looks like, lose one altogether. They still got to knock and slow down Liquid, but still the man advantage is on Liquid, of course. And that flank for Sparking with the flash!
The perfect flash! It doesn't matter, he still gets it! Still comes out on top, and Liquid, like water over rocks, they overwhelm Mission Ready. High ground advantage, 15 kill win for the chicken dinner. Who said that Liquid were washed? Who said that Liquid couldn't win a third-person game?
It was Steve. Steve said it. I heard
Wait.
it.
Steve said it.
Like...
Steve!
Fair. All right. I mean, I'll own it. Listen, if there's
I'm sure he has something really fun.
If there's accusations of having ruined or been too cruel to a team, that is fair. I will take that. Purdy once accused me of telling him he should retire before he was ready. So every time I see him at a tournament and he doesn't win, he goes, "I guess it's time for that retirement." I'm like, stop. It wasn't a real question. I was just asking because you're old. They get a big win though, 9. That's a huge take for them. Liquid, dominant. I don't know, man. Here's my beef, you two. Is I have been wanting to say Liquid is a PGC championship team since last year, and the first half of this year was so difficult that like I'm getting so excited watching this, but I don't want to. Like it's
like a relationship.
It's scary.
You know, you don't want to get your hopes up. You don't want to get hurt again. I get it, Steve. I have
not been in love with a Liquid roster since Ibiza, Jeem, Samty, and Scoom, and now. This could be the year. This is it. I'm so excited. Cameron hates when I talk about old rosters. Sorry, Cam.
Listen, I don't hate that you talk about old rosters. I hate that you talk about that you don't talk about the best old roster of all time, which is, say it with me, G-Core.
G-Core?
FaZe.
I will
They're
say
not going
FaZe.
to PGC.
FaZe
Yeah,
with
no,
what?
G-Core aren't going to
James,
PGC.
Uba,
They are.
Fuzz, and G. Was it
Yep.
G? What was it? FaZe, Uba, G.
Jeems.
What are we?
He's
saying
trying to name the
trying
old
to
G-Play
think.
roster, but he lost it. Not Gustav.
Yeah. Anyway, no, it wasn't Gustav.
I know.
Total leaderboards, here we are. Rock currently in first place with 92 points. Yempty, I was looking for Yempty. My goodness, could not think of the.
There it is.
Yempty and Samty. Falcons with 86 points. More importantly, I will say, Mira went out basically immediately, and Toyo got nothing off of that. That was a huge blunder from not only Toyo, but also 55, as well as potentially dangerous, as well as Tung Sahur, because I'm going to throw them in there, because why not?
Because why not? But yeah, no, to your point, look at the gap between 7th and 8th. I mean, I guess as far as our, enjoyment factor and the storyline that we can keep watching towards the end of today, at least they're all struggling, so they're all still equally close to that cutoff point. But yeah, the fact that we're, 3/4 of the way through this last chance qualifier, and we're already looking at 4 teams, maybe 5 if we want to extend it to PD, maybe 5 fighting for 1 qualification position, because at this point, unless the numbers line up perfectly, there's no way for Alcacia or Bestia to also get overtaken.
All right, guys, we're going to do some more math. We're going to think about it. We got 3 games left to play. But before I tell you we're taking a break, I want to tell you that you can win G-Coin this is your last chance, go into social media using hashtag MastersMikeAM and sending in your question. If it's chosen for the post show, you will get G-Coin. As much as my picture looks nervous about giving you G-Coin, I promise you there is G-Coin available. All right, breaks on the way. Final thoughts, because I had to try to remember the G-Core roster was Jempty, Mixie, Meter, and Haxetti. And that's when they got bought by FaZe Clan. Guys, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. I know, right? Well, it was after the buyout, but that was really early. Go G-Core. Still a great roster. We'll be back in 10 minutes with the final 3 games here at PAS. Or that's not PAS. America's Masters. Sorry. Bye. Just get me out of here. Welcome back. It's time for our second episode of Face Morph. At the end of the last episode, we were left in a tough position as Shrimsy and Cowboy battled it out for first place with 6 points apiece, and Roth dismally coming in, bringing up the back. Horrible performance with 5. Let's get straight into the first Face Morph of the day. Let's go, Roth. What do you got?
I went Purdy Curdy and Snakers.
I got Snakers and Purdy.
I said Purdy and Luke.
And you said that because you knew you were wrong the second they said Snakers.
Yeah.
It's Purdy and Snakers. All right, so I got 2 points for the old boys, 1 for Cowboy. Let's jump into the next challenge. Here is your Face Morph.
I put Gezera and Santa. I know it's not right, but I just didn't want to leave a blank.
nose.
Gezera and Santa. All right, what do you got, Cowboy?
I got Draft King and Emmy.
I got Emmy and Tickleton.
Oh my
It
god.
is Emmy and Tiggleton. Third mix-up here. Face Morph time.
I recognize the 2 people, I just don't know. It's I'm gonna Richie and Michael. I don't know.
I put Richie and Alo.
I got Richie B and Alo.
It is Richie B. You all got that. And Draft King. Let's go into round 4. 2 more rounds to play.
Alo, I think is the obvious one.
it is.
And then Benja.
I did Alo, and then I ran it back with Rello.
I just put Alo and Cowboy because I didn't know who else to put.
I mean, you're looking at him on the screen right now. Okay, it's not him. It is Alo. You all got Alo, but no one got Soul. our current score as it stands right now, 12 points for Shrimzy, 9 for Roth, and 10 for Cowboy. Which means as we go into the final round, you guys can only catch Shrimzy if he gets neither question right on this final one. If he gets a 0, I'm giving him a -1 because it's hilarious to me. Everybody else is normal scoring.
Seems fair.
Here is the combination.
Well, it's definitely Shrimzy and Voxic. I don't know.
I got Shrimzy and Luke 12.
I obviously put myself, and then I don't know if it has to be players, but it kind of looks like Nomi.
It is Shrimzy, and the second one is Luke 12. So you were right on the double for Cowboy.
Yeah, I didn't.
And now because there is a rule that Shrimzy cannot get a point from guessing himself, that ties us up at 12 to 12 for Cowboy and Shrimzy, a meager 10 for Roth. So you're just out of this next round, Roth. But I have a tiebreaker. You're welcome to stay and watch as the two kingpins fight for dominance. Let's see the tiebreaker face morph. Shrimzy was in the lead going into this. What are your two answers?
Okay, Gustav for sure locked in. And I put Beamy as the second one, but I'm not 100% sure.
All right, I put Gustav because of the hair, and then I put Beamy.
That's right, Gustav and Beamy. We got another tiebreaker. You both hit the perfect double. There's no chance the next one is as easy as this one. That was so Gustav and Beamy. Let's see the second tiebreaker. Cowboy, I'm going to start with you.
I think it's Bestaloch, however you pronounce his name, and I don't know. Ibiza, I don't know.
Fascinating turn of events. Shrimzy, who's been to a lot of lands. Who is it?
It's a doozy and Batulins.
I don't even need to look at the notes. You are correct. That's a twofer. A Tuzi and a Batulin. That's it. Shrimzy comes out with the win. Shrimzy 2v1s QAD and walks away with the chicken dinner in this particular event that does not matter, has no prize money, but we will brag about it in the future. Thank you for watching. Gentlemen, thank you for stopping by. It's time for us to get back to the show. Thanks for watching.
After Taco, you screamed for help. So, we built Hesperia, a system to end the chaos, a system to save you from hunger. It watched, it listened, it learned. And the more it learned, the more it saw what you really are. When survival is at stake, you lie, you betray, you kill. So we made a choice, not to control hunger, to control you. And when you try to resist, we let you. Because when this ends, only the system survives. Only we remember. We are the last witnesses of Miramar.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chamber heart. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battlegrounds.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, The desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back. Only 3 games left to play. It's time for our teams on the bottom to take out those hollow points and put in the magnums because they need to make a push to get to the end of this thing. They need to qualify to throw down against EMEA. Top 8 teams go to prove that America's is the best region against the EMEA. I was going to say something mean, but I'm not. I'm just going to say
do it, Steve. Do it, Steve.
Bad. The EMEA mediocre.
The bad
players.
teams. The EMEA bad teams.
The bad.
Not so good teams from EMEA.
Solid.
They're going to go see the bads.
We really gave it to we really showed them. I'm sure they're quaking in their boots.
They are. Because they've seen what's happening around that 8th place cut line, and they're not quaking. That's my issue. That gap from 7 to 8, Cameron, is stupid.
Yeah. But EMEA, they're seeing what's happening in 1 through 7, and they're quaking like that. It's like whoever comes in 8th, that's going to be the wild card. But the fact that we're sending such a solid block of 7 off the jump.
Yeah.
It's true.
That is a good solid block.
Happy.
You know what? I like that. I like that. I felt like EMEA was a little more top heavy. Those teams at the top just sort of really soaking up all the points. So maybe this is it. Maybe the fact that we're going to send 7 teams that are decent, it's still gonna come down to the Falcons.
What are you talking about?
I mean, let's look at it this way. Hold on. Let me break it down for you, Steve, because that's what I like to do.
Please
right?
do. Well, right now the top 3 or 4 feel way stronger than the others.
Okay, so
Am I not wrong?
let's look at their teams. Okay, that they've sent. Right, their cutoff for 8th place was 66 points. Right.
Okay.
They are missing Foot. Did not qualify. Okay. They're missing Geekade.
That means they're limping into this.
They're missing FaZe. Did not qualify. Now that is FaZe with Vard, by the way. So I'm pretty confident. Now, yes, they are sending VP, Twisted Minds, BB Team, who, again, BB Teams have been kind of all over the place. Win or Die, we saw them kind of choke. They're sending some solid teams.
Yep.
But are they the Falcons? No. Okay. Are they Team Liquid, who's had a phenomenal year without any hiccups? Absolutely
no hiccups.
Not. Okay.
Absolutely.
We are sending giants. They are sending
children.
You're right. You're right.
Yes.
We're sending Liquid, who's had no trouble this year. We're sending MRIA, who doesn't have to use any subs. We're sending QAD, who didn't just pick up 2 new rookies after a roster fell apart last year.
You're starting to understand.
I get it. I like what you're putting down.
Third eye is opening.
The future is now. And players are dropping in. Looks like a hot, so I'm going to turn it over to you, lads. Take it away.
Oh, God, they're actually committing to this. I don't know who's committing onto whom. We know Rondo calls for hot drops. So punch him out! Punch him out!
Oh, Mira in 55. Fauna, you tried. He thought he had the fists of stone, but he did not.
Hey, it's not over yet. Remember, we have chased him out, baited him onto the roof with an ally with a gun. Good job for Fake Sin. But hey, there's a blue chip revive center right there. As long as this gets cleaned up quickly, no harm, no foul. But so far, they only got 1 kill here. But is this only half of 55? Steve says yes.
It looks like it, yeah. So big opportunity here. Big, massive, if you will. Psycho, he's going to get knocked as well. So Mira saving themselves. More importantly, saving that 8th place cusp spot.
As we see the circle pop in the southwest, the very beginning of the plane path. This is great for QAD. It's not good for Casito. I mean, it's obviously not great for 55, who are down to 1 player up. So as far as we set the stage here,
PD.
It is, yes. So PD, that's the team that are going to be looking, or should be looking, to utilize this as a leverage point to get into the top 8 here. I'm still focused on do not leave it up to Erangel.
Well, I think it might come up to Erangel. I mean, we'll see, right? That is the next map. We are 3 maps away now, including this. Well, yeah, including this. From ending the LCQ. Getting ready to head into what will be our Masters West event next weekend. So, Mira currently in a great position after recovering. They should be able to get the res. We should see them 4 strong and rotating into the circle. Now, this circle, you did mention it earlier. It is much more west than we generally see these southern ones go. They usually kind of hang around Hongshan, but we're actually all the way over towards Fangtung. So
Yeah.
there's some really cool ridges as well as mountainsides that we're going to be able to see finally on this side of the map, which you can currently see Tung actually set up on a 2-2 split. Iron Sight K98. There's no way you are trying to take that duel. Oh my goodness, is Bastian out kind of bullying Systematica? Hold on a second. Lost, trying to fight back. And all of a sudden for Bestia, this has gotten very sketchy.
It's gotten very sketchy, but taking this fight from the beginning is very sketchy. I think just the way that the points are right now, the chaos that we usually expect to see from the final era guilds is happening sooner than usual. Like, Musi are forcing this fight. We saw a bolt action car 98 get pulled into the mix. Everyone's crashing into each other because the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
Exactly. I guess so. Well, Mula taking the fight to Bestia and doing well enough. Even though they've lost 2. This is better than they've done in most of their team fights, so I'd like to see that. At least some improvement here. Because they still have 2 members left of Bestia to try to contend with. You can see, oh my goodness, and they are just working bare bones. We saw an iron-sided K98 earlier, now we're seeing a holographic M16. As if times weren't tough, there's your indication, Cam.
The economy has hit everyone.
Even the players in Mondo.
It's not a recession, they say. Well, Rocket, I'm seeing an SKS and a Tommy gun on the field. That says otherwise.
Yep, Mira will get that recovery as well, so keep an eye on that. They did get the loot ship recall, and they should be coming down safe for loot. So that is a full 4 Mira. Yeah, the other teams that we really want to pay attention to with a possible chance, RPD, if they do well in this game, they've been gifted center circle, at least for now. That could go anywhere, but imagine they'll be able to work with it well enough. Fury is going to be parking right above them, and then for the other team, I would put on that cusp as well. We have 55, but they're out. They are absolutely out of there, which means that gives Dots with, you know, just a beautiful split an opportunity to really close in some points.
A little bit of a reminder of the death box of a member of 55. And so seeing that in the kill feed definitely couldn't have been good for Toyo or Dots. I mean, obviously worse for 55, but when you're fighting next time, idiots. Sorry, that was too far. Too harsh. My bad. The emotions got the better of me.
Cam,
listen, every single person in this lobby could destroy me in a 1 versus 1. I'm only talking like this because I'm in a safe position on this side of the monitor.
Behind your screen, yep, all the way over wherever you are. I'm not going to dox you. Yep. It's all
could you
fun.
dox me? You don't know my address.
There's a lot of things you don't know that I know. Yeah, there's a lot of things. As we see here, Systematica still hunting down Bestia. It looks like Lost is looking for Vinny. I'm curious if there is going to be any action here, because quite frankly, this looks like a stalemate.
Yeah, I mean, Sunny's rotating around a little bit, but Lost has been stuck, caught between Flood and Vinny. Waiting to see if Vinny gets a bit too aggressive with this. Bestia just trying to clean up Systematica, likely as a way not just for points, but also to pick up the blue chips with the falling teammates, because it's still early on, and that should be the goal, to get Bestia back up to 4, seeing Lost run up that hill. Oh no, but Sunny comes swinging in from the opposite sides of the fight. Why are they dancing around each other like the waltz?
I don't know, but it's a beautiful dance here as Lost is now trying. What? This is the most awkward fight I have seen in a while. But you know what? I'm here for it. Sonic now going to pull up next to his teammate as they are now going to find a new stalemate on the other side of this hill. Let's go. That's what you love to see.
Fine, we'll give you that side, but I'll take this side. Haha.
Meanwhile, just to kind of break down what's going on the rest of the map, as there really isn't too much action, we do have on the very far east side near Danqing, it's going to be Team Quesito rotating close to Team Mira, and then everyone else is basically in the circle, actually. It's really just a split of Dots that currently don't find themselves in the circle, plus those 2 teams I just mentioned. So Luke will find a member of Furia off in the distance.
And those Mira members that we saw in the sky, those were the ones that were called back in, and so Quesito seeing them drop down, likely are aware that they're fresh players, no kit, and so it looks like they are eyeing them up for a fight. A couple of tags. That's a bad landing by Fanta. Is going to get punished for it.
Yep.
Why would you land out in the open like that? That's so risky early on in the game.
I just don't think they expected a team to be that far in the blue still with this circle with this time left. I mean, it's actually not that far in the blue, but for Casito to be there actually still is a little confusing, right? Again, this team is a bit newer. They're not going to have the same rotation and timings as other teams, or the same kind of what's the sense of haste, I should say, in order to get into the circle. So they're taking things slow, doing things their way, and because of that, Mira was punished. So that's unfortunate for Mira, but again, they can be revved. Again, this is just circle 1.
Right.
So worst case scenario, they just give some points to Team Quesito, which in the grand scheme of things really doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's not going to affect them at all. They're sitting down in 15th place. Mathematically possible for them to qualify, but it would have to be off of, I imagine,
it is,
3
but
chicken
based
dinners.
off of what we've seen from them in this lobby, like with these games, it's unlikely. I'm not going to count them out. It'd be really cool to see them kind of just get closer to that cusp, but yeah, we need to see a lot from them if that's going to be the case.
Yeah. Large kill counts, chicken dinners, 3 in a row. And there are very few teams that have ever pulled that off. Like, ever. Once. I mean...
And even just getting a single chicken dinner, the fact that Team Casito have really struggled to make it in the end game is less than likely. But again, I'd love to see it.
Ooh. Okay.
That's a cool circle, Cammy. Break it down for me.
Yeah, the water is in play. There's not a lot of it, like the actual water itself, but it cuts off that whole southeast section of land unless phase 3 goes down to the southeast of that side, which if that happens, things can get very complicated. But it does mean that most teams are likely going to be fighting over just half of this circle, the northwest half that Tung Tung Sahur already playing out in. We saw a lot of rotations on the map. We see a lot of rotations happening in the picture-in-picture as Bestia and Musi still just stay around each other. And we're going to go back in to the Mad Max rally of teams racing towards the center, or at least closer towards the line. And right when we turn away, Bestia gets another knock. These people know how to make our observers tear their hair out.
Oh yeah, here we are back in this fight. Let's go. Bestia versus Systematica. At least it's a 2v1 now in favor of Bestia. As you can see, Vinny now has to be careful, and that is, again, is because of the perspective. Ooh, look at that nice shot right there. Checking out that tree. Love to see it. I will also be honest, I've been to like most places I want to say on Rondo. Like there's definitely still some corners that I haven't explored just because we also never go there in either pubs or esports. I've never been to Rinjiang. I've never been to that city. It'd be kind of cool if we got to go down there and just see some teams fight in that area. Doubt it, but yeah, never. I don't even think I've ever dropped there or fought there.
It does have my least favorite deathmatch map featured there. I hate that. I hate the suburban death match map so much.
I don't mind the death match. I just mean like I want to see like how 3 or 4 pack teams would do.
Right. Hey, Mime's flying in. Gonna give them some top-down information. As no one else is around this area, they've just been able to play this waltz for as long as they please without getting punished. No one's third-partying them. Looking at the overall map, that's still not going to happen. No one's going to really touch them unless, for some reason, Mission Ready decide to get a bit extra curious. I'm just going to go pick up their old death box as Lost and Sunny just stay corralled in that section.
We can see Liquid have taken a nice central position. Fate as well actually found good positions for themselves, as Falcons have also moved into the northwest. Now, again, very close to potentially dangerous, as Furia also coming in from that north side. Meanwhile, the Dots, don't you dare forget about them. Still rotating in, still in the blue. And Toyo with a position down at actually Rinjiang. So we'll see if that is going to come into play, or if they're just going to try to use that, or maybe play underneath the bridge. But that's going to be tough with Liquid already set up on that split there.
Ooh, wow.
As we are still watching this, and I am so glad.
Flood is camping it out, going to stay in the blue. They're not free points, but it's straightforward access to points, especially if they, that too, but it's straightforward access, especially if they are assuming that Flood is gone, which the way that they're running around, they might not be aware that Bestia have left a member behind. In fact, even Mime is pulling back. They had a vehicle drive away to try and give Moosey the sense of safety that, oh god, they're gone. Guess what? Not. Ooh, in that circle, the water stays. It's likely going to go northwest. But we've seen enough times that the Phase 4 shift go opposite of what we expect that I think some teams are going to be a bit thinking twice on this one.
This is going to be a fun one, Gammy. I'm actually very excited for this. I was just saying how I'd like to see Rinjang in an actual game, and we just might. As this is also a tough circle to play, right? You are split by that river, which means that no matter which way this one goes, it's going to be so difficult to get to the other side. Mine finally coming in, taking care of Systematico. I hope it was worth it. As now everyone else is going to be right in front of them.
Yeah, but they got 4 kill points. Oh, and Rybo gets the knock on a fakes in. So Mira just trying to make the way into the zone. They got those first 4 kills on a 55, but struggled to reset after that, and this rotation has been cut down. They get a single foot inside the zone, inside the safe zone, away from the blue, and they lose yet another member. Spray it goes out to LFP, rotating around, and it looks like Mira are going to have to go right back down to 2 again.
Now, Falcons will take some shots from potentially dangerous, but it's actually going to be Tung to somewhat defend them a bit, and now they're actually going to find the knock on the Glock. It's going to be Tony to come around. He's going to find Shrimzy. This is huge. They need to recover, though. Potentially dangerous with not many games left to make it in that qualification spot. They're not even necessarily that far away. Nice knock there from Michael. This is Tony actually taking the shots, but Michael's going to finish it, and this is huge for helping out PD, Cam.
Gotta get the revive. Oh no! But another knock against them. Tony now goes down. 2 of them on the floor. And then the blue damage, it's not a lot, but it starts to build up.
It's significant enough, yeah.
Yeah, Tony needs to instantly bandage. It's that part of the game. It's still late enough that you have to get a bandage 2 off before you can first aid kit. And now Fate.
Team Fate. I want to see, Cam, my big thing for them is can they actually hold the fight here?
Right.
They have struggled. Again, that's okay. But at least towards the end of this, even though they're not going to qualify, most likely I'd like to see some improvement.
What's Tickleton setting up for? That can't be for Fate. Surely not. They're in hardcover. That's a waste of mortars. What are they lining that up? We see Capryu stream forward. But yeah, the rest are potentially dangerous following up.
Oh, goes for the spray kick, is not going to find him, and it's going to be Tavon that gets him. Actually, it's going to be Loki that gets the flush, though, and Tig gets a mortar. What?
Yep, this is
getting
lining up
mortar
for
and spray dogs. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, he's doing this by himself.
What? Wait, and then suddenly QAD also cleaning up on Furia? Where in the world did that happen? That was all the way towards the north.
Oh.
And then more explosions come in. Gabriel and Glock go down, get confirmed.
Trigonometry is back, baby, as he dials it in on Glock and his teammate, and PD now down to 2, but Tig is not done yet.
And as a solo, this is the way to loosen the opposing teams up. And look at Tony and Ivan running out in the open. No, I think Tickleton's going to try and rotate away once you get that vehicle unstuck. Already down to half HP.
That was crazy impressive. My goodness. I mean, they were bang on. As he wipes out again half of potentially dangerous. Now he is all alone. As a more, oh, how does it feel, Tig? It's gonna be Michael that trades out Tig with his own mortar. How poetic is that, Cam?
Live by the mortar, die by the mortar. Got a couple of points, not a bad salvage, and certainly made it exciting for us. Get a bit of a highlight reel with that, and a double BZ by PED was going to take care of Tickleton most likely. Just not there in time, so they aren't able to get that point, and this is a team that needs them. Now QAD is coming in from the north. Ivan and Tony down to a duo. Now, I don't think there's going to be much of a possibility of them getting the revive. They're going to need to have a banger of a salvage game here if they want to keep themselves in the mix going into Erangel.
We'll see if they can do it still, at least as a duo, right? So there's a chance. Is Fate now getting involved in the mortar game? Okay, let's see what Fate has to offer here. Is they're taking those... Not too bad, not too shabby. Kind of in between PD and QAD. Need to adjust that a bit, but... Not a bad attempt here. Is we're now waiting for Toyo to make the cross. That's kind of the only team I'm really got my eyes on, as well as Mira. Don't get me wrong, they're on the south side. They have to cross the bridge into that very busy area that we see Team Quesito and Bestia. That's going to be interesting for the duo of Haven and LFP1. Meanwhile, Toyo also have to make the cross, and you can see two members currently of Rock just eagle eyes in their direction. A circle is starting to close. Now, the good thing about, or the caveat for Toyo, I should say, Cam, is that they don't necessarily have to cross yet. They will have to cross, but they do have a small slice of that little island left.
Yeah.
I just don't know how much cover there is, and it doesn't look like much.
Oh, boy. Sorry, I thought Sparking was going to land that. LFP goes out to the blue. Vinny goes out to the blue. The cross from the south is disastrous from so many different teams. And now Rock even jumping into the water to go for a mini rotation. Where are they? Are they chasing down Toyo? They really want to get these kills. This is a grudge match for them. They want to make sure that Toyo cannot go on a victory run to get into the top 8. They're locking Toyo out of Masters West.
That's a good decision. Toyo is a much stronger team than a lot of the other ones that are currently outside, right? Oh my goodness. Was that a Pico bus just diving into the water, into the river? So Soul's now going to be aware of that. That could be bait, though, from Toyo to try to get across. They're maybe trying to spread themselves as wide as possible to not give Rock as many angles as they would like. But this is going to be the issue for Toyo right here. RBM's forward position on their side of the island could be devastating. You can see at least one member made it across for the salvage, just in case. Is now RBM's going to be seen.
Oh,
that's huge. Emmy finds the knock.
Out in the open. Toyo are able to weather the storm. They out-chess maneuvered Rock Esports, and now here come the rest of the vehicles crossing the water. A lot of fighting elsewhere on the south side. The two bridge crossings are where most of the action is happening, and that is what we usually come to expect when water stays this late in the game. Phase 5 having to cross is disastrous, but at least for Toyo, looks like they're able to make it work. A crossfire onto Rock Esports. They get eliminated. A final grenade by Shane Doe, getting themselves involved in the mix here.
Of course, Shane Doe from Dots.
Oh god, look at Roth though.
That was huge. That's the biggest possibility there for Toyo. Making it out of that situation, making it across, more importantly, making it there with 4 alive is actually kind of wild, which means Toyos can make the push up. Team Quesito, meanwhile, will be taken care of by Bizzler basically by himself.
Mission ready or ready for anything. Today's mission, taking care of the rat infestation.
They've been crushing it so far. Spray coming out from D. Meanwhile, Elf can see it now, taking the time to look for some knocks there, but immediately Dots putting D back down. As Batty Lol coming in now. And he's going to get lasered by D. Okay, no chance, but the nade trade is there. And so will Rebo fall. Shado, they're just fighting everybody at the same time.
So many open targets. Another reason so many of the fights are happening on the edge at this point in the game is because the center of the zone is so open. It's not just the river crossing that's an issue. And now Cowboy and Roth, where can they even play? What cover is even available for them outside of the vehicles? Roth is even out in the blue to try and use this rock. Smokes have to come out. But you know Shane Doe and the rest of Dots are going to have their eyes on this angle. Down player in the vehicle, pulling back to the rock, but Roth goes down to the blue.
Oh, there it is. Like he just comes plummeting out the window. Cowboy's got to be careful. The last member alive, as you can see, his teammate D bleeding out next to him. He's got to get smokes and get safe first before he can even attempt to go for a res. Fortunately, D's not bleeding out too quickly, but you've got to do something here if they want to get that res.
The smoke goes out. Cowboy needs to go for the revive.
He's got to go for the touch. Okay, he does get it. Knowing me, I would have entered the vehicle on accident, and then my teammate would have bled out, so good job.
Well, Toyo, good job for them, too. They still have, well, at least 3 standing. MRI is the only team with all 4 up, but this is no read. This is, you know, just pure observation. The team, most of the players that are left in this round are teams that are struggling in this competition. So if there's any chance for Toyo to have an advantageous fight going into the late game and having a banger chicken dinner to put them above Mira, it would be this one. Not just above Mira though, but like a big distance, big gap in between. And Benda's gonna take Shado out. That's gonna be kill number 6.
Which means that they are tied. They are tied with Mira, which means they most likely will be going ahead of them, whether it's by 1 point or more in this game, which means that Toyo has finally overtaken that 8th place spot. As we head into our final 2 games of the day camp, we still got to finish this one out though, but Toyo has finally done it. It took them a bit, but here they are. And Mira with no rebuttal as they got knocked out early. 8 kills now for Toyo.
BZ goes out. Fate's gonna try and defend. They've been 3 for a while. A couple of cones come falling down on them. But Mission Ready need to go for a send. They're just gonna crash right in. I don't know if there's a C4 in play, but Mission Ready, they're certainly one of the teams I like to use them the most. Tater with a great spray onto Vox. BZ's go out. Coming out from Mission Ready, trying to clear some space, and Firefighter's gonna have to back away.
Hey, Fate, let's see what you got. This is a big test right here, a big team. Again, even just coming out of this with a dub, it's going to be a huge confidence booster. Get yourselves out of last place. I say that, and then it was a Molly and a Panzer. Overkill abound. My goodness.
Fight this fire. Blam!
Yeah, there's nothing that was going to fight that fire. There's Vox now slowly getting pushed up towards. Michael's going to get knocked though. Tater is going to find that one. Nice trade, but he's going to find a second 1v1. Can he get it? Oh, he's so close. But the veteran Snakers will shut that down. Meanwhile, it's going to be Tony to find Emmy. And all of a sudden, a 2-on-2 situation for PD and Toyo.
All down to Tony, trying to keep potentially dangerous' hopes alive, swinging around the side, taking Benya down. 1 versus 1. The Mission Ready are watching all this. A good trade, but it's not enough. Capitan is still alive. How? Stun out, still dodging, trying to inject that first aid kit faster.
Got the first aid. That's the problem, though. Tony not wanting to use the TPP perspective at his disadvantage, pushing that tree. Let Capitan get away with it. That was so close, and that actually would have been huge for Mira. But PD unable to close it out.
And that's how you have an opportunity to really extend that gap further. It's already 6 points.
I don't think it's gonna happen, Cam. They're limping here, and you have a full 4-man of Mission Ready Internacional Alliance, as they already have 13 kills as well. I would be shocked if Mission Ready actually let them recover here.
Going for 1 revive. Mission Ready are at least taking it slow enough. They're not just pushing W the whole time and set themselves up.
They were late,
for
actually. That's fair.
down.
They were late to this. Yep, that's okay. They were still dealing with their reses as well. I take that back. It's totally okay. This makes sense.
It's not just that. It's also they didn't have that much information. They're coming into this one blind, so they need to take some time to get some information out.
100% correct.
Snakers is anchoring down to the south. The rest of the 3 are playing together as a pack. And as long as they don't push over the hill, try and really exploit the third-person camera to see over, then they should be putting themselves in a good spot. It's going to be on a Toyo if they can get the first knock, if they can start to open things up. Because I think the crossfire from Snaker's anchor position is really going to be key for Mission Ready to confirm this chicken dinner.
Yeah, that's the thing. Snakers, having that extra player for Mission Ready is really going to help them here. As you stated, in the anchor position here will help tremendously, especially if a push does come. But we know how these end games go, especially in this perspective. So this will be a slow burn, and that's okay. As you can see, Mission Ready is just going to take their time, as is Toyo. That anchor really is going to be what is going to be the difference maker, I think, in this fight, Camp.
Slight nudge to the left with phase 8. I don't think it really... I guess it favors Mission Ready because that's towards the crossfire of Snaker's position, but neither Toyo or Mission Ready have a position that's like controlling the center of that zone. It's all fighting over this one ridge, this one hilltop.
Yep. Yeah, Mission Ready are basically just herding Toyo to the north where they want them to be. So even if they do crest on this, they do have cover and are set up to take that fight. But again, Toyo, you stated it, huge opportunity here. If they could somehow win this game, that will elevate their gap even more over Mira, who have already had a rough tournament, or I should say last chance. So we'll see if they're able to, even a few points here would be a win for them. Even if they only get 1 or 2 knocks, maybe they get a flush or 2 here, that'd be anything, right? Anything to widen that gap between them and Mira. Because currently they're at a 6-point gap.
Snaker's bumping forward a touch, but with the bus at the ready, extra pieces of cover. And the blue closing in, space available for, well, either Mission Ready or Toyo is getting a bit more constricted, a bit more limited. Honestly, I don't see this playing out any way other than Mission Ready just taking over the whole thing. If Snakers gets knocked, that's when things can change. But Snakers, and we know he's a smart kid, we know he's a smart player, needs to continue to just play his life, stay alive, give information, be the backup, be the threat, but utilize the rest of Mission Ready as the main point of contact.
Yep, and that's what I believe they're trying to do, but Toyo not biting quite yet. And as you stated, Snaker's indeed very smart. He did graduate college after all, by the way, if you're watching. Very smart individual. This is more of a side gig for him these days, but still, he happens to be one of the better players, so go figure.
Right.
That's what happens. I mean, Snake has been playing this game since he was 16, 15, very young, right? We watched him grow up. So even if school took a focus, I mean, the muscle memory just from practicing and playing all those years is still very much a factor, and he is just as dangerous.
Ooh, here comes the fighting. Utility goes out. Snakers and Michael each find 1, and it's all to Benya.
Wow, that was
as slow as it started. Yeah, as slow as it started, and just as quick as it ended. 15-kill victory for Mission Ready International.
Alliance.
Good win. Not for Alliance, but for Mission
Steve
Ready.
is just the best when it comes to letting us hear his beautiful voice, isn't he?
I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody else heard that they got a great win and that they did really, really well, and that was a fun end game. I like that Mission Ready took it seriously. Toyo needed the points, and they come away with a little extra. So it's still a race, Cameron. As we as we prepare to swap you out, you get to watch while Godspeed and I try to convince everyone that it's a race for the next 2 games. Very exciting.
Yeah. Listen, it's... I just want to go ahead to the
Pretty
leaderboard.
exciting.
Yes. So the fact that we see Furia, Rock, Liquid, and Mission Ready all on, like, it's the same as yesterday. It's the favorites of our region. There hasn't been a single upset as far as the chicken dinner. Within individual fights, sure, no team is like impossible to beat in a straightforward 4v4, get a couple of kills here and there. But as far as like confirming the chicken dinner every single time, it's one of like the top dogs. It's one of the has's. It's the status quo, which is why this 8th place position is so stark. Don't panic, Team Liquid. This is just from this round. They're at 8th. MRIA with the win, 25 points, but Toyo with 14. That is the important angle from this round.
Let's pull up the overall leaderboard as Cameron sort of points that out. Let's paint the picture a little bit better for you guys. MRIA is qualified. They played that passively, which was slowly, which was smart because they're getting ready for PGS and PGC, but they're going to qualify in the top 3. No big deal. Top 8 are what advances. Toyo does grind it up to 49 to give them a good, strong lead against Mira and Dots. And while Liquid, yeah, I guess had a slow game, the fact that it's 70-49 with 2 games left to play, I'm pretty confident, Godspeed and Cameron, one of you feel free to correct me, that I can just say we're playing for 8th at this point. Like, everybody else should be totally fine. No issues, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
unless answer that.
Unless Toyo and Mira both get, like, top 2 games in a row.
I can see Dots making a surge for 7th, you know? I think their playstyle has been I think it's working. So
They could make a surge, but 2 teams would have to make the surge, I think, in order for the 7th place team to get knocked out, which becomes significantly harder mathematically. I think that's where you were headed to, Cameron, at that point. So it does feel like whether it's Toyo, whether it's Dots, whether it's Mira, there's not a lot of space for anybody except one of those teams to try to take Toyo out. Okay. So it is all about Toyo. So we are going to spend the next 2 games keeping an eye on these sort of 3 or 4 teams that are in this kerfuffle to qualify. And that's sort of where we're building out. Top 8 teams advance. It's all about that cutoff point. All right. If you had to pick Mira, Dots, Toyo, I'll even you can throw others in there if you want to. Which of those 3 do you think walks away with that 8th place when all is done and dusted? Godspeed.
Potentially dangerous.
Really?
Really? Okay.
I like that. Are you just saying that for it's and giggles, or do you believe that they might make that push?
Based off what I've seen from the last 2 games, I feel like they have been more aggressive in trying to search for these points more so than Mira or Toyo. Mira or Toyo are actually just playing to be safe. How many times have we watched a team playing to be safe fail to qualify?
Right.
A lot of times. I'm answering the question for you a lot of times.
Yes. No, you're right. And Toyo is a team that I think I remember you specifically, I won't quote the screams, screaming at in the green room at EWC. No, I'm not going to say trash tier, wusses.
I didn't say anything.
Don't be afraid to push. Okay.
Whoa.
You never said trash tier.
I did say that.
But I do.
No, I did say don't be
remember
afraid to push.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting to. The frustration that you had with them over the last couple of months over a passiveness has been palpable.
Yes.
Has that changed at all in this event?
Nope. I still feel the same way about them. And the thing that confuses me about this year specifically is I do genuinely feel like Toyo used to be a far more aggressive team, especially with that roster. And I don't know what this year has caused them to adopt more of a passive playstyle. Maybe it's just vibes. Maybe I need to go back and watch them in the past. But I don't remember Toyo being this passive. And so it has cost them. It has cost them multiple times this year. And we've seen it. So I want to see them turn it around. But it's hard for me to choose or root for them when it's been a very slippery slope for Toyo.
Turn around. You're still in 8th. It's not a great place to be. All right. So what about you, Cameron? What is your pick of those teams?
I think it's going to be Toyo. Not for any reason of the team that's currently in 8th place, but Erangel towards the last 2, whether or not we get the chaotic Sosnovka Island type zones, it's the fact that, I mean, we saw what happened. We saw a little teaser of it happen already, right? With Bestia versus Mula Systematica. Teams, when it gets this close, when teams that are either guaranteed qualifying or not, like those 2 examples, they're going to go for plays that don't actually matter. They're going to go for fights earlier on. They're not going to play as strategically anymore. And you'll see times at the end when a team that is trying to qualify, they play everything right. They do everything that they need to. But because it's Game 5, Game 6 of the evening, Game 11, Game 12 of a best of 12 series, the kill points that they, should have access to aren't there this time around. Things are the points are so much less reliable come the final rounds of an event. For that alone, I think Toyo are going to have a chance of holding on beyond the fact that they already have a 6-point lead over Mira.
All right, I do want to give a shout out real quick. If you guys want to have a chance to earn some G-Coin, it's not just players making money. You can as well if you make us laugh. Send in, using this QR code, a joke, a meme, really anything. How about, a silly picture of Toby with a fun Photoshop drawing over the top of it. If you make a good one of that, I'll pick it every single time. But if you get picked, you're going to get a whole bunch of G-Coins. So send in any funny picture, anything really, as well as a picture of Toby that you've just had so much fun with, because I think that'd be worthwhile. And if you get picked, it's next weekend, so send that in. It'll be cool. All right, so let's make the talent laugh. 2 games left to play. I think it's going to get a bit chaotic. At the start of that last game, Godspeed, we saw a hot drop between Mira and 55. Was this a symptom of going out there and trying to find points?
That was a very awkward hot drop as well. I don't think either team were necessarily super ready for it, but it was Mira that came out on top and did get the points. 55 went out early. Also, I was just looking at Erangel for yesterday, right? As far as how potentially dangerous it is, just to the point that I was talking about earlier, maybe they can make the surge. They got an 8th place finish with just a few kills and a 10th. So they did not have the best Erangel yesterday. Going into that map today, we'll see if they can remedy it. But, you know, back to the conversation in all seriousness, do I think Toyo will keep it? I think Mira could potentially have a surge. I would still give more of a chance to Mira or even a team under them like PD qualifying than Toyo, but we will have to see. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I have to pick anybody to make the push, it's Mira. I just think Dots is having fun, right? Like, I honest to God feel like Dots is trying not to qualify right now. Like, that last game, they were like, oh gosh, we're really close to the cutoff.
I feel like they could have qualified if they played as like an actual 4-man, especially at this point. Like I said, the fact that they've gotten more points than most of the other teams on, you know, under them, or just in general, right, in this entire LCQ that are not like the quote-unquote serious teams is kind of crazy, because they're actually outperforming a lot of teams by doing 4 corners, which again is wild to me, but it's, I mean, you know, it's working.
You know, shout to Shane and the boys. Go watch the streams. If they're this much fun in this, they're going to be hilarious when you watch their streams. So definitely worth checking them out. All right, so moments in that last game before we go to the next one. We're waiting for our teams to get ready. I want to make sure everybody's set up with the last 2 games to play. Tig's mortars were awesome in that last game. Trigonometry again. But I loved that he was so close that everyone saw his trailers from the launch of the mortars and then immediately started shooting things back at him. Like, he was mortaring and then trying to move as quickly as possible. I've never seen that where the reaction was to the launch portion, because he got mortared right away after he launched that first one, didn't he?
It was cool. Michael, right? I think it was Michael from Mission Ready that got him back. So, and that team as well, Michael and Mission Ready have had really impressive mortar. I think the teams that impressed me the most with mortars as far as our region, even both domestically and internationally, is Rock actually is very disgusting with mortars. We learned that. Obviously, Tig and the Falcons have been very good with mortars, but also Mission Ready. Not only is that team really good at trolling with the BRDM and getting their points that way, as we've seen Vox, but also just they're very good with mortars. They're pretty dialed in. So those 3 teams have shown that, and also Liquid actually recently has been doing some pretty good work with mortars, getting some knocks. So those would be the 4 teams in our region that are kind of popping off with that with the mortars.
It feels like there's 2 kinds of mortar though, Cameron. Like, I feel like when you talk about trigonometry and you talk about QAD, they sort of like throw mortars down when they see a good opportunity and like are just really good with the math and causing chaos, etc. It feels like Liquid and specifically Rock are like presetting mortars when they get to their locations. Like, they're saying, this is a spot where we think a team would threaten us from. Let's preset a mortar and target it there. So the second they land, we're already dropping mortars on top of them, which I really love seeing teams like Rock doing that now. Like, you can see them out there calculating before it's ever an issue. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the position that we're talking about. There are some positions that, you know, like, oh, that's going to be, not only is that a threat, it's also open air that we can line that one up. Like, you know, you can't just line one up on a random hillside. But if there's a shack, like, let's look at Erangel, for example, the double warehouse that, who is it that had great defense yesterday? Was that Liquid yesterday? West of Stalber. That warehouse, there's like that shack that's like a floor below it, just southeast of it. Like, you could just set a mortar up for that. You know that's going to be a follow-up position for a team later on in the game. So if those exist, then absolutely you should be able to set that one up.
That last game, Godspeed, one thing that I did really like was that Toyo push on Rock on the north side of the map. I really didn't think Toyo was going to pull it off. What did they do that made that work so well?
Rock misplayed it. RBN got knocks as he crossed over, and they only had 3 anyways. That was just a misplay by Rock. Honestly, Toyo probably should not have gotten across. Granted, I will give Toyo the benefit of the doubt. That first knock, I think, came before RBN went down, so they had managed to find that. But yeah, that was a misplay by Rock for sure, because they didn't need to cross over. They could have just tried to hold them out, especially with all the smokes.
It was. But also, it felt like Rock maybe is playing a little more laid back in the second half of this.
They can afford to.
Yeah, exactly.
They can absolutely afford to. So I'm not like mad at them, but that's how Toyo got across.
Yep. So Cameron, does this qualify as one of your crazy 2 games left Erangel circles?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. The river's in play. A whole third of it is water. And more so than that, Liquid are chasing down Mira. Granted, Mira's one of the teams that could use a fight like this in the early game. But, like, Liquid, I mean, do we think they would make a chase like this if this was round 1 or 2 of a tournament?
No, Liquid, absolutely
but
not.
this makes sense now.
Yeah. Dude,
even hold on a second. That's
sick.
I do think maybe, and again, it's possible that they think Mira is maybe a stronger team than Toyo or something, and they just want to go for that, or they're just playing aggressive off the rip because they can afford to, because they're they're going to qualify. So regardless, it worked out for Mira.
Yeah, I think Liquid honestly thought they don't have that great of firepower. They have a UAZ. We have a sports car. We can catch them and cause trouble. We have 2 shooters. I just don't think they were prepared for like the double tap coming back at them. That was awesome, but also they get everybody up. So like no harm, no foul. Mira moves on. Oh no, they got 1 flush. I'm sorry. Not bad.
Yeah, but they can get the blue chip, so it's still fine. Liquid is still basically playing with house money. They're qualified. It's not going to affect them too much. It's more so Mira just happy to we'll grab that. Thanks.
And Mira's like, feel free to bring them back. We need more points, so just that's fine.
Just
Kills
give it
and
to
blue
us,
chips for everybody. Yeah,
Sure.
Exactly.
Why not? Kills
that-
blue chips for everyone.
And now when we say that as a reminder for you guys at home, as you look at that scoreboard on the left side, top 8 qualify, that's what the big white line is for. Toyo, Mira, Dots, and potentially Dangerous are the teams we're going to keep an eye on you for this match. Now, Godspeed, potentially Dangerous, is in a pretty good spot for this game.
Yep, so far, but that's the thing. How many times have we said that today? On these first circle pops, I feel like PD has been in one of the best. I mean, it doesn't mean much because it is just first circle, and again, these shifts have been wild, but PD have been in the driver's seat for most of these initial circle posts, so they really need to get something off of this, and in that last game they tried. I mean, they took the fight to Falcons and multiple other teams, but eventually went out, but they did at least get some kills, so we'll see if this can be another one of those games where they only have 2 left to salvage this qualifier.
Absolutely. All right, Mira, Toyo. What's the story on Mira right now? Cameron, can you give me a Mira update as we go into this game?
Driving south.
Driving south.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Steve is just an anchor, and he's like, all right, Godspeed, thank you very much. And with the weather, it's cold.
I like it in the early game. I think we should keep Cameron on the broadcast just to yell out Mira updates whenever we ask for it. So just, Cameron's like, but I wanted to go snack. That we should. Now get out of here, Cameron.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I was willing to stay, but if you
You
insist,
should
okay,
stay.
bye.
If you're willing to stay and yell updates on Mira, I would be happy.
No, I'm already at the door. My coat's already on. I'm grabbing my hat from the door rack. Sorry, I can't reverse the decision now. My momentum is taking me out. Bye.
He's like an old man in New York. Like, no, I've got my hat and my coat. I'm out of here. You rapscallions. He lives in Chicago.
Rapscallions.
Yeah,
I was gonna say. I don't
There's
know.
an old reference. It's old when it checks out. You haven't lived till you've been called a rapscallion, my friends.
Well, then I haven't lived yet, it seems, as Toyo sitting up in a nice position in this circle currently. Just above the river.
How old are you,
Steve.
Toppies? I'm rapscallion old. All right. Toyo inside of a nice little spot here, a little hole. Toyo needs to find the points to get into the middle early on. Love to see that. PD in a good spot up north. Love to see that. Let's see. Mira. Garrett, how's Mira doing?
Something get something out of him. Oh, goodness. Leave the man alone. Mission Ready, though, is getting dangerously close to the team of Fate. Now, we have seen Fate set up some pretty good. They've had some decent macros, set themselves up again in some okay positions. This one happens to be very good. It's just winning those team fights. I just want to see them win one good team fight before this event is over. I don't care that they're in last. It's okay that they're there.
Yeah.
Again, new team, no problem. Tony, though, is going to laser Vox out of that one. A much-needed point will go their way.
Yike. All right, that's a dead Vox. Well, again, it's a big point for a team that needs it, and a loss of a point for a team that doesn't really care. So I think that's the best case scenario for these teams that are here on this sort of desperation grind. PD is in I think it's such a good spot, man.
It is unless this shifts far to the south. If this goes hard south shift, it's going to be not good at all for PD because then they have so many teams to go against, right? They're going to have to roll through Furia. They're going to have to roll through Fate, who's also going to rotate in. Team Casito might cause issues by just being a clog up in the north side of Severny, right? So a lot of things could go wrong, but for the time being, especially because there is no land ratio in the first couple shifts, there's a good chance that they're still going to be just fine, at least going into Phase 2, right? Phase 3 could be the question mark.
Looks like I'm assuming Mira's gonna go for an E pick up here. Meanwhile, we've got Furia's got that. Okay, Furia's location is one of my least favorites, but when there's no one behind you and you just have free open fire at this compound, it's absolutely lovely. It's a decent spot for now.
The Ridge is really good to play, but yeah, playing this super early when you have other teams kind of cresting over you is rough, especially vehicles. That's the biggest issue, is if you're trying to save a vehicle there early, it's almost impossible because there's going to be an angle somewhere that can get your tires.
Which, to speak to
you
that,
have that ridge line.
Well, the other half of their team is up on that ridgeline right now, making sure that nobody else can take it. So, at least they're doing. This is the Furia that I want to see, right? This is the Furia that did PGS. This is the Furia that has performed in the past. This is the Furia that I was like, where were you at PAS 6? Looking really, really good. I guess
they did okay. They just didn't qualify. I think they got 5th, right? They were just on the cusp of not qualifying. So.
Whereas today, this weekend, they've been in the mix constantly. Like, we're never at a point where we're not considering Furia. And so that's, to me, with players like Gizera and Kawazine, like, you have to be in the mix. These are like some of the biggest powerhouses out of South America.
Yeah, and
Krafton,
of course, right, with so much experience, we've seen him for forever, it seems like. Yeah, I mean, they're the only team that's won 3 games, so clearly they're doing something right. They're doing, for the most part, everything right. Again, even if you look at their PAS performance, they just barely missed out, so it's not like they, completely dropped the ball. It's just unfortunate. It happens. As we now see Systematica. Okay.
I like running in circles to avoid making the kill easy. It's good. Preparation.
The best/worst thing you can do when you're EP, especially if you're trying to get away from a team, is like smoke yourself, because it's just like, oh, let's just throw all of our grenades and mollies on that smoke.
That is the perfect spot. The only thing worse is waiting for the last minute and not clipping in.
But see, this is what I'm talking about, Steve. Mira is still in the blue. Like, they have not opted to leave yet. It doesn't look like they have an E-pickup. Maybe they do, but... Even
they've been driving around really weird. So I think they were looking for one or want to use it after the circle closes. Maybe, I don't know. I just don't know why they haven't left yet.
But it's okay. But generally, this is okay. I'm not necessarily faulting them for this strategy, but it does kind of again show me that they are willing to play more passive, which I don't think is necessarily going to be the play with only 2 games left with another team that just passed you, right? Like,
yeah. Do you know what the max
this just
E pickup
seems to be
is?
Like they're hesitant about getting encircled. They don't want to fight. They don't want to get taken out early. I don't know. It's just I've seen this play so many times before. Oh, look at this shit.
Is it 4 E pickups max on the map? I think
at one time.
I think so.
Let's see. Is there even a max? There is a max, actually.
There is a max. I just don't remember what it is because it's so rare. But it could be possible that Mira meant to, and that all 4 of those preempted them. Nice shot. Cowboy with a beautiful drive-by on the Bizzler.
Oh, man. Where do you even land, though, if you're E-pickupping into this circle? There is shooting range. There are the ridges and waves, we call them, around there. And there is also that western ridge... to the west of shooting range, I should say, but this is open, man. This is so open. Emmy and Toyo are on their way in. They've not lost anyone just yet, as Emmy's going for the drift of his life. Meanwhile, it's going to be... Right. Yeah, Tig is going to be taking shots at Rebo. This is bad news bears for them, unless they can get the hell out of this area. Meanwhile, Rock also rotating past, as well as Bastia all the way on the east. This is a mess in the middle.
Sheesh. It does seem like the North has been favored at this event on our Erangel circles. Kraken in a good spot. We just talked about Furia and how good they are as shooters. And they're in the defensive position here. Toyo needs to get points out of this crash. I would assume that they'll mostly just lock down here and not try to engage. This is a spot where it'd be nice to have a mortar, I'll tell you that, if you got a couple of guys hiding in that spot of firing range where Toyo is.
Yeah, no joke. Meanwhile, you see Liquid rotating up towards the west. Smartly so. They're going to avoid all this, as well as Team Casito. So they did get to a good spot relatively soon, getting out of Severny. Good on them, even though they were close enough. Again, I still like seeing the proactivity. Meanwhile, Posa getting on this roof. And Toyo cannot feel comfortable in their position, especially with the Falcons right behind them.
I like that. What Toyo went up there and they took out the tires first. It was very nice. Are you stuck? There we go.
I was going to say, what the hell happened here?
Oh, he was trying to run him over. Look at this. The jukes.
I like how Stakers is so unbothered by this, too. He's just completely ignoring the BRDM as he barely makes it inside, and Mission Ready will go down. More importantly, 55 went down, so they only have 1 member left. And they weren't too far behind either.
He got the flush on Mime, though. It's huge. Now Flood goes down elsewhere. You can just hear Mime screaming, "Stop him." I'm trying. The BRDM's too big. Oh, he's going to get to run somebody over. There. Oh, make it a double. Make it a double.
God, dude, what is...
Dude, he ran 2 of them over and then stole their Dacia. Cold.
I mean, look, I get that the BRDM it's not the loudest vehicle. It's kind of hard to hear sometimes, but the awareness there and the lack thereof, I mean, dude, that was pretty crazy.
Wait, when did we get a
Oh, my
BRDM,
goodness.
guys? We don't have a BRDM.
Okay, so
It's like
here's
that.
what I really want to focus on, though.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine. Mira is coming in. They're rotating in here from the southwest. They're coming in late. They do actually have an opening right behind Team Liquid.
I like that.
So, see if they are going to... Actually, I really want to see what the circle is going to do. That's going to dictate where their rotation really goes. Still quite a bit of water, which means Team Casito has basically dead center circle, even in phase 4. This one is going to go away from the water. Toyo, though, still trying to survive. It's the Falcons taking shots. They're going to have to use that wall to get safe.
I'll say Toyo has worked way farther forward than I expected them to off the back of their sort of landing spot where Rebo is. He has managed to move forward with those shots from the high ground. Falcons is going to have to leave that spot as the circle closes, though. So if Toyo can just survive the next 2 minutes, Falcons has to go left of waves or circle all the way around, and then they can just force a team v team against Furia to clear this area out. Toyo just has to survive.
Tongue, rest, my princes. We'll have 1 game left.
Good night, my sweet princess. Just know, no matter what, we've enjoyed having you here.
Oh, Benya with a sick double spray. All of a sudden, hold up, Toyo.
Yeah?
Not one to be
Those are the 2 guys we just talked
hearing
about.
my slander. Yeah. Just trying to prove me wrong, and I'm all for it. Capitan is going to step over and get 2 huge frags, which means they know exactly where the last duo remains of Furia in that bunker.
He does have a Groza, though. That definitely helped.
That's okay.
It's obviously.
You still gotta hit your shots with that thing. That Groza can get a little wily.
You know, we were doing the sound
It's
effect
tough.
challenge, and I could not do the Groza to save my life. I tried so many times
Yeah,
to
that
get the
one's
Groza.
tough.
It's
That
like
one's
rattling
tough.
metal. It doesn't make any sense.
I love the Groza though. It's so fun to use. Especially, dude, it sounds so nasty silenced.
Yep.
Oh my god, I love
You
that.
P90 or you Groza?
I mean, which one do I enjoy using more? Because it's
let's say you open
difficult,
2
not a
boxes.
laser.
And they were both there, and you're like, oh, I gotta pick one.
I mean, if I'm not being silly, then obviously I'd take the P90 because I got just broken. But
I didn't know if the
P90
higher,
did things.
the more damage per bullet mattered to you at all.
Well, I mean, the P90 is just again
Higher
I
DPS.
don't think there's a gun. I don't think there's a gun that knocks you faster. Well, technically the Lynx, but I mean, we're talking about like a full auto gun.
I'd take a Lynx over a P90.
I wouldn't. I'd still take the P90.
Oh, no, 100%. I'd probably have a better chance of winning with the P90, but that Lynx is too much fun to play with.
Actually, you put a red dot on a Lynx up close, man. You're at least
It's a
getting one,
monster.
right?
Especially because I play a
Surely.
lot of solos, man. I'll tell you what, Lynx in the mid game is too much fun. All right,
Yeah.
here we go. As we wait
Need
for the
that
circle
Lynx
to close,
and that bush
it's a little
you're in.
slow. A little slow up here. A little slow up here. Hey, speaking of Lynxes, remember that who hit that shot yesterday with the Lynx? Was it Kickstart?
It was Kickstart. Mhm.
Oh, gosh.
It was a disgusting shot. It was a really nice shot.
Mm-hmm.
Toyo have managed to hold out themselves for shooting range for now. Again, this is going to shift south, so there's actually a chance they might be in. And Mira, more importantly, have snuck in between Team Liquid into that compound. So they actually find themselves a great spot for this circle. And look at that.
Wow. That rotation from them was literally a miracle.
Very good rotation. Yep.
Sparking is not having a great rotation, tries to get the Jeep out of there, and does manage to survive as none of the tires were taken. They have this is that sad thing where it's like you were being backfilled by Mira, and they managed to slide under you while you took shots earlier, and now you have to deal with them going forward, and that is just that stinks to be Liquid. You lose Purdy, and now you have to get past another team.
Yeah, it's not ideal. They do still have 3 up, and their edges in, and they're... Yeah, I mean, Falcons is a much bigger threat to them now at this point than Mira is, but I'm kind of, my eyes are again going up towards potentially dangerous. They have the entire north to work with, but again, it's about getting kills as well, closing out the game. 55 still have a few members up in Psycho, and I can't see who his teammate is, but they're going to be a duo in that shack. And again, Toyo, their next play is going to be right into the waves where Rock currently sits. So this is going to be an interesting fight. And again, one that we need to pay attention to.
Zico getting healed up. He's got that VSS. His Dots continues to push in. They're still going. They are outside, relatively deep in the blue at the moment. Was the strategy this time no cars?
Possible. I mean, I don't know what their strategy is most of the time, but it's fun. And that's all that matters.
I'm not sure they do either, Gadspeed. And I
how
respect
can
it.
their team, or how can their enemies know what they're doing if they themselves
The
have no
ultimate
idea what they're doing?
If I don't know what I'm doing next, how will you? Too good. All right, Rock. This is a Rock moment. BRDM going by. Rock's pretty good at dealing with BRDMs. And they choose to deal with it by letting it drive.
It's
Oh,
actually-
it's smoking. That's big.
This actually opens up a window, though, for Toyo. Because if Rock get too distracted, that could open up a knock here for Toyo, but fortunately for Rock, I don't think that's going to be the case just yet, as 55.
It'd be good, though, because
cruise on towards the south and just chill there.
if there was a time to move into waves, it would be now. As like a playable position.
Well, the longer they wait, too, the more Rock is
Right.
going to start just focusing on their rear. But I don't think Rock have given that opportunity for them yet, so I don't blame them for actually kind of being hesitant at this point, because they really can't just run directly into it. But Capitan making the move right now. Maybe going around at an angle where he can anchor for his team, as we still are with Dots here. And Zico just burning up in the blue, as they do.
As they do. All right, so they're going to move out. Rock's still locked in position. Dots, come on.
I'd like to think that they're playing this game on hard mode.
I think that they chose
They're like,
no
you know what,
cars.
we're gonna-
I think they had. Yeah, look at them all. They're all walking from different angles. They for sure
Yeah,
went
they've
no
been using
cars.
bicycles, Steve. Of course they're not using cars. They're doing it on
Well, that's what I'm
purpose.
saying. I think Shane banned cars in the last game, so they picked up bikes. Now he's like, all right, guys, you can't drive anything now.
That's kind of lame. At least give them bicycles. It's not fun.
They're doing too well.
16 first aids for Valiant, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Well, he's putting in the work. He's got an idea. He's got to make a move. Maybe he also has to work next weekend.
Who knows? Toyo, though, now this is the time. They got to move in. So we'll see if they are indeed... Oh, Arbian actually might get pressured. Arbian is... Oh, Falcons.
that?
Falcons with a huge angle onto Rock. This is a godsend for Toyo.
Yep. I like they sent RBN up to the hill, though, to try to lock him in. Emmy with the power slide. Sexy coming in like it's a sports drift. Capitan up on the top. Still got that Groza. Emmy with the Dragonov. Rebo, he's got a C4 on standby, not using it just yet. Capitan does look like he's just going to try to do the drive and survive move here. Do a little bit of scouting. Knows they're inside the hole. Fantastico up over the top. He got one, almost the second. Capitan at half. But he gets the return. Fantastico down. Mira eliminated during that
Mira
process.
got C4'd by Team Liquid.
That's what it was. Oh, no.
It was one C4, took out all 4 members. That was a sacrifice of the century there for Liquid, but they got it. That is devastating for Mira. Absolutely devastating, because now Toyo are still in.
Whoa. Yeah, Mira needed that. Mira was watching and waiting for Toyo to fall here, and then coming in and sort of this was their chance to make that move. So with one game left to play, Mira is in the planning docs on their Discord right now, trying to figure out how they recover from this one. Meanwhile, Casito in the smoke, gonna get up and go against
Nice
PD.
from PD.
But PD gets the win and continues to climb. 38 points. Still a long road ahead of them, but they're doing a little bit at a time.
That's a big win, though, because they
it
not
is.
only took over essentially what is the last central compound. In fact, it is the last compound in the circle, period. But it's also somewhat central. And only 2 of their members were knocked. They were not flushed, which means that should be a full recovery for potentially dangerous. Meanwhile, Dots getting in a fight with the Falcons. They've been kind of trailing him for a while now, being a nuisance. Batty's going to have to deal with Huynh, though. Huynh doing the stanky leg on the way to that tree. Okay. I love that little crouch thing that you see. I'm about to see it here in a second.
Oh,
No
that's a
way!
dodge
It's
play.
gonna be Batty Low that gets him. Okay, all right.
We don't need cars. But kill him.
Dots are gonna accidentally fall into qualification and be like, whoops.
Right?
I mean, they're 39 points. They're not far behind, and they're still alive. At least some of them.
The problem
Three
with
of
3
them.
dots. The problem with 3 dots is the implication is you're not quite done yet, and that just seems to be the way these guys are playing it out. They're always a second away from getting cut and pull it off at the end. So I mean, I hope they do. I hope whatever they're doing keeps happening. You know what I mean? Like, and they nail this one because I would love to see them continue the chaos.
I would love to see.
Oh my God!
James
You know how much?
and everyone.
Yes.
Yes, I'll then be like, what the? Because we're gonna know that it's all troll. They're gonna be like, wow, this must be the craziest strategy of all time.
Toby's heralding as the saviors of PUBG. They've broken open the meta.
Toby's gonna be like, wow, this is the future. It's the new meta.
That said, though, what if it is bikes?
Oh, nice nade from Solds. This is gonna land right in Solds' pocket. Yeah, it would just be fun to see
our teammate from EMEA is gonna be watching this and be like, "What were you guys doing?" And be like, "We were trying to make 8th place exciting." What we were doing, guys. It's a good time.
So now potentially dangerous. Hold on a second. A real game-winning opportunity here as they have the best position currently in this cycle. Emmy's going to find Solds, so that is a flush on the nade that he got earlier. And Toyo's fighting back, man. 5 kills. They're making it tough for these cusp teams to be on the chase, and they still have 4 alive. And no one's really there to contest them, Steve. You have a solo of Valiant. His teammate is off in the other side of the world, basically. You have a solo of Alo. And then you have the solo of BL. Those are the closest players in their proximity, which means that they should at the very least be able to get on that dirt road and play underneath PD's position.
I just don't. I'm trying to. I mean, if PD gets this, they don't have 6 kills. You walk out. If you win this, you walk out with like what, 5 more? Uh-oh, I hear a beeping.
So they get. It's going to be Toyo onto the shack of Alo.
Oh no! Well, that didn't work out. Can we talk about how many Doritos Alo has? This is obscene. That's a fair way to do it.
I mean, a C4 for one player. I mean, I guess there's no way for them to have known that there's only one player there, but that, I mean, Repo just.
Yep.
I mean, he didn't even get out of the vehicle. He just died. That was it. There was no attempt. There was no like, shoot, I don't think I'm gonna make it. He's just like, he committed. He gritted his teeth, and he just blew up. So ridiculous.
Did what he had to. Did what he had to. Is Val still going?
He really? Yes.
How many heals have you used, Valiant?
Game,
How many meds has this guy used?
Oh my god.
Is he carrying?
I'm losing my mind.
Is he carrying a tack pack on his back with a dragon with a VSS?
When we last checked in, he's at 12. Don't forget they killed some players as they moved up.
What do you think he's got in that
probably
tactical
picked
pack?
up more. God only knows. Probably I don't even know.
Right?
I still can't get over the Rebo C4. That was and will always be hilarious to me. The fact that he wasn't even close. It's like aim for the bushes. Like,
aim for the bushes and hope.
He literally wasn't even close. Oh my god.
Valiant got Emmy. He's doing it. They don't know where he is.
Man.
It's the VSS.
There's no way to tell. He's a silent assassin.
He's just up. That's your tires. You can't hear anything.
They're probably so confused right now. Like,
how can you not be?
Yeah, because all you can hear is that. You just hear the pings.
Yep.
It's hard to see the tracers sometimes as well.
I think Capitan might have been able to pop the tracers there. Yeah.
I think he did.
Yeah, he got it.
Right.
He did.
He saw him. But he doesn't know where, right? That's the problem.
Right. And meanwhile, Valiant, if only he had the ghillie.
Oh, there it is. Benya found him.
They agreed on the car. He would have got away with it, too. If it wasn't for those kids.
It's true. If he didn't take those the follow-up shots.
Yep. He was just tired. He's like, listen, guys. I worked so hard to
production
get
just
here.
clip that for me, please? I'm sorry. That was just the fun. That is the funniest C4 fail I've ever seen.
Just run it back to back with the kickstart flick. Ups and downs.
PD up to 8 kills. Hold on a second. They're actually right underneath Toyo, and a win would put them in the 50s.
They are. Oh, wow. That's big time. Really shocking how that Mira, it becomes more and more prevalent as the game goes on, just how how badly
I said
C4
you guys thought I was joking when I said PD.
Yeah,
in that segment, because they were further behind, but I genuinely think if anyone's going to actually go for it, it's of those teams you guys were talking about, it's actually PD.
Come on, PD. Keep it close. Let's go, PD. If Toyo wins this, it's essentially... Do we have a mercy rule in PUBG?
I don't know if it would be over, but I mean, if Toyo does win this, I think that would pretty much be it, but... Don't worry, Gabriel's going to find the spray.
Yes, let's go, Gabri. There's always that chance that a team goes on some sort of crazy 30-point run. That's true.
They're going to deny. Okay, that's actually not... That's fairly smart. 4v2 back against the wall with the blue. That was probably one of the best denies we've seen.
So they give them...
play.
So they're giving them the 5 placement points, but they're keeping 3 theoretical kill points away from them.
Yeah, so they could have gotten more than what they were about to get. Because, again, they were 2 members coming out from the blue. We saw that Toyo had to go up against the 4v2. Like, PD was just set up for that, especially because PD is right under them and Toyo know it. I think that deny was very intelligent. That was a good play.
All right, let's take a look. So it is going to be PD that comes away with that win. Fair enough. And Toyo knows the one team that's chasing him is PD, and they have the lead, so why bother? That makes a lot of sense. So a good deny. 1 game left to play. Welcome back, Cameron. 6 minutes till the game starts. Go ahead and use it.
Yeah, so
all you. I'm not saying it.
So potentially dangerous do finally break the trend that we've seen for all the matches so far, that the winning team is the ones that are already in the top position. So like maybe this is actually the sign that they are here to play. But I do think that Toyo's deny is probably, I agree with Toffee, he's probably one of the greatest, like, largest impact use of deny that we've seen. We've seen denials of teams, like, trying to deny points of a potential threat down the line. This was literally, hey, this is the team that can overtake us. These 2 points could make the difference there. So we'll see if it ends up being unnecessary points for potentially dangerous that they missed out on. But still good on PD to get the 19 points that they did have.
Yeah, big time, especially when you got to put up. And that, if nothing else, it gives me hope for the roster as it continues to grind forward. This is a roster with a lot of long-term potential when you look at PD. So to see them come out and be like, hey, yesterday was a bad day. But we talked about this with the team. They are potentially dangerous. It's like one good day and then a bad day. There's just kind of back and forth, hot, cold. And they started today slow, but they're turning up. Now, Godspeed, have you noticed if PD does better on Erangel? Is that part of what we're seeing? If like Miramar's not their map, or
not
just...
They actually did better, I feel like, on the other maps, especially yesterday. When I look at it, they had an 8th and a 10th, and I don't think they got many points out of those ones. So it's not like it's their worst or best map. I just think it's a map to them, right? Like, and they know it well, obviously, like everyone else. I think this is actually probably the best map for them to go for this, is they just got a dub, which means total leaderboards. They're at 52 points. They are now 9 points behind Toyo, which is more than doable in one game.
Yeah. So let's talk this out real quick, gentlemen. I will turn it over to you, Cameron, since you're not going to be talking in the last game, to walk us through who's still in it, what to keep an eye on for everyone at home who's like, why am I watching? Tell us why.
All right, so it's very simple. The only 2 teams that matter in this next game are Toyo and potentially dangerous. Team Mira, unless they come out with some amazing run, or Dots for that matter, but like they're both almost 20 points behind Toyo. If Toyo gets any points at all and Dots and Mira don't get a high kill win, like it's not going to happen, right? But barring those situations, really we're only looking at Toyo and potentially dangerous, which is unfortunate because it means that most of the other teams involved, they can do whatever they want, which again, as we've established before, my big angle for why I think Toyo are going to be able to maintain their 8th place position is that they're going to be doing whatever they want to do, potentially dangerous, and Toyo are going to have a perfect game, and the points just, might not be there. But the big thing is, potentially dangerous, they can't slip up once. Toyo, if they get like 3 or 4 points and then go out, like that just puts more pressure on potentially dangerous because they are the chasing team. Eyes are going to be on them. In fact, I know usually the team that runs from fights and tries to hold rather than being proactive fails to fall out. I think that if Toyo aggressively avoid early game fights, at least for the first 5 phases, that's probably going to be what they want to do, just to not trip and fall at the final hurdle. The only reason that wouldn't work out is if potentially Dangerous go big from the very, very beginning. And as Godspeed said, they're a team that can do that. It's not like completely out of style for potentially Dangerous to just like go guns blazing from second number 1. But I mean, 9 points, very doable, but the ball is 100% in Toyo's court.
But in theory, if they do that, right, Godspeed, if potentially Dangerous goes off at the start of the game, Toyo will be aware of that, right, and be able to change their strategy theoretically in the first 6 minutes.
It's going to be a cat and mouse game, right? Like like Cameron is saying, like Toyo, the ball is in their court as long as they avoid early game fights, which to be fair, that's what they're very good at, right? They do tend to be more passive. They don't look for those early game engagements, whereas for potentially Dangerous, as much as it would be cool to see them go for like an early fight, I don't think that's the play for them as well. I think they just play this like they would any other game, try to get it to the end game with those 4 members alive, and then they go for the big game win, right? When it's like phase 6, there's still at least like, 7-8 teams left, and then that's when they start kind of pushing the pace and getting rid of the teams on the edge, or whether they be in central compound trying to steal kills, whatever it is. I don't necessarily think they should be like hunting, because it's not like they need 15-20 points. They only need 9. They only need 9 points. So, and then again, it also does matter, like Cam was saying, it very much matters how the game plays out if they see Toyo in the kill feed or vice versa.
All right, let's play a second game. Okay, go ahead. No, that's good. What do you got?
Caveat. Here's an extra level of flavor. Because we know that
caviar.
Toyo...
Oh, he said caveat. I'm sorry.
Caviar.
The Toyo are not a team that have convinced me, and I'm sure they haven't convinced either of you, that they are like mentally strong in such a high stakes position like they're in right now. So like if this was like a Liquid or a Furia or a Mission Ready, like I could absolutely see them just like stay locked in, do exactly what they need to do. But Toyo have been up and down this entire year, and I could see them revert into what we get disappointed by all the time, of teams that are so so averse to making mistakes that they end up just like doing nothing, and they end up essentially in 4 corners of their own, all trying to climb in from the blue with like 1 kill to their names. Like we've all seen that before, right? So it's not impossible. I hope Toyo don't fall that, like we know that they're experienced enough that they shouldn't fall into that sort of situation. But they've been so up and down that I honestly, it's not out of the question.
As you're saying, their consistency would imply that we can't necessarily count on them holding on to that. That you guys also, if you're consistent and you like to earn G-Coin, send in a highlight right now. And we're going to pick a winner next weekend. Whoever gets picked for some of their best their best previous Masters tournaments moments will get G-Coin at the grand final. So make sure you send that over. All right, here's what I want to try a different game. Something a little bit different than what we've been doing. And yes, this is because there's really only 3 teams in the race, and we've talked about all of them at this point. I'm not going to try to figure out what Dots' strategy. It's not even worth my time. So we're going to talk about these 4 teams on the bottom for a second. And what I'd like you to do is pick either Tung Tum, Casito, Systematica, or Fate, and tell me something that you have enjoyed about watching them play. Something that's been appealing. Like for instance, I have been impressed. It doesn't always work out, but Systematica's ability to choose when to engage and when to withdraw from fights, I have been pretty impressed with. They have fallen back out of fights and sort of chosen to get away from things at times that show a good game sense. And so I've been impressed to watch sort of their overarching understanding of a crash. What about you guys? Have you seen anything with those 4 teams that you have enjoyed watching or that they've been brought to the game?
For me, the one that I think calls my attention the most has got to be Fate. And I think, I imagine I might be mirroring Godspeed with this one, but the way that they set up their fights, I think that there is an actual strategy that they're employing. The execution, the gunfighting, they lose out because they're not as strong as some other members other teams that they go up against. I mean, they're
agree with that.
Mission Ready, they're no Rock Esports. But there's definitely a concept behind how they approach this game.
Yeah, I would agree that they've set up some interesting ideas, but again, it's just execution has not been there. For me, mine goes out to all 4 of those teams. Is just the fact that they got here, right? The fact that they got here is enough. I haven't seen anything that's really like super impressed me or shown me like, hey, these are like contender teams, but they're not supposed to be. These are open qual teams that have come in. They're relatively new and they're just trying to make something work. And the fact that they've got here to the LCQ, and the fact that they're even putting up points at all against much stronger teams is a good sign. So I'd like to see that continue. I mean, this will probably be, in fact, this will be their last quote unquote major event that's going to be streamed, but there's still going to be some small, like, you know, C tier events around the end of the year that they can still get practice in. And I think that they should, because it's going to be a long time after PGS and PGC before we get back into the swing of things in 2026. So it's just good to see them here.
I like that. It's like that quote. My favorite album is Cash by Johnny Cash. I don't listen to it, but the fact that he's out there making the music, I respect that. That's kind of what we said. I don't love what you guys are doing, but the fact that you're doing it, that's good. That's exciting. I will say this about Fate, as much as I troll, that the fact that they're willing to do it has been what I've enjoyed, Godspeed. The fact that they're willing to set up the traps, and then when the trap is not some easy to catch animal, when it's a tiger that they end up catching in these traps, they're still staying and taking the fight. And I respect that, where they're saying, like, we're standing here, we're gonna go toe to toe, even if we get smoked, it is what it is. So that's pretty hyped. We're waiting on one player to join the lobby. It's the last game. We want to make sure that our teams get everybody in. I'm not going to dox them unless the producer tells me who it is. Dox them. That's it. I thought Fate was exciting in that. I think Tung Tung, as much as, you know, we joked a little bit where you were like, I want to see Tung Tung do it. Tung Tung was willing to put themselves in some really nasty spots if it was
They've actually
the right
had
one.
some good positioning.
Yes.
Yeah, they've had some good positioning. So, again, kudos to them. Kudos to Fate. But, you know, when we're realistic, yes, they are falling short of these other teams. That's expected, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. They're open qual teams. So the fact that they're here is great.
But and that's where I want to spend time. I want to get a little bit of time saying it is great. We're glad that you guys are here. I think it might be hard to watch Evac sometimes as an open qualifier team, because you're like, to a certain extent, you're excited to get your big up, to have some casting, to like get on screen.
Well, they need to, though.
And then we're mean to them.
They need to
sometimes.
watch back.
Yes,
well,
but it's hard.
We're not being mean. We're just being realistic. They need to watch back their VODs, though, because I'm sure they will learn a lot. And then even just by watching the other teams that they lost to, or, you know, again, just practicing, whether it's mechanics, there's a lot to be learned from coming into this qualifier and not qualifying. And that's okay. I mean, that's where a lot of teams start, right? Every player started somewhere. So it's okay.
Michael Jordan got cut from his high school basketball team, too. Cameron, you've been quiet for a while. You got anything interesting to say?
Yeah, Cameron. That even is your real name?
Sports reference. Your real name?
Whatever, as if you don't know who Michael Jordan
I think
is.
actually, okay, so
Michael Jordan.
random anecdote.
The Frenchman.
Random anecdote. I have a twin brother, and my parents have floated the idea that we don't actually know which one of us is which. Who knows? Maybe the birth certificates got swapped and the cards set up. So maybe I'm actually Spencer. Who knows?
I'll bet none of you guys knew that. I'll bet none of you guys knew Cameron had a twin, and his twin has been on at least 3 different broadcasts when he was sick. So
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, and you can't prove otherwise, because Cameron will go to his grave with the truth. I mean, it's true. It's true.
You just said it live on broadcast.
Well, he's not good at keeping secrets. He is. He's very good. All right. So I don't know what, guys. We talked about the teams that are in the race. The top of the board is the top of the board. I spent all of last week talking about those teams at the top, right? Like, that was the entire PAS narrative, was like, these teams are dominant. Newsflash, they're still dominant.
Ooh,
what do you want from me, Godspeed?
See that little observer cam making through that hole? Is clean.
Dude, their observer hits good shots.
It's tight. Oh, there we go. Another one.
Hey, that spot right there is where Shimsy threw a gas can.
It is.
Never forget.
I'm so glad you sounded so excited to point that out. Like, I know the answer.
That's honestly one of my favorite. Like, I remember when it happened live. I love that play, and we'll never stop loving that play because it had just been added. It was a good use.
I was just as surprised. I think I was casting.
we were gassed up for it. That was cool.
Oh,
all right. What you did there. Big middle plane, lots of fairness. As long as this circle doesn't go on to military, Cameron will be happy, right, Cameron?
I mean, there were a couple of other stupid ones like Primorsk or Georgia Pole.
There's no way Primorsk. There's no way. He's leaving, so we have to. Oh no, it's a fight! Well, it's over. You can stay if you want, because that was fast.
I was ready to chill. Again, you guys keep kicking me
out.
I never
drop
volunteered
in
to leave.
Zarky?
Oh wait, is that a Zarky? Dude, Godspeed has been dreaming of this for years, Cameron.
I'm happy as heck. All heck, let me tell you.
55 in TQ. We're ready to call it an early night.
Where's the rest of TQ? Maybe TQ.
Yeah,
TQ definitely might be calling it an early night, but 55 fighting back. Now, I don't want to alarm either of you, but there is a world, however distant it may be,
Okay.
that 55 have a crazy game. And Surge, because I think they're only
Another
about
one.
20-ish points behind. So there's a chance. Is it likely?
It's not likely.
Necessarily. It's not likely, but I don't want to give up on him just yet. It's Loki from Korea. Oh, KPN finds him.
He found him. It was a what? Wow, that was a really
second
nice
shotgun.
opening
He knocked
shot.
himself. He knew that Zig had the lineup and said, I'm going to take myself out.
Smart.
Witness me.
Game 6 scrims, people.
That's
You
how
know,
this
we
cast
just
is
talked.
going.
We just
We're off
talked.
the rails.
We just talked about how happy we were, like things we were proud of with these two teams. They were like, "Let's go to military."
You know the team that's not involved with an early game fight? Fate.
True.
That's
They
true.
are position over everything else, and I can respect that. They've actually, again, execution on these gunfights has been leaves a lot to be desired, but their overall macro is very solid, and that I'd rather have that as my strength than just being good at shooting, because having the macro and the understanding of the lobby and how to navigate and you know, kind of shift with the teams in the lobby that you're playing against, that is a very important skill. You can always go grind out your mechanics, like, or just your shooting or whatever, like in pubs or training mode, right? But I think that's very important that they're able to kind of navigate already these circles with these really good teams in them, and at least make it to the mid to late game, right?
Hey,
they're losing their team fights, whatever, but it's a very important skill that they're garnering, so it's good.
Yeah. Fate are focusing on the skill that is needed for any team in PUBG. You want to trade your anime girls for gothic poets? Money over everything? Nah. Position over everything. Think about it. Put it together. That was a really good joke for those who for those who can put it together.
All right, so while the rest of us are processing your 1200 tier humor, could you give me an update on Toyo?
East.
And Mira?
West.
He's not wrong, people. They really are. They're east-west outside the circle, so we'll see them making their transition. Checking in with Toyo right now. At the prison, I like this big spread. They got everyone out, lots of loot, no contest whatsoever, and an easy access point to the circle. The other side of the coin is Mira. They have a little farther to go. They're looting Gatka, and they are going to have a lot of teams to pass through as they make their way over there. Now, Necro is literally clearing corners before he walks through them. Look at this guy. You know what this is right here, Godspeed? This is a man who doesn't expect to ever see the main island. Yep.
Well, and he may just not. That says Lost will go down. It's just down to Kamish. Do you believe in Kamish?
I mean, a little bit. I would say I don't believe in him came fully, but maybe came-ish.
Okay, interesting.
Well
I
done.
don't really know how to respond to that. But Kickstart. Speaking of Fate, Kickstart will find a member of Fate. Hold on a second. Flanker's gonna find Kickstart. That'd be sick if they got if they wipe Falcons in this last game. I would love that for them.
Flankers. So they are doing that elsewhere right now as Fate fights.
That's in
Falcons.
Boatyard.
Yeah, that's in Boatyard. Okay. There it is. You got him on the bottom left as the tongue fight still continues. Kamish trying to be the lone survivor here, really drawing it out. There it is. And that will be the end of Tongue. Thank you for playing. It was wonderful having you.
You absolute chads.
They were total units. I love them. And a solid meme reference as well.
Why are Furia
I
here?
actually don't know. Oh. Why not? What's your problem with Furia, Cam? They can't just go where they want?
I'll tell you why, Cameron, because qualified.
True.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the teams on the top right now are actually the most dangerous. It's not the teams that are in the hunt.
Yep, you don't want to be anywhere near them right now because they're just going to send middle. They're going to have some fun picking at each other, and they're going to be happy to just play this fight across the road because they're like enjoying it. You know what I mean? No fun. All right, here comes PD. This is big. They got to make this against Mira, no less. No, never mind.
Ooh.
They saw the grenade cooked.
No, they saw someone and turned away. I wonder if PD. Okay, no, they're going back. They said, you know what, guys, we got to get points. Send it. They were stalling for time for Glock to arrive with them.
I think no one else ran out to shoot at them, and they went, it's got to be a solo. All right, Fana's going to come out. He gets the first shot. He gets the spray out. He wants the flush. That's the second one. Fana is down. 2 dead.
It's a very big fight. Mira's going to go down as well. LFP, the last one alive to keep the hopes and dreams of Mira alive, and then for potentially dangerous, they still have 2.
Come on, LFP. LFP gets that nade over the top. He's got to make this push. He's got to keep the dogs in the fight. Fakes in, trying to do a little bit of scouting. LFP needs to get this done and try to get at least a res out. He can't play this as a solo to end it. Got a nice cook. Throws it up over the top. PD backs away. The flash, he's going to use it for cover. Comes around the right side. Gets behind the Jeep. Sees the downs. Looks for the kills. But it's not going to be enough. You got to go for the flush. These kills aren't going to be enough to do anything of value for you. You've got to push around.
I mean, they've got to save their team.
Yep.
They've got to save the team, right? It's a 1v1, Steve. Yep.
But that's what I'm saying is, like, even exposing yourself to try to finish the flushes isn't going to give you very much. LFP comes around. The nade is big. Right. It goes boom by the Dacia, but it's not enough. Comes around the left side. LFP trying to get the peek through the windshield. Goes backwards. Fakes the runaway. Gets the spray, but he's down to 25%. 25%. Head-to-head. Next shot gets the kill. Mira loops back around. He goes behind. Okay, both players going to take a second, stop down, and heal. They now have lost their teammates. They know that this is just a battle for survival and the possibility to use those blue chips. Mira goes around the back. Glock fakes the push, comes around the left side. The spray goes on. Glock gets the best of it. LFP falls back again and has time to heal.
The best part about this fight as well is that it's happening away from everyone else. There will be no one to third party and take it from them, and it's going to be Glock. He gets the drop shot on LFP. And so just like that.
Peek, and I raise you a drop shot, Bia, and he gets him. Beautiful. Sad for, he's still though.
That's it. Mira's done.
Yeah.
They are out of there. So PD with an opportunity now. It's not over yet. They are 5 points behind Toyo with 1 member alive. You know that Glock is going to go for the res. And you have to imagine that they're going to try to loot somewhere safe around edge before they head into the mess that is this final circle. But that was sick. That was a very cool way to finish that.
Toyo
was
ecstatic to see those two go head-to-head.
I don't think so, because seeing PD come out when they were closer on the leaderboard might be, and the fact that PD is kind of going for more, I don't know. Either way, Toyo's at least happy that one of the 2 teams that were right on their tails are now out.
That's true. They don't know what PD is going to pull off. They don't know if they're going to, how many technically survived, perhaps. Is that a double Panzer push? It's a double Panzer push.
Is.
We got 2 Panzers, people. We've got sisters.
Who was driving? It was Karak.
Yeah, Karak ruined that. That's okay.
That's why I never drove.
Yep.
I don't like to drive.
You and Poro. It boggles my mind how long he'll sit there in the passenger seat waiting for someone.
Same.
Yeah, I know. I contend you guys hate playing with me because I like the motorcycle. It means you're always stuck on the back of a bike.
I will drive my own bike. That's like the only thing I will drive.
Dude, I love bikes, man.
I'll take a 2P. I'll take a little 2P.
I'll Ducati all day.
Which Ducati do you have? It's the real question.
The red one. God, I knew you were gonna do
I guess
that.
the red. I guess the red one's all right if you don't have the Twilight pink or the jet black. You know?
Listen, I know that you save all of your allowance for the cars, whereas I save all of my allowance for schematics. Okay, you save your allowance for cars. I save mine for guns. Man. We each have our own processes.
The Krafton is going to get 2. Okay, so he's going to find 2 members of Bestia. Again, these teams both safe, so we can enjoy a nice unfiltered fight between. Hold on, the Kraken's actually.
PD got 3 back, bro.
Of course they did.
Okay, well, I was excited and I was trying to sell it here, okay?
I'm not trying to be rude, but we knew that was going to happen.
It's inevitable.
It's inevitable. Oh, Vinny going to go down. So, yeah, Bestia's kind of getting picked apart by the other logo that's very similar to theirs, and that's Furia. I always get confused sometimes when I see, even though Bestia is just a giant B, sometimes I get confused with Bestia and Furia. I don't know why.
You know whose logo I love? Dots. Sure, it's got some Oshkosh Bagosh energy, but you never.
It does.
You
it
never
does remind
miss
me
it.
Of little Oshkosh.
You never miss it.
Well, you know what else?
If they sold overalls with the Dots logo on the front, I'd buy it today. Is that what you were going to say? You bet your butt.
Out of control. I would, but also the best part about that logo is it represents their play style. 4 corners, baby.
4 coins. That's a good point. That's a good point. Honestly, though, if they made like a really clean hoodie, like maybe pink or green
I'd rock
with
a
that
Dots
logo
hoodie.
on it, I would 100% rock that Dots hoodie. All day. Not a zip up. Nice clean pullover. Get on it, Shane.
Yeah. Shane could be making a lot of money right now. Instead, he's competing here and with a chance, albeit small, to still make it into 8th place.
We
right?
joke, but
they're
when
less
his,
than 20.
when his bicycle decal business really takes off, we're gonna know this is where it started. Oh, look at those pickups for days.
This is also a very, very, if I may be so bold as to curse, this is a shit circle. This is a very bad circle. There's a lot of room that is not to be played on the south, especially with how many teams are already rotating up to the north, just anticipating that shift up. But I mean, I guess there's a chance this goes south. This could be huge for PD, who are now looting Boatyard, as every other team has opted to go north, as you would imagine this stays north. But again, the circles have been crazy.
But even if, like, the fact that PD has so much space to get kitted and get back into it, I think is huge, right? The fact that, like, they have that whole south, no one's going to be there. They're going to be uncontested, and they're safe, and I think that's huge. QAD crashing onto TQ. This should be the end of TQ. I hear beeping. Poyo's got C4.
Do you hear the
QAD.
beeping of a C4?
He was waiting for this.
Who's doing it? Oh, it's Benny this time. I was gonna say, just don't let Rebo.
He hit the brake first. He's so bad at it. Okay, so we talked about this yesterday. Do you remember I was talking about, I think the newest evolution is that, like, we're now learning how to use C4 without killing ourselves, and it's been horrible to watch, but eventually it's going to be awesome.
I think there was some PTSD from Rebo. And so this time Benya was like, I don't want to be... Yeah, this circle sucks. This circle is... Holy.
How do you roll it? Do you have to cut the engine before you hop out? Does it roll better?
You cut the engine and then you just
jump, right?
You just get out. Yeah.
But I think he didn't cut, so it tried to... That's why it turned. He didn't cut the engine.
Dude, Cube being center circle, when was the last time you saw this?
That is true. Tiggleton and the boys are like, guys, we're circle with Cube.
The problem is, I don't think they don't want it. They probably just want to fight. They're like, we're center circle. Like, this is unnecessary.
We picked this to ambush people as they drove past towards center circle. Now we just have to safely sit here. This is irritating. That actually, I think you nailed it. Especially when you're that far ahead. Like, you're in 4th with 92 points. You want to have a good time.
There's no threat or need for them to get, like, any higher. It doesn't make the... I mean, again, practice how you play, but this lobby just has been so kind of off the rails in the last couple of games anyways that I'm sure they're just kind of vibing.
The fact that every time we look at the camera, there's a flaming car or an empty car flying across the screen, like, I think sums up this match in general. The last 3 cuts that we've had has had a flaming or empty car flying across it.
It's true. It is very true. My eyes are glued, though. I'll be honest. I mean, this fight is great. I'm glad Systematico is actually finding some success. I'm looking at PD. PD have now reconsolidated. They are looting, and Glock has found a position off to the west. Smart. That Tiggleton has taken note of, by the way, in that garage combo over there.
That said, though, no one's holding the ridge between liquids. Like, if they use the other bridge and take high ridge, I think they're in a decent spot. So this is huge for PD, especially because they're looting. I love Glock's pre-position. Big time. We'll keep you guys updated. But so far, PD is not out of it just yet. Don't roll it up and count out PD. They've somehow managed to get back in this thing.
You'd have to imagine, with the landmass being majority on the north after phase 3, that this will probably go north, right? Like, I can't see this shifting south. So PD will have to cross at some point, is my point.
They will, but this is the first time we've seen this possibility, Godspeed, where the changes in the blue chip have not impacted a tournament yet. If PD beats Toyo by less than 3 points, then the blue chip return would have had a direct impact on a team passing and a team losing, if that makes sense. Because they got they got the points from wiping Mira, and then they got to bring everyone back again.
Yeah, I mean, again, blue chips just in general.
Yep.
The concept, I just like the fact that we can res now.
Yes,
it's so nice. I mean, even though it's not the perfect system, it is far better than not having it at all, or even what we had initially. So, love to see that. As we see an e-pickup coming in now, it's going to be, I think, a member of 55. Is Karak now going to be driving with that Panzer right on top of QAD, but Benya and Toyo have found a P90. That is huge.
Oh my goodness. That's a mess. All right. I like how Roth has the uphill defense set up. Stop rolling grenades at me. And meanwhile, here comes Liquid with the BRDM. Yep, that was easy.
So Circle has posted, Steve, and it did go north. PD have crossed.
Did you see that? The 55 was waiting for Psycho to come back into the game. They got wiped, and he landed on top of them as the last man was shot. So, landed naked and just accepted. Sorry, guys. I guess it's over for us.
It is what it is. But again, PD making it across on that ridge, on that ridgeline you were talking about in between Liquid and Falcons. And now there's only one member up there that they need to contest with. They can actually make it to the backside of the ridge that Sparking is playing on. That is an incredibly strong position for PD. I would even say that's a game-winning spot. This is a big opportunity. PD have to see that. They have to recognize this.
Yeah, they can. Oh my gosh, you're right. Because you guys can't see the map right now, but Bizzler was the only threat. He just pulled off to the north. And so they will be able to play that entire, unless for Liquid comes back around. This will be fascinating to watch. Meanwhile, Systematica's off. Emmy gets a good shot. They did miss the window.
I think they're hesitant. I just keep staring at the map because I think they're hesitant to cross.
Bizzler was also considering that spot, and Liquid. All three of those teams were just staring at each other, not wanting to be the one to do it. I like Liquid's system of defending Sparking as he goes up there, and now they kind of can lock it in.
Yeah, Sparking doesn't even need to be in the compound anymore. Nope. They realize that the team behind them is going to be the biggest threat, so there's a chance for Mission Ready to third party, but again, we'll have to see what happens. Meanwhile, Toyo is just getting more and more points here. It's going to be another point going their way, another knock, I should say. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Tater is down. Toyo's still healthy with 4. And you have to know that PD is seeing these in the kill feed.
Well, but also, like, Toyo's earning points fighting against Fate, while PD has to go through Team Liquid and Mission Ready and Falcons.
This is a stark difference in quality of team for sure.
I love you, Fate, but yes, exactly.
It's not a knock on them.
It's a cool logo.
It is what it is.
All right, so Fate is down. I would say that the easy points are mostly off the board at this point, and everything from here on out, you have to fight some real bangers, which is going to be tough for PD. And I guess theoretically Dots. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Where are
Dots are still here.
They're bluing it up again, probably. Whoa. Yeah, that's the end. Sorry, boys.
It was the, oh man, if they had just taken it to that ridge earlier, man, they would have been able to pass him up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be. Hold on, Tavon. Nope. A flying Dacia, and so that means, without a shadow of a doubt, that your top 8 is solidified. Toyo have managed to do it. Congratulations. It was sketchy.
It was sketchy, but they pulled it off. Thanks, Fate. Also, PD really tried to mount that comeback. Shout out to them. It was gorgeous, but ultimately they make the move. Rock, Furia, Mission Ready, International Alliance, Falcons, Liquid, QAD, Bestia, and Toyo will be representing the Americas in the West Throwdown happening next weekend. As we, what do you think, Godspeed? Is this a good crew to show America's dominance?
Dots? No, I'm just kidding.
Unless Dots finds.
I think we're sending fantastic teams. I mean, you could have swapped out Toyo for like Mira or PD, and I think they equally could have done as well. But Toyo earned it. They got it done. And I feel like we're sending basically the 8 best teams in this lobby. So qualifier was perfect.
I will say upside, for the first time in a while on a 12-game series, I feel like we came out with the correct 8 teams. Like, no argument available. Like, you're right. Mira or PD could have easily swapped it out, but all 3 of them played roughly the same in terms of performance or expectation. So you're right. This is probably the most accurate 8 we've ever sent to any event, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm excited. Now, I will argue.
Okay, argue.
I would have preferred Dots there just for the memes, but
for the memes.
I do think this is a great 8. Also, it would have been great to have the Gooners in here. Let's be honest, the lobby would have been better off for it, or at least for us, not the lobby itself.
Oh my gosh! Can you imagine if we sent Gooners and Dots?
Gooners and Dots? Oh my god!
We get banned from
that would be-
scrims.
We'd probably get banned from just regional competition, right? Just like keep those guys out of here. They don't need to be in here.
I would have been for that. That would have been the best weekend ever, just watching the actual chaos. For those of you guys at home
Let's see who finishes
are hanging
strong,
out,
though.
yeah, this is gonna be a great end game. We're excited to watch it. We have determined who gets to go to the grand final. The teams are aware of that as well. So what you're gonna see now is a little more, I would say, probably aggression or hubris on some of these fights, as everyone's like, oh, it's just us now. But that's fun. Kickstart out here with a. Did he get summoned? Did he get brought back? He's just running an M16 these days. Okay, yeah, that checks out.
Either that, or maybe he's an M16 man.
Maybe he doesn't buy into DMRs anymore. Exactly, I like that. He's like Cameron in his music.
Definitely still see DMRs, but yeah.
No, they're all dead.
I will never forget the old M16 8X. I mean, like 2017.
Yep.
That
it was a real legit
nasty
thing. Yeah.
It was like one of the best guns to use the distance. M16 was gross.
Yep.
So good. So
I mean, there was a period where, like, I genuinely remember playing games where you just had a rifle as your DMR because they were so much harder to find.
You could also burst. Like, there was no recoil on it. It was so good. Like, 100-meter burst, no problem. And then they nerfed it, obviously.
My favorite Sir Action Slacks quote of all time is, M16 is the most overpowered gun in this game because you start your 3-round verse on their crotch and you end on their head. And I went, huh, fair enough.
Oh, all right, you are.
He's a body aimer. Got to respect that.
You can respect. Oh! What in the world was that little two-piece? Dude,
Making a triple shrimp.
That needs to be clipped. That little little 2 brown bursts got the headshot. That was disgusting.
M16 too, right? He was using?
No, it was with the AUG. The first initial little burst was with the AUG. It was just with a red dot little.
Nice.
My goodness.
Good for him.
What a handsome player.
Shrimsy's so good. 1 shot left on the links. You got to make this one the perfect shot. You can't just waste this. He's down to 40 bullets. Yike.
Just a single yike will do. No need for multiple.
Yeah.
Not only that, but how many did he have in his links? I think he only had like 1 round in his links as well.
He did have 1 round in the links.
Much.
Yep. And Shrimpsy's got 40 plus 3. And Benny's got a P90.
Ego pig. Yeah, he doesn't care though. Quinn's like, peek me, I don't care. My links beats your P90 at this range, I promise.
And I get to take your P90 if you peek me too hard.
I do think Benya has a 3 vest though, 3 helmet. That doesn't matter.
Link's 10.
Doesn't matter actually for Tig, because Capitan is going to erase him, so that's going to be a nice knock again. Toyo,
bro,
I'm not sure if they know they've qualified, so they're just trying to play as safe as possible. Which
I do feel like
that's fair.
If I took Capitan's blue kills away from him, it would be a much lower performance today. Cappy's got a lot of kills from the blue, if my memory is serving me correctly.
Good for him then.
Which is fine. I'm not here to judge, but you know we'd hate him if this was our game.
Feels like you're judging a little bit.
Well, you know how it is with snakes. Shrimsy, easy peasy.
Yep.
Nice.
Okay, win will go down to the blue. Oh my goodness.
Well,
it's a mess. It's okay. It's fine. I'm not gonna give them any nonsense.
Oh no, I started drinking my coffee amidst the flames 20 minutes ago.
It's nice. You were checked out a long time ago. Love to see it as Shrimsy, the last one alive. Just in case you needed an update, the Falcons have 14 kills and 107 points.
Should we go to Cameron for the Mira update? Sorry. They are the champions, right? No. Yeah, they are.
Nope. Mira's not the champions.
No, Falcons
are the champions. Yep. They're the champions of the last chance, which technically is a qualifier.
No, we changed the name. It's not the last chance anymore. It is officially the Masters West Americas Regional
Masters
Finals.
Wet America Regionals Finals. Okay.
M-Warf.
Ooh, given a nice little moniker. I like to see that. As we still have a member of Dots in this baby. It's Batty Lol. Don't sleep on him.
M-Warf. Don't sleep on him. That was awesome. You know, Batty's pretty good though for a guy with bad in his name.
51, 51. No, I mean, even if they got all the kills, okay.
Did you carry the one though? Did you carry the
I
remainder?
did carry the one.
Gosh, darn
It's mathematically impossible.
That's a
So
shame.
don't even think about it.
Panzerfaust! Baited.
Oh, missed.
Buggy's too fast, bro. It's a VSS
He's
showdown.
tapping that bad boy too. He's not even spraying it. What a savage.
The best part is I know
Oh my
these guys and I
goodness.
know how well they know each other, and they were all giggling during that entire sequence.
There was a giggle or two. That was. Loud, I'm
maybe
sure.
maybe they want me to say giggle. They were guffawing in manly
Wait,
ways.
is there music? Hold on.
Yep, that's
Oh,
a
I
beeper.
thought he was playing music. I was getting excited. Imagine the Blackpink song just kind of rips on that buggy as they're driving by. Okay, I'm sorry, but these players clearly need
Friends.
to be fined. Okay,
Friends.
this is collusion, and we get a fist fight. Oh, the
Hey,
pan to the dome.
Oh, he got it back. He's like, come on,
They're
guys,
gonna do
let's
it.
pan it out. It's fight time.
Okay, the fact
EMEA
that they're
did it.
not going to get fined for this is absolutely wild. Even though there are no implications.
It's at the end of the game, so that's why. They're not taking any points off the board that could have gone to someone else.
I suppose you're right.
Come on,
suppose
Shrimsy,
you're
come
right.
on!
Oh,
Oh, you didn't even get one!
Oh, you really thought you could take my man Ayla? That's wild.
That's true.
Absolutely wild.
Dude, it went like it would in IRL, I think. Rough.
Don't sleep on. No, Shrimsy can roll. Don't you dare sleep on
Shrimsy's a
That man
roller.
wrestled. That man
Did he?
wrestled and did jiu-jitsu. I guarantee you, he is not one to be trifled with. And he's
You
handsome.
still,
That's the most
you still got
important
to drop Alo, and Alo's looks could kill at 40 yards. So, like, I don't even know how you get close to Alo without taking incredible amounts of damage.
part. Ayla's a teddy bear, okay?
Yeah, but not with.
Just
Yeah,
looking
but
at
he
him in
looks
small
angry.
mode.
He looks angry all the time. You cannot be denied. His resting "stay away from me" face is top tier. All right, we got Liquid getting game number 12. Congratulations to them. You guys get some points. You finish as a top team. We are all very proud of you. More importantly, Cameron, it makes me excited for PGS and PGC with Liquid finishing up, like doing so well.
Yeah, we at the top of the show, we were talking about Liquid not looking as strong as they did just a couple of weekends ago with the PAS finals. But they got together. They got 2 chicken dinners today. So the whatever adjustment, again, hypothetical adjustment they may have needed, possibly from first person to third person, hopefully they've gotten over it. And now we get to go to the overall leaderboard. We get to see the top 8 teams that are going to Masters West and facing off against the best of EMEA.
And here they are. Falcons, Foria, Rock Esports, Team Liquid, Maria, Bestia, and Al Qad's Ia. A lot of Ias, a lot of vowels
Man,
going to this bad boy.
Toyo really ruined that, didn't they?
They did, but they
Actually,
still end
Liquid
with
did
the
too.
vowel sounds.
There's no, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Rock.
It's still, you know what? I'm proud of all of these guys. Great job, all of you. You're gonna do a great job at this event. To continue what we said, I think though, we're great for Toyo. I'm glad you guys got in. I'm gonna congratulate you, but I'm now done talking about that because at the end of the day, it's 8th with 68. That's rough. Falcons dominates at 109. Furia behind them. Rock, Liquid, MRIA. This is what I'm fired up about. PGC, based off of what we have watched, is gonna be dope, right? Like, Liquid, they're a team that at the end of last year, they were my pick to win PGC this year. And then the first half of the year has made me deeply depressed. But I refuse to change position. So I'm at least less stressed out about being made fun of by Toby and James and the guys for the next 10 years because I picked Liquid after how they started the year. But also, Furia looking really strong. Team Falcons has been playing out of their minds in events that this is going to sound terrible, they shouldn't care about as much, right? Like, this is a lower payout than what they're used to. They're already qualified, Cameron, but they came in here and they played really, really well. That means they're active. That means they're putting reps in. That means this is a team that can continue to dominate going forward.
Yeah, but it also has to do with the fact that these are teams that Falcons should roll. Whether or not it's their top priority of events, whether they put, and this is not even a thing that's a mark against Masters West. Like, you absolutely have to pace yourself. You want to peak at the right times. You want to make sure that you're not throwing all of your emotional, mental, spirit, energy at every single event that you come across, because that's how burnout happens. But even without playing at 100% to avoid that burnout, they're still better than most of the teams in this lobby. That's not a read on everyone else that they're playing against. That's just a fact, right? Same with Fury, same with Rock Esports. And, you know, to sort of follow up what you were saying earlier, this really is the best that we could be sending. There wasn't a single fluke. There wasn't a single unexpected underperformance here. Outside of Team Mira, that's really the only one. But with the inconsistency that we've seen them when, you know, push comes to shove, they were always going to be an X factor, a dark horse come Masters West anyway, and Toyo easily filled that slot. As far as numbers 1 through 7, they had to go there in order for us to show the best of the best from the West of the West.
The West of the... Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I like you said that. All right, so that sounded like a great soapbox, which leads me to the place where soapboxes happen. That's it. We've named our 8 teams. We know who's going to Masters West. It's time for the post-show podcast. Welcome to Masters Mike Americas.
Here, let me get comfortable
we
real
give
quick.
you the real tea. Let's all wait and watch.
Whoa. Everyone, hold on. He's taking easy there, big guy. He's taking off the chain.
Let's all get comfortable.
There we go.
All right.
Much better. Oh, it was so heavy.
Just take your shirt off. Just go ahead, Godspeed. You won't.
No, I'm okay. You're right. I absolutely will not.
show us those muscles, Godspeed. All right, let's get into post-show talk. It's not. We're having a muscle contest later. All right. First, remember, if I say your name, it means that you have won G-Coin if you are following us on social media. If you are not following us, I won G-Coin. So go follow right now before I say your name. Congratulations to Stranger's Tone. Okay, I figured it out.
Stranger's Tone.
Which moment in a match do you think creates the most pressure? The first drop, the first fight, or the final circle? Cameron?
It has to be the final circle, because as much as like every single point matters, the value jump from second place to first place is so much bigger than anything else. And even if your entire round can get thwarted by the chaos that can be found in the early game, even if you play a game perfectly, you're never guaranteed a straight line towards the late game. We always talk about like salvage games, and you got to play the game that's in front of you, but that's never guaranteed. If you find yourself in a position to win, that's where the real stress is there, because like it's one of those like this actually means a lot.
So I would maybe say, if yes, we're talking about the stress, the pressure of like I'm in a 4v4 final circle, perhaps. But I would contend that the first fight is more pressure driven, only because of this. How many times have we seen teams get good catch niners, get a great spot, and they're so cold and out of like just not ready when that final fight comes that they throw it. And so I do think there's an aspect of like when the second the fight starts, it's no longer pressure filled. But that moment before where you're like, am I warm? Am I ready to take this fight? To me is a little scarier, because if I'm in a final circle, I know I've already grounded out and I've gotten to that point and like nothing like I'm already, to me, third's good. You know what I'm saying? Godspeed, what do you think?
To me, I settle for third. As long as
if I make it to the final four, I'm gassed, bro. Like, third's cool.
It's a really good question. I tend to think as well as like the final circle, but realistically, if we're talking about comp, it matters where you are in points. If you're in a position like Toyo was just in, and you get into a fight off the rip, that's going to be more pressure than any of the fights you had in previous end games or anything like that, right? So I think probably endgame, you can have some very stressful fights in the beginning game, especially if you're trying to like make a run on points. But the final circles are also the most fun. Like those really intense fights where you got a lot of anxiety building because you're trying to win, and then you actually get the win, like that relief, or just even if the fight is really sick and you happen to lose by like one player in a pub, like those are really fun. So final circle for me would be my answer.
Sick. All right, congratulations on your G-Coin Stranger's Tone. Next one is from W. Youngo. In your opinion, what are the most critical flaws or urgent fixes among the reasons mid to lower teams rank poorly?
Good question.
I think we understand the question. Good question. All right, I'm going to start. Give it a second to fester. Whoever has the answer, go ahead. Whoever has the answer, go ahead.
Gun skill.
You say God skill?
It's gun skill. Like it's, I think it just comes down to that. Like, we talk about teams, these teams have good rotations, they're in a good position, but you just can't hit the shots. And I guess like a close second would be team coordination and communication, because things gotta like be moving fast. But I think gun skill really is the dominant divider. As much as we like to talk about the strategies of teams, at the end of the day, we talked about this already today. Actually, you just gotta win your gunfights. You gotta click heads.
What do you think, Godspeed?
For me, gun skill obviously is a big one. Like if you're just mechanically losing all your gunfights, it doesn't really matter what you're positioning in. But for me, it's game sense. Right, understanding the lobby, how teams rotate, where you need to be as far as positioning. Yeah. You could be a really good shooter if you don't know where to put yourself in a fight in coordination with your other teammates. If you're on a ridge or whatever, like, doesn't really matter if your gun skill's great, right? Because you don't have the game sense to know where you need to defend from, where a team is going to push you from. If you're on the edge, are you going to get crashed by, a team coming in late on a rotation? Like, there's a lot of things. So game sense is a really big one. And the only way you get game sense or you get, your mechanics, gun skill up is just by grind. You got to grind, man. Because these players have thousands of hours already in this game. Yeah. Thousands and thousands.
It's I like that.
But so for me, it's game sense, I would say.
I think it's both are great answers. It is. I will have here. I have I disagree. I differ slightly, but only because I believe in like a coach's mentality.
Like, oh, okay.
I disagree with you guys. I think that you're onto something. But for me, if you hired me to coach your mid-tier team, the first thing I would invest in is your egos. I think that you don't. Every person I meet in the mid-tier thinks they're a hell of a lot better than they are. I would try to convince you that you are not assigning blame for failures. I'm going to try to convince you that you need to stop thinking of yourself as the hero of the team, and you need to focus on communication, because once you're a team, then everything else can get better, right? Like, as much as I want to work on gun skill, if I think I'm the only one who can hit my shots and you three suck, I'm never going to be a better team player. So for me, it's
terrible. That is, it's never going to go anywhere if one player thinks that of his teammates.
So ego, because my assumption is you're on a tier 2 team because you have too much of an ego anyway to make tier 1. You need to get better and focus on yourself. Next question is from Senpai, I guess is how you actually say it. __. I think you won some points over at EMEA today. Good for you. Do you think EMEA teams will struggle with the high ping in the grand finals, seeing as NA and SA teams are used to playing on high ping? Well, that's interesting. Don't they have high ping? Don't they play from all over Europe to one centralized server?
Europe is like the size of Brazil. No, it's not the same.
Different.
No, it's a whole union, so it's got to be larger. It's got to be
the continental United States
their
is wider
ping from
than
country
the
to country
is
is better than we get ping state to state.
State to state, yeah. It's not
like.
But
I think it'll be rough for everyone involved. Like, playing with high ping sucks. Let's just call it. It is what it is. And doing an event like this, I think, is awesome, but it does come with challenges, and that main challenge is, of course, latency. So yeah, I think it will be a struggle for pretty much everyone involved. But I think.
Do you think they'll be used to it? Like, will we be used to it because of the NA/SA switches?
America's as used to it. Europe, not as much.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of the American pros obviously will go play in the Asia region as well for their ranked and their in Europe ranked, because we just don't have ranked here, obviously. But I think it'll be rough for everyone.
Yep.
I think EMEA will be fine though. So
I'm gonna be honest with you, Senpai. I can tell you right now that the answer is no. Everyone's gonna have trouble with the ping, but we are gonna hear about it from EMEA.
Oh, we'll know. Trust me.
They're going to blame it for their losses when we get the win. But that's not what caused it.
True.
It was a lack of skill,
we're just
not
better.
A lack of internet connection. We are just back. Let's get cocky. What? I can't wait for the trash talk back it up over the next year. Sam's hosting over there.
You're assuming that we're...
talk.
Wait, what do you mean, what trash talk? You're assuming that we are not going to win. What is this? What's this bias stuff? You're supposed to be on our side.
No, we're going to win. We have Team Liquid, and Team Liquid dominates everything for the rest of the year. Guys, we have done. Nice. The podcast is over. The answers were good. The screen is yellow. That means it's time for us to finish. The games were fun. I actually had a blast this weekend watching PUBG, so I'm glad you guys hung out with us. Gentlemen, I love final thoughts. So before we go, I know you're going to be back next weekend. Final thoughts, Cambro.
Listen. Can we get a zoom in on this? This is my camera. Can I just get a slow zoom on this? I just want all of the teams to know that we have our whole region, NA,
we love you,
SA, Latin America, a little bit of mix of both. We're behind all of you. We support you. Even the teams that didn't qualify, closer. Even the teams that didn't qualify, they're going to be supporting you as a region, because we need to defeat EMEA. We know that our region... Oh, where'd I go? Okay, we're back. We're good. Fine. I just want you all to know, it doesn't matter.
Man.
Win or lose, as long as you win.
Yep. Winner.
Great job, Cows.
Second is the first loser, as my dad used to say. All right, Godspeed, what do you got?
Get us out of here, brothers, with the off of rails broadcast I've been a part of for the longest time. It's been a blast. I'm looking forward to Masters. It was super fun. Let's see what happens next week. Should be super fun. Thanks for letting me be a goof today and yesterday. It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you to all of you guys for letting us be goofs. I had a ton of fun. I'm not going to be here next weekend. I'm excited to watch with you, so we'll be hanging out. I can guarantee it is going to be a party, as we're going to have Martin. I think we got Toby. We got James. All these guys joining the broadcast to bring you a ton of good action next weekend, so make sure you're here. But until then, on behalf of our entire production team, on behalf of Krafton, all of our players, myself, Cameron, Godspeed, and everybody else who makes this possible, we appreciate you so much for spending your weekend with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG.